June, baby. May. We forgot all about May.
Yeah, like you get 5 home runs, including back-to-back-to-back jacks from the guys we've been looking for power, right? Carp's finally back. Dingler's been doing his thing. Riley makes it 3, and that's a tone setter early. You go, oh, that's what it was supposed to look like. Here was Dickerson calling that 3rd home run in a row. I think Benetti on the TV call added who are these guys?
It would have been funny because he kept going, Dan, about how if it was how you leave.
Well, he had a home run last night, too.
I know.
So you get 5 dingers. You put up 10. You should win the game going away, but even the wins are ugly.
Oh, yes. Gov's bullpen coming through again, Hey.
I did think if they lost the game, which we very much were expecting at that point, that Tom could come in and go, told you that was the biggest issue.
No,
even when they hit, they still lose.
It still is.
Yeah.
They did their job. That's a game they've lost all year.
Exactly. The guy who writes a lot of Tigers minor league baseball stuff, Aurelio Castillo, is a great stat, okay? The Tigers scored, the 10 runs. It was as many runs as they had in the final 2 games against the Angels and the entire series of the White Sox.
So 5 games worth?
Yeah, 5 games. Mm-hmm. Says it right there.
And it was kind of an odd game, too, because both managers are emptying out their bench like midway through the game.
Yeah.
Some of it injuries for Tampa.
Correct.
But they're emptying guys out in the 4th, 5th, 6th inning, trying to win the game right then and there.
And it's funny. I was sitting there after Carpenter drove in a run. I mean, it might have been the 10th run. I don't remember exactly. I'm driving around, and he goes, up. They're taking Kerry Carpenter out for a pinch runner.
Yeah, Vierling.
Yeah. I said, wait a second. I mean, these are the Tigers. You might actually need Kerry Carpenter's bat.
In the 10th?
Yeah, whenever, yeah.
When this game seemingly won't end.
Yeah.
But you can't get them. Tampa just kept clawing, scratching, getting back into that game.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's got the best record in the American League, so nice little win down there. Let's see what happens. I'm not sitting there going, "Oh boy, here we go, playoff push." We're having fun.
Yeah, look, I mean, wins are better than losses. That's really the end of it. They still need about 63 more, and Jack Flaherty pitches tonight. So
yes, well, Flaherty pitched his last game was pretty good. Gave up. He had 9 strikeouts, no walks, or only 1 walk. He had that 1 inning where he gave up 3 runs. But if you tell me Jack Flaherty's going to pitch and he's going to go, 6 innings and only give up 3 runs, I take that as a win.
Mm-hmm. So
not a win literally, but a good thing.
You got a shot.
One of the things that kind of people were complaining about the last few weeks, despite them just losing, obviously, the big thing, is that they were an extremely boring team. If we can get more games like last night, through the summer, just to make it a little more fun, because realistically getting back into it would be a historic achievement. So can we just have more games like that?
Yeah. But they've done it before, Gov. 2024, that was a historic achievement.
They were 8 games under 500.
I know.
And this team was, as of last night, 16 games under 500.
Yeah.
Hey, Tiger baseball, baby.
Dingler was asked after the game about the significant. Oh, we don't have that yet. Never mind. We'll get to that later. About how this could be a turning point, and he didn't make a grand proclamation. This wasn't a Jake Rogers. Don't let the Tigers get hot. It's just 1 win. But it was him alluding to the fact that hopefully this can be the start of something.
And look, Torres might be back tonight, so you can get rid of maybe Zach Short or even maybe Hao-Yu Lee, somebody. As they get players back, you would assume that they'll get better. I don't think we're talking playoffs or anything like that. Don't sit and say, "Oh, you homers think they're just going to win 1 game." No, but it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Skubal had a simulated game yesterday. Supposedly he looked really good, so that's the way to go.
The quote from Dingler was, obviously there's a lot of negative things being said about this team, but they can get turned around very quick. Tonight can be the start of that.
Okay. Well, there are negative things.
Well, and he acknowledged we haven't played well. So, I mean,
Yes,
that's
rightfully so.
That's why negative things have been
Yes,
said.
when I-
Losing teams normally get ripped.
Yes. And teams that have just ridiculous things happen to them. I mean, even I know the Torque and the Keith play were not technically errors, and they would have been nice plays. But, man, I mean, how you lead play. I mean, they still don't play completely clean baseball, which is very depressing.
By the way, I never understand how baseball scorekeepers
Oh,
do this job.
they're the worst. It's like the other last week with Perez's play. How is that not an error?
The judgment should be, should an average major league defender have made the out? Either the catch, the throw, whatever it was to complete the out.
Yeah, and
yes, the expectation should be the ball hit directly at Spencer Torkelson.
Yes.
Should be an out.
yeah, I don't care if it was an in-between hopper. That should be an error. And a lot of times, like for the outfield,
Oh, that's the worst in the outfield.
the guy's, well, he had to run and make a great play. Well, because his route was so bad,
Right.
he had to, overcome that. The ball hits his glove, and you're not giving him an error.
yeah.
Okay, this is some on-the-fly thinking here, and it's a radical change in baseball. Get rid of the error. Who cares? Everything's a hit, and we don't use errors as the measure of how good a defense is because we say, like, well, if you can't range and get to a ball, then you can't get errors. So it's more important to have range than something like that. So why not get rid of this complaining about things aren't errors and things are hits and just say it's a hit.
So ERA just becomes your runs
Raw.
allowed.
Right.
Yeah.
No, because I don't think the pitchers should be penalized for bad plays by his fielders.
Yeah, but you realize that if a pitcher makes an error, he doesn't get penalized.
Well, that's stupid.
Right. So, like, we're unraveling this.
Yeah, I know. We're going to change baseball on this show.
10 minutes in on a Tuesday, we're going to change baseball.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Text coming in. Yeah, that's our last place baseball team. Go get them, Tigers.
Go get 'em, Tigers.
The most impressive feat in that game was the umpire who ducked underneath McGonagall's throw to first when Lee was tackling him. April, May, Hinch. Look out, Cleveland. Here we come. It's John in Lake Orion.
Yes. Yes, because AJ has so much in common with Tom Izzo. To name a month after him.
No,
kidding.
guys, it's actually January, February, May, then June.
Okay. Probably.
Happy to put May behind us.
Yes.
You may have seen big blockbuster deals, plural, in the NFL. You had A.J. Brown going to the Patriots. No surprise
No,
there.
yeah.
The one that floored and stopped everybody was the L.A. Rams adding Myles Garrett. Now, we're going to dig deeper into it at 6:35, and Stoney wants to know if you would have traded him to get the deal done.
Yes.
I'll tell you who he is coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Okay, so after the wow effect of this yesterday, the first thing I thought of, does Jansen know?
Out on the water?
He was allegedly going completely unplugged on this thing, but would have a nightly check-in, right, with Lisa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he found out that way.
Well,
Like,
here's the other thing, though. Just because he went unplugged doesn't mean his fishing mates did.
right.
Could you imagine breaking that story to him? No, you're messing with me. That didn't happen.
Yeah, because he comes back Thursday, so by then it'll be off the headlines, barring something, regenerating it.
Yeah.
Does he know that you got into it with the Tigers last week?
Probably not. There's a lot to fill him in on. He's back, what, Thursday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I know we all probably shared a frustrating moment when that deal went down because we've talked about making those deals, and it doesn't seem like Brad's ever going to make those deals.
No.
He didn't make those deals before he paid his guys. He's sure as hell not going to make those deals now that he's paying his guys. It's a blind spot.
Yeah. Well, you could actually say it's a blind spot in this town,
Well,
not just for the Lions.
and here's the thing. I think he's probably doing the best job of any of these guys right now. We had that blind ranking on
Yes.
Memorial Day with Paul Serra, and I think you and I both put Brad Holmes number 1 of the 4.
Right.
It doesn't mean he's excused from making the big move to put his team over the hump.
No. Because he's done some things really well. The problem was the guy he worked for does both things really well.
Like, I just want to put it in perspective. There are Lions fans who will try to cope with this and say, well, the Rams are being a bit reckless. This is short-term thinking. Remember when they went all in to win the Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford and won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, they
and
won.
got to celebrate winning a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Since that all-in reckless move where they nuked multiple firsts and picked up the aging quarterback, they've won more playoff games since the Lions since that Super Bowl where they nuked their future and had no runway. They've been better than the Lions and are better than the Lions today. Somehow, with their short-term thinking, they've been able to sustain long-term success much better than Detroit.
Well, part of the reason for long-term success is that Les Snead knows how to draft without first-round picks.
Right, because that's the thing. I believe now it's 9 of 11 first-round picks they will have dealt.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably say this 3 times during the show, but with later round picks, Kobe Turner, Fisk, Byron Young, Steve Avila, and Puka Nacua, just to name a few.
Goes a long way. Anyway, you wanted to ask the question, would you trade him to get Myles Garrett? Would you have made that move? We'll do it at 6:35. Got some Scooble trades next. It's 97.1.
They win 10-9.
Part of a 5-homer day.
By the way, can I have a little quick pet peeve here?
Yeah, sure.
And it's not just him. A lot of people do it. I didn't realize that Bobby Scales did it. Can we not call our guys that we do games with or shows with partners? It's just, hey, well, partner, where are we on the old West or something? It's just something that bothers me in a weird way that only stupid things bother me. There we go.
Well, partner, it's good to have you in today.
Now, don't call me partner. Like don't call me dude either. It's like,
Everybody has their thing, Stoney.
Yes.
Like with you, it's
I know.
you go to other cities and you have for an affair.
Yes.
That's what he says when he's like it's an event or a get together.
Right. It's an affair. Yeah.
It's going to be a raucous affair tonight when the Stanley Cup gets started.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't like partner. Heather doesn't like bro
Or buddy.
or buddy.
Yeah. Partner. It just seems weird to me. I don't know. Because you wouldn't use it in regular, conversation. And I mean because it has dual meanings. Because you can't say, yeah, me and my partner went, to the bar last night. People are going to think, whatever.
That you're romantically involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you don't know about Bobby and Dan.
All right.
Oh, man.
Clearly a joke. Okay.
I know.
Dylan Dingler hit 2 home
Back
runs.
to back.
Dylan Dingler hit 2 of the 5 home runs last night. This was him with Logan Reaver after the game. Ten to 9.
10-9.
Gripping stuff went to the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Despite having all those runs, they nearly gave it away. Will Vest had to dial in.
It would have
Gutty,
been,
I think, was the word used.
It would have been so Tiger-esque if they would have lost that game. But, congratulations on not being the Tigers.
Oh, it would have been more exciting, right? And that's good.
I don't know if it would have been more exciting. It would have been more disgusting if they would have lost a 10-5 lead.
I agree.
Stoney, you mentioned earlier in the week, maybe it was last week at this point, it all kind of blurs together.
Mm-hmm.
The Tarek Skubal trade proposals, the teams that could be involved,
Yes.
Jim Bowden.
Right.
He put together what it would actually look like if the Tigers traded Tarek Skubal. 7 potential trade packages. It's in his article in The Athletic. Can I just throw a couple at you?
Sure.
All right. The Dodgers are everybody's number 1 team because they have a rich farm system. In this proposal, the Tigers would get the number 15 prospect in all of baseball, outfielder DePaula.
Okay.
And they'd also get Emmett Sheehan, who is MLB ready. He's a starting pitcher for them right
He
now.
gave up a home run last night, I believe.
He did. And Brady Smith, who is a right-handed pitcher in their system. So you get a starter, a high-end outfield prospect, and another arm.
Mm-hmm.
Seem like a fair return for Tarek Skubal? It's a rental.
Yeah.
Maybe for the Dodgers it's not a rental, but for most teams it'll be a rental.
Well, it's not as much as what, Washington got for Soto, but then again,
That was multiple years of control.
correct, and it was also an everyday player.
The Rays are the number 2 team. You'd get the number 76 prospect in all of baseball, an outfielder from the Rays system, and then you'd also get their number 6, 7, and 22 players, couple arms, and a shortstop.
They seem to somehow develop prospects a lot better than the Tigers have over the last decade. So, I'm not going to do a deep dive on these prospects right now.
Just giving people kind of a
Yes.
sense of what to expect. The Cubs are the next team up, and you want Major League ready people. That's what this deal would entail. Matt Shaw would come back to Detroit. He's an infielder. They're playing him a little bit in the outfield right now, but he's a second baseman, third baseman.
Oh, boy, positionality.
Yeah, they love
what
that.
AJ loves.
And Kevin Alcantara is an outfielder who's the number 4 prospect, who's right on that big league fringe, and Dominic Reed is a relief pitcher. So, these are the type of deals to expect. I'm going to skip over the Yankees because, honestly, the way it's written, they're not getting any of their top guys.
No,
so, Scott Harris can
See
hang
you
up the
later.
phone and move on.
Yeah.
The Padres, you get their number, a top 100 prospect in this Cruz Schoolcraft, this lefty guy. He's number 85 prospect in all of baseball. You get their number 3 and their number 7 prospect, but not their 1 because their number 1 prospect's a catcher. And I don't know how much sense
No.
that really makes for the Tigers. The Diamondbacks and Blue Jays are listed. The Blue Jays package includes 2 top 100 prospects because in his mind, they're on the edge of the World Series a year ago.
Right.
To get in the bidding war, they'd have to pay up. Their deal looks pretty attractive. It's 2 top 100 prospects, pair of shortstops, and then a left-handed pitcher who's their number 3
No, I
prospect.
can't. No more shortstops, please.
Well, the thought is shortstops can play all over. You can
I know.
convert
but
them somewhere else.
We got McGonigal. You got all these guys.
Well,
you got
McGonigal can play third.
You got Rayner.
Zach Short.
You got Zach Short. Great point.
and
Greg.
their number 1 pick last year was a shortstop. I mean, seriously, how many shortstops do they need?
Okay, just a little bit of a
Yes.
sample there. It's something to keep an eye on. 2 Grand Slam coming up in 1 hour. A chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? But first, Heather with the news.
Good morning, everyone. Today's news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, a Detroit woman saw her home completely destroyed when an SUV drove straight through an apartment complex on Monday afternoon. So police believe a medical condition caused the driver to crash through one apartment wall and go out the other apartment wall. The woman who lives there was luckily out running errands. Typically, she says she would have been there at that time in the afternoon. It was right around 1 p.m., but she had just taken her dogs out. She wasn't there, so no one was injured. I don't know the status of the driver. I don't know his condition. But she does say she had just basically furnished her whole apartment, just bought new living room stuff, bedroom, a new TV, and all of it. I mean, the picture, it's just, you can see right out there, right, a huge hole through her apartment. So she is waiting on the Red Cross to help in the short term. She has created a GoFundMe page as well. 2 people are facing charges after allegedly stabbing a man to death in Livonia last week. According to Wayne County prosecutors, a 30-year-old man from Highland Park and a 26-year-old man from Taylor have been charged with second-degree murder and larceny from a building and receiving and concealing stolen property. So you might remember last Thursday, there was a man, a 39-year-old Detroit man, now known, we know who this is, Nicholas Hatcher. He was found on the side of the road near Middle Belt in West Chicago. And the victim's mother is actually saying he was leaving one job to head to another when somebody stole his backpack.
I do know that there was a confrontation, thinking that someone took his book bag, and I don't know if it was around here or something, but someone took a book bag. He confronted them, which I don't know why he did that, but I guess he was going to get his book bag back, and then that's when the altercation took place, and he was stabbed, and I now know in the chest.
Awful.
Yeah, terrible.
So sad. Several teenagers are headed to trial on attempted murder charges after lighting a house on fire and firing multiple shots into it. This is ridiculous. Thankfully, the fire was extinguished quickly. No injuries were reported, but authorities did identify 2 18-year-old suspects that were seen then fleeing into a vehicle that was driven by a 19-year-old. Police attempted to pull the vehicle over. It did speed off, leading to a chase. But eventually, the teens were taken into custody. Like I said, charged with assault with intent to murder, second-degree arson, placing explosives near a property, causing damage, and the list goes on and on. Police believe that the attack on the home stemmed from a dispute over a girl somebody was dating.
Tale as old as time.
It's always that.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Gas prices in Michigan are down 27 cents from a week ago. So,
Hey,
up, I
Sure.
guess. Yeah.
take the win.
Yeah, AAA says on average, drivers are paying $4.38 for regular unleaded fuel. That's down 20 cents from last month, but up $1.28 from this time last year. Now, experts say that while the drop is obviously welcome, we do head into the busy summer travel season, and fuel prices will remain volatile and could shift again very quickly. So be prepared to see a spike yet again. With less than 6 months left on the Restore the Ruther Freeway project, there are some new ramp closures that are going to add delays for some drivers and could potentially add some delays getting to the zoo if you're going to visit. In fact, the zoo is ready for this, and they're actually extending hours 2 days a week. They're going to stay open until 8 p.m. on Wednesdays and Sundays in June. So beginning on Monday, westbound 696, the exit to Woodward Avenue closed. And then this Thursday, the Woodward ramp to westbound 696 will also close. Plus, they say there's going to be additional road work going on the surface streets in the area. So just
I've already noticed.
Is it impacting your drive?
I mean, I don't have a long commute into work, so I don't want to complain because there's people listening that drive twice as long as I do. But it is annoying anytime you get disrupted and you're juggling and dodging cones and rerouting. Yeah, it's annoying. But that's what construction season is.
Yes.
When's this project done?
Oh, it's like 6 months.
Oh, it's
yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Like 6 months.
Nothing.
You're almost there.
Big deal. It'll be Christmas when this is done. It'll be great. Heather with the news. Stoney, coming up next, the question, would you have traded him to get Myles Garrett? You would. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. We've got Stoney in still. John will be back at some point this week. He still works here. Got Heather Park, got Govern Greg behind the glass, and we got a blockbuster deal in the NFL.
Myles Garrett, the player that everybody around here and around all of football, salivated for, the best defensive player in the game. I don't think that's disputable.
No, he's Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay. Gets traded to the Los Angeles F the Pick Rams for a first rounder in 2027, a second rounder in 2028, and a third rounder in 2029, and Jared Verse, who's a really, really good player.
Yeah, he was a Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's been incredibly productive.
Right. He's played 2 seasons. He's a really, really good player. And I understand why the Browns did it. And I definitely understand why the Rams did it. The Rams believe in a short window as right now, but windows do reopen and close, especially in that town. Stafford gets them to the Super Bowl. They win it. Then Stafford, the only down year they had is when Stafford got hurt.
Correct.
For 5 or 6 games, and that was part of it. And then they build it up. And Les Snead, their general manager, says F the picks, and people, say, what are we talking about, F the picks? Well, because he's able to draft really well after the first round, he doesn't need the first round picks, except to get great Hall of Fame players like Matthew Stafford and now Myles Garrett. That's how he's able to do it.
Well, they also used it first to get Trent McDuffie to help shore up their secondary this same offseason.
And his teammate Jalen Watson. They re-signed Rod Curl. They got, Devontae Adams, too, before last year.
Yes.
So
at one point, they traded for Jalen Ramsey.
They go all in. And it's worked because they won a Super Bowl.
Not only that, they've won more than the Lions have since that Super Bowl.
And
playoff games.
Right. And before yesterday, they were considered the favorite in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl, correct?
I believe they were the favorite to win the Super Bowl in all of football.
Yes.
And then they added Myles Garrett.
Correct. So, brilliant move, I think, by Les Snead.
Yep.
And it does make you wonder if Brad Holmes or really any of our general managers, but in this case, Brad Holmes, would dare do such a thing.
No.
Now, their window, if you believe in windows, I understand certain things because the Lions do have a lot of players under contract that they've re-signed. In fact, you look at the salaries, the Rams right now have 4 players averaging $20 million a season.
Okay.
The Lions have 8.
Right.
So
they're able to do it with half the talent that we are.
Yes. Well,
Damn, that's a good general manager.
Half the payroll.
Oh, so they're able to have more talent than us and pay them less.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. But they go after. Anyway, I agree with what Les Snead is doing. Now, as a Lion fan, you're sitting there, well, why couldn't we gotten involved in this? And we always joke on this radio station a lot. Just make the call. I want to hear, Adam Schefter or, Ian Rappaport. By the way, the fact that they broke the story together is kind of a soap opera in its own. But anyway, I digress. Why don't we ever hear that the Lions are involved in any of this stuff? Because they're not persistent.
How persistent was Les Snead?
He kept calling from the draft on. He wanted Myles Garrett. And part of the reason is Matthew Stafford, is going to play this coming year, and who knows after that. And they drafted, everybody laughed, and I still don't think he's going to be that good as Ty Simpson with their pick in the first round. But, they don't care. Nor should they.
No.
You are a general manager, ownership, whatever word you want to use. Your main responsibility is to be a steward of the franchise to the city you're in. That's number one, and the Fords have done that well. However, you're also job 1A is to win a Super Bowl. And we all know the history here. You have to take certain risks. And to me, it's worth making a risk if you can't, to get a guy like Myles Garrett, and if you have to let some guys go because they don't fit under the fake cap or whatever, you do it. I mean, he's the best defensive lineman in the sport. He's the defensive player of the year, as you mentioned. And look, he's different than, a lot of players because he's so versatile. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, this would have been a no-brainer. I saw somebody say, well, they wouldn't have been able to re-sign Jack Campbell. And this is no disrespect to Jack Campbell. You ain't no Myles Garrett, okay? And the other name that everybody seems to mention is Aiden Hutchinson. Or do they mention? I don't know. That's the first thing I thought of. So would you trade, instead of what the Rams did, the Lions do Hutch and the draft choices instead of Jared Verse?
You said you would.
I would. And here's why. Garrett's only 4 years older than Hutch. And it's not in a position where these guys break down all the time, okay? Salaries are not that far apart, although Garrett will get a $39 million option next year. Garrett makes 8.1 this year. Hutch makes 10 million. The following years, Garrett 16, 21, 42, 49. Hutch 16, 21, 53, 49. And here's the other thing. No matter what you think of Aiden Hutchinson, he's a very good player. Borderline great. I don't know. I'm going to say he's a really, really good player. And you want him on your team. However, Myles Garrett's a freaking Hall of Famer. And if you believe in a window or whatever you believe in, you do things to make your team better. And it's not some old dude that they're getting for 1 year. Mm-hmm. Myles Garrett will still be dominant, in my opinion, in 4 years. Right?
Yeah.
And this is not it's not a knock against Aiden Hutchinson. Say, yeah, we would trade you for one of the best defensive players this decade or any decade.
Yeah, ever. He's in the top 5.
Right.
Best defensive players of all time.
Yeah.
So you would trade Hutch a first, a second, and a third to get the deal done.
Yes.
Okay.
Would
and
you?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because I don't think the gap is sufficient. I think I've got a number one guy who rushes the passer. Is Garrett better? Yes. Do I need to give up a 1, 2, and a 3 to get better at that one spot? No. Okay. I wouldn't. But that's not me trying to defend the Lions' lack of,
I know.
of initiative here. Guys, this is bigger than the Myles Garrett trade to me. This is not a move that Brad Holmes would ever make. He wouldn't make it before he paid his guys. Now he's going to claim he can't make it because he paid his guys. And they can claim in Allen Park that they're doing this sustainably and, quote, the right way, and fans can cope and say that what the Rams are doing is short-term or maybe even reckless. I'll tell you this. They won the Super Bowl in 2021 with the Stafford deal. Mm-hmm. I'm going to repeat that.
Yes.
Won the Super Bowl, which is the whole effing point.
Correct. The only way the Lions can say that they would win a deal or to tie the deal is if Goff wins the Super Bowl. That's it.
Since that deal, where they nuked their future and gave up all their first and tisk tisk, this is going to burn them, they've won more playoff games since the Lions. They've won more playoff games than the Lions.
I know.
So Detroit doing it the right way is falling behind because guess who's favored for the upcoming season?
The Rams.
The Rams. So not only have they won more since being reckless, they're positioned to win more this year by being reckless. They just made the defensive equivalent of the Stafford deal. Worked out great for him last time.
I agree.
Happen to think it's going to work out very well for him this time.
And as you mentioned, the guys they traded a number 1 pick for McDuffie. They got Jalen Watson. They re-signed Rod Curl. They have all these guys. It's a no-brainer if you're the Rams, in my opinion, because he's able to draft really good players later in the draft. And for the most part, Brad Holmes has done that well, too.
Yeah, but the job is more than drafting.
Oh, yes, I know.
And the Rams still do have Byron Young and Colby Turner along that defensive line as well.
Yes.
The whole point about the Aiden is that we need the other with Aiden. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, it is a bit of we're looking for more than just a 1-for-1 swap in a situation like this. We're looking for, what do we talk about? The end opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Like, that's what that's what we're talking about, right?
Look, it'd be an upgrade to have Myles Garrett over Aiden. I'm not fighting you on that. But to Greg's point then, I filled one hole with the same player.
Someone's still got to play the other end.
Thank you. Someone has to play along the front and on the defense.
Yeah. Let's face it, too, the Nakua pick, like Stoney said with the drafting, opened up this secondary window in my mind. I mean, they replaced Cooper Kupp.
So then why doesn't Brad Holmes nuke a couple first-round picks and just draft another Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah, I know. Look, hey, I think they tried that with Tesla.
And, maybe it'll come.
But then they signed J-Mo. See, that's the thing.
Maybe the answer is Brad's not good enough to keep doing what he did in 23.
Well, so far, the last it's too
And maybe
early.
Les Snead is, because it allows him to do this that Brad is not willing to.
You know what else? You know what else the Rams did this offseason?
What?
They signed their coach and their general manager to long-term extensions. So did the Lions.
Right.
You know what? So I think the fact that the picks worked the first time allows Snead to do this again. And I actually will say, I don't think it matters if it fails because it already worked once.
Yes.
So let's create a world where in December Stafford is hurt and Tyler Simpson is out there and McVay's losing his mind because he's playing this guy that he didn't want to draft, it appears. And that's what holds him back from winning. I would still say this was the right move.
Yes,
for
they
them.
won the Super Bowl.
And the fact that they were willing to give up Verse in it, you know,
Yeah.
it's
Verse is a really good.
He's a very good player. Taking nothing away from him. Think about this, too. From the Rams' standpoint, they won the one Super Bowl in 21. Tom says even if they don't win this Super Bowl, it's a success, right?
They almost beat the Eagles in the NFC Championship game that year, right? Was it the NFC Championship game? Or
Yeah,
was
they
it-
nearly did.
Yeah,
yes.
and the snow in Philly.
Yeah. But there are people who say, what if it doesn't work for the Rams, right? What if this doesn't work? Stafford's only got one more year, or he gets hurt, or something happens and they don't win the Super Bowl. What if it doesn't work? What if the Lions don't win the Super Bowl? Because the Lions didn't even win their division last year,
Right.
because Parsons entered the fray. So we often look at the risk of, well, what if it doesn't work for the Rams? Well, what if the Lions, who didn't even make the playoffs last year, don't win the Super Bowl? It's okay because they didn't trade firsts? It's okay because they have all their talent locked up?
It's funny you mentioned Micah Parsons. That's kind of the defense I'm hearing from some fans. Well, the Packers did it, and he got hurt. I don't want to trade all these things. You know, what if Myles Garrett gets hurt like Parsons
Right,
did?
yeah.
You can't live in that world.
Still won them the division last year and got us in last place.
Yeah, I know.
So, sitting around twiddling your thumbs. We got texts coming in. Here's a question I want to ask of people. Is this the biggest reason the Lions won't win a Super Bowl? That Brad has a blind spot. That Les Snead is more cutthroat. That even when he goes all in, he still keeps the window alive and can go all in again and again and again and win more than Detroit. Is this the biggest reason the Lions won't win a Super Bowl? Get your answer next. 97.1. Rams step up to the plate, add Myles Garrett. My question, is this why the Lions won't win a Super Bowl? That this is the blind spot of Brad Holmes? He's not making this move before he pays his guys, and now he's not making this move because he paid his guys. They look at it very differently in LA. They are of the belief we can, quote, go all in and not nuke our future. They won the Super Bowl in 2021. Not a small feat, right? That's the whole effing point. They win the Super Bowl in 21, and then what was supposed to be a wasteland of rebuilding has been more playoff wins than the Lions since the Super Bowl. So they've somehow, and by the way, positioned better to win the next Super Bowl than the Lions. So what is Brad doing? He's doing a very nice job, but he's doing the whole job. And my question is this what will keep them from winning a Super Bowl?
I don't think it will be the reason. I mean, the main reason. I think the main reason that would keep them from winning a Super Bowl would be something that I know people don't want to hear about because he's the great Brad Holmes. And I think Brad Holmes has done a terrific job as well. And I know it's early, but they won't win a Super Bowl if his last two draft classes continue to be what they've been doing. I mean, 24 was bad. 25 hasn't developed anything yet. It's still only 1 year, and who knows about this year.
Okay, yeah. It's fair to point out Les Snead has really done a good job backfilling.
Yes.
Consistently, more consistently, would you argue?
Yeah.
Than Brad.
Yeah.
How about this? For the Rams' first-round picks, since 2016, they took Jared Goff, who was eventually traded. Mm-hmm. They did not make a first-round pick in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023.
Right.
They made a first-round pick in 24, Jared Verse, who has since been traded. They did not make a first-round pick in 2025. Ty Simpson is the only player that they've used a first-round pick on that's still on the roster.
Right, because he knows he's got to get a quarterback, and they wanted this so badly that they
Stoney.
What?
Ty Simpson could get traded for Joe Burrow in 3 years.
That's true.
You know, my point is they don't view it like if we don't keep all our firsts,
I understand
that our future is like Brad has the philosophy of draft and develop, and I've found some great all-pro Pro Bowl players.
So have the Rams.
And the Rams have done the same thing while still being
Correct.
aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, that's the bottom line. I think it all still comes down to acquiring the great players as far as the main reason you do or don't win the Super Bowl. Trust me, I think the Brad Holmes philosophy about not making these moves if they are available is flawed, but I still think he's got to do better than his last two drafts.
You know, the thing about this is like some people are thinking the Rams got Garrett for less than what they thought the market was. I call baloney on that. They gave up a first, a second, and a third round pick, but they also gave up what in my mind is a top 10 first round pick in Jared Verse.
Yes, absolutely.
So they gave up 2 firsts, a second, and a third. Would you have done that?
2 firsts, a second, and a
To
third?
me, that's pricier than people thought.
Nah, I don't know.
I think people thought it might have taken 2 firsts and like a third.
Yeah. I wouldn't have batted an eye at that.
But the Browns said no. They wanted a proven commodity back.
They wanted Verse, which is their prerogative.
Yes.
But I know Les Snead wasn't going to take no for an answer. If you listen to the reporting,
No, I know.
call like an ex, just repeatedly
Right.
blowing up your phone late at night. I'm getting this deal done.
He was willing to give up tons and tons more, even draft capital, because he did not want to give up Jared Verse. And Cleveland said, "Look, forget it. We want Jared Verse and some draft picks, and if you don't do that, then Myles Garrett's going to stay here." So,
but I think this is a great text. This is the reason the Lions can be good but never great. They play it safe. Supposedly Parsons was impossible to get, will not be dealt. Myles Garrett, yeah, keep dreaming, radio losers. He's never getting moved. Well, he did. They did, and we have a last place team. Text ends with, "Yeah, Brad, keep playing it safe." It's a great point about these untouchable players.
Well, I know.
It's Fantasyland radio. Myles Garrett's never getting traded.
No.
Micah Parsons isn't going to be traded. You just have to be happy with Marcus Davenport or rookies or rotations.
The whole trading thing, different sport. Once Wayne Gretzky was traded, that whole narrative went away.
Right.
I mean, that was a long freaking time ago. You know, the greats of the game can be traded and have been traded.
Text coming in. Charles in Dearborn. The Rams do it differently. How many firsts will outplay Stafford or Garrett, etc.? Holmes overvalues his own first-round picks. And he doesn't add this in, but Terrion Arnold would be an example. Yes.
Right. If he traded up to get Terry and Arnold, he should have traded up to try to get Jared Verse.
Would you trade
earlier.
Terrion Arnold and Tyleek Williams to first-round? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that's, everybody assumes they're always going to hit.
Right.
No GM or owner in Detroit has the man juice to go for it and make an all-in move.
That's pretty accurate.
Lions are a joke not making that move. LA is a better organization than our joke of a franchise. How the heck did they fit him under the salary cap? Rams might even get Donald back out of retirement. Signed Rob. There's some speculating with that.
Wow.
We'll take some phone calls and feedback next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers are undefeated in the month of June after a 10-9 win in Game 1 against the Tampa Bay Rays last night. Detroit had 4 Tigers hitters record multi-hit games, led by Dylan Dingler, who was 4 for 5 at the plate with a single, a double, 2 home runs, and 4 RBIs. Kerry Carpenter was also 3 for 5 with a homer. Riley Green finished 3 for 4 with a home run and 3 RBIs as well. A.J. Hinch explained what worked in the win after the game. Game 2 in St. Pete is tonight at 6:40 here on 97.1 as the Tigers look to win a series for the first time in 30 days. We had some major roster shakeups in the NFL last night. 2-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year and 5-time All-Pro first-teamer Myles Garrett was traded from the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams. In return, the Browns received linebacker Jared Verse, a first-round pick next year, a second-rounder in 2028, and a third-rounder in 2029. Former Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown was also traded to the Patriots in exchange for a first-round pick next season and a fifth-rounder in 2028. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Some feedback coming in. Got spots open on the phones. 248-539-9797. Shocker. I just tuned into the station. The first thing I hear is Cookies and Stoney talking negative about the Lions. Thank you, Rams.
Well, what do you want us to say?
Kiss their ass.
Yeah.
Look, we could do maybe we didn't do the deference thing first. Brad Holmes is the best general manager of my lifetime for the Detroit Lions. Yes. They've won multiple playoff games. St. Brown is an all-pro. Sewell is an all-pro. Hutch is an all-pro. Will be, if not, okay, fine. Did we do the deference routine? I think the Lions are going to win this division. I happen to think they did an adequate job replenishing the offensive line and giving themselves a real chance to get back to their identity. I've said all these things this offseason.
Right.
At the same time, it's a blind spot that other teams are willing to make these kind of moves that Detroit doesn't make. And it's helped those teams while Detroit has been stuck. They've gone backwards 3 straight years. So, yeah, I'm not going to kiss his ass every offseason. They got to start winning more.
Yeah, look, in fairness, most teams don't do what most teams do what the Lions do, or Lions don't do.
And most teams don't win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
You have to be extraordinary.
Exactly. You're right. But I'm not saying it's right, but most teams aren't Les Snead. And he's aggressive, and it's worked.
Right, and the irony is that's where Brad Holmes apprenticed.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why maybe he has done pretty well in drafting guys after the first round, Brad Holmes, because we went through the laundry list of all the really good players that Les Snead drafted without having any first-round picks. And you made a great point. The first-round picks, what are they? If even top 5 picks bust sometimes. I mean, Terrion Arnold and Tyleek Williams, our last 2 first-round picks before, Miller this year. Okay?
Guys, we made this trade already. We did it with them. It was the Stafford trade.
Yeah.
You can see firsthand what the Lions got back in return. People call it a win-win trade, but who won?
It's not a win-win
The
trade.
Rams won the trade. The Lions got a lot of talent, and that's why they turned it around because of that trade. But they didn't win. They
No.
haven't won yet with it. That's exactly what the Rams did again. It's a carbon copy blueprint of the Stafford trade all over again, except it's on the defensive side of the ball.
Right, and you can't sit here being a Lion fan and say, well, we beat them in a playoff game. I don't give a rat's
These are the
ass.
things I wonder this morning, though. Okay, so now Cleveland has certainly announced rebuild.
Yes.
Full rebuild. And they still need their quarterback. Who knows what Watson's going to do this year. But do you get creative and just call them and say, what's going on with Denzel Ward?
Sure.
You guys rebuilding?
Sure.
That's a need for the Lions.
Right.
Is that call being made?
Who knows? We don't know because they're all so tight to the vest around
But
here.
Denzel Ward, did he just get a new deal?
He's in the middle of his first long extension. The 5-year, roughly $100 million player.
Yeah. But that might jeopardize paying Gibbs 2 years early.
Ooh. Or it might jeopardize next year's first-round pick. And
Who
more.
cares?
Right, but I drafted Gibbs and I proved the media wrong. So I need to sign him.
The smarm has got to be played after that comment. Come on.
I'm sorry, I set that up. I should have had that ready.
Thank you.
Sorry. 2 Grand Slam coming up in 20 minutes. 248-539-9797. Okay, more of your feedback. Stoney, you brought up, would you have traded Hutch to get it done? And you said, yeah, as aggressive as that is, you would have.
I would have because Myles Garrett is still a Hall of Fame player. And in 4 years, he's 4 years older than Hutch. Who cares?
Trading Hutch would trigger a $40 million dead cap hit. That's real. No, I wouldn't go get Sweat from Arizona for a fraction of the cost.
Okay.
He's a fraction of the player, too.
Yes.
No Hutch for Miles. We aren't one player away from contender. We don't have a starting secondary.
Well, hopefully, well, we have no idea about the health of that.
I know, both those safeties. Stoney, go home. You're drunk. Hutch for Garrett is a dumbass take. Laporta, McNeil, Campbell, those are guys you trade, plus a first, second, and a third sounds better to me, Jordan, in a shop.
Look, to get something, you have to give up something, okay? So the Rams gave up a young on a rookie deal Pro Bowl player. Why wouldn't the Lions give up a Pro Bowl player?
Right.
And Ron Holland.
And Ron Holland. Wayne Gretzky and Babe Ruth were both traded. End of story. Everyone's on the block.
Yes.
Mike in Waterford. You guys are getting it wrong. The equivalent would be a first, second, and a third plus Hutchinson. Well, that's what Stoney brought
Yes.
up. Yeah. Did you see what Green Bay did this offseason? Starters are walking out the door left and right to accommodate Micah's contract. They are worse than they were a year ago before Micah.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Do they have the same win total as the Lions for the upcoming season?
you know what I mean, projected?
Yeah.
Pretty close, I think.
Yeah, and I like the Lions a little better.
Yes.
But I like the Lions a little better, and then Micah Parsons came in and ruined our life twice.
I think it's the same, but the payout is higher for Green Bay, insinuating that the Lions are closer to that over of 10.5 than the Packers.
Yeah, but my point is it's slight.
Sure.
It's slight. And I said this. I like the Lions to win the division more than the Packers do. But I'm rejecting this idea that everybody else is stupid and we're smart. The Packers are stupid. They mortgaged their future and didn't win a Super Bowl. The Rams are going to have a wasteland of nothingness after this blows up in their face. While we sit here on our moral high ground atop Mount Stupid with no Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying? Like the idea of if we never try, it's better than if we try and fail. That's like a real mindset that permeates this fan base. If we just don't do it, but they also don't win the Super Bowl, then we win because we didn't do the deal.
No, but that's so
That's
false.
stupid.
That's so false. It's absurd. How anybody can think that way, whether it's a fan or management. Once in a while, you got, even if it didn't work, okay? Even in my scenario, you trade too much for Hutch and your cap hit, your dead cap hit is $40 million, whatever, and you got to do certain things. You take a shot. Yeah. Every once in a while, you got to, let it all ride. Because what else have we gotten there when you didn't?
And if it doesn't work, then the Rams have shown you, though, it doesn't mean that it has to be the end of your franchise.
Right.
Like, they trade for Stafford. They win a Super Bowl. Stafford gets hurt. They had one really down year. And have they missed a beat since?
No.
They're in it every year. They're winning games every year. They're the favorite again to win the Super Bowl this year. Nothing's promised. Nothing's guaranteed. This deal yesterday didn't lock up a Lombardi.
No.
But was it the right process? Does it position them the best to win the Super Bowl?
Yes, absolutely.
That's all you can
Would
do.
you rather go into the season as a favorite to win the Super Bowl or not?
Not, because then I can be the underdog. Grit. Hunting season, Stoney. We got our hunger back. I don't want to be the favorite. I want to be the underdog. Make the Lions a 4-win football team, and we'll show everybody who's doubting us.
Do you guys agree with me that even if this fails for the Rams, it was still the right move?
Absolutely.
Because they did it the one time already by making not of effing the picks. Like,
Well, your quarterback's almost 40 years old. Like,
Right.
you got to go for it.
and the thing they can do to save face down the road, this blows up. And like I said, the Tyler Simpson scenario plays out where Stafford gets hurt and he's in there. McVay's
Is
frustrated.
Garoppolo still on that team?
I have no idea, Sony. But that it
No, I don't think so.
and if it fails, they can flip Garrett. They won't get the return back that they gave up,
No.
but they could still get a first rounder if they were to decide to pivot and do that. That's what they did, and that's why. Like I said to you guys, windows exist if you want them to exist.
Yeah.
If the Rams, what was the Rams' window the last 5 or 6 years? People thought it was Super Bowl or bust, and then full rebuild.
Right.
That's not how it played out.
Well,
they had
because-
one down
and
season.
then part of the reason is because a lot of people didn't think Stafford was going to play as long too, and play as well as he's played.
Maybe the Lions could could trade for Myles Garrett then.
There you go.
It wouldn't cost them as much. That's for damn sure.
But what if Quinn Hughes doesn't resign? 248-539-9797. We're going to rope in all the GMs at 7:35. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up as well. Your feedback, 248-539-9797. Tech says you have to be an elite drafter to pull these deals off. Holmes is good, but Snead is better. That's part of it,
You
yeah.
could argue that, absolutely.
I think that's a smart observation. Rams are an elite Super Bowl winning organization. The Lions are a bottom feeder that want a 14th to never play for a Super Bowl under Ford leadership. Apparently, the Rams have already won the 27 Super Bowl. Congrats. No, come on.
we're not saying that. But they certainly have a better chance to do it now,
Yes.
right? How
Well-
can you look yourself in the mirror and don't think that?
The 3 teams since the Lions have been good that have had more playoff success than them, the Niners, the Rams, and the Eagles.
Yeah.
Multiple Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah.
2 championships, right? Eagles and Rams.
And Rams.
Yeah.
Another Eagles appearance.
Another Eagles appearance. Yeah.
Another Niners appearance. You can't count the 19 Niners appearance.
Right.
This is before the
It
Lions.
was for
were-
the deal.
Yeah. The text says, why did Seattle win it last year? And then says, health. Lions were 15-2, but 19 on IR. That's where our Super Bowl went.
Well, look at this.
Okay, stop looking back at that.
It's a direct response to the Rams, what the Seahawks did last year. They responded to a divisional rivals Super Bowl championship, which they gave up 30-plus points defensively to Sam Darnold in the Seahawks offense the last 2 times they played them last year. And what do? They go get the best defensive player in football and 2 good corners, great corners.
Yeah.
And they don't care about the capital.
Because they're not paying all their guys. That's part of it. Here's the other thing. I mean, I don't want to do LA radio here, but aside from, I guess, the Kings and the Ducks, I mean, every team has stars. It's unbelievable. It fits it so well.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Dodgers.
Yep.
Otani. Well, I guess the Angels don't have a. Well, Mike Trout, if you want to go there.
Sure.
The Lakers. I mean, they didn't win, but they
Luka,
got LeBron, Luka. The Rams, obviously.
Stafford
with
and
Miles Garrett. I mean,
Puka.
it's incredible. Who's the biggest star in L.A.?
The only team that doesn't really have one is the Kings.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, and Chris Kopitar retired.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
A lot of
Nancy?
people around here don't even know how we're talking about, but that's okay.
Anze Kopitar.
Yeah, who's he?
Is he in the 2 Grand Slam? We'll get to that at 7:25. We got Heather's news as well. It's 97.1. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, major changes are coming to Michigan's banking landscape. Fifth Third Bank has announced it will close 75 branches across the state this summer after acquiring Comerica. So 55 of those locations are former Comerica Bank branches, and then 20 are existing Fifth Third branches. Now, the bank says most of the affected sites sit within 1 mile of another Fifth Third location, calling the move an effort to build a more efficient branch network and support long-term growth. So they say the closures will vary based on specific location, but they're all expected to happen by September 3rd or September 4th. They say Fifth Third is still planning to convert all Comerica customers to Fifth Third system during Labor Day weekend and then ultimately drop the Comerica Bank name for good.
It's funny because my wife has an account with Comerica. I don't. Our joint is not, but she has a separate one. So I said, "Hey, Comerica's shutting down." And she goes, "I go, which one do you go to all the time? One near us?" "Yeah, well, Maple. That's closed." "Well, I can go to the one on 14 Mile." "No, closed." There's like 4 of the 4 closest ones to our house are all closed.
Closing.
Yes.
Now, they say following the closures, there will be 227 total Fifth Third branches across Michigan. And they say that's actually there's going to be more branches than there was before. So hopefully she'll find another one to go to if she even needs to.
Right.
I was going to say that's the other
when's
thing.
the last time you went into a bank? I mean, I
do it a
can't.
lot.
Do you really? For what?
Just, I don't know, for the comfort, even if it's just using the ATM. Sometimes I'll walk in and just do it.
Really?
Yeah. Well, sometimes I do get checks, and I know you can still take a picture on your
I was going
phone
to say,
and
I do the
check
mobile
and-
deposit.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
There are a lot of people like you, Sony.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh,
just
yeah.
you.
It's comfort for some strange reason.
I feel comfortable doing everything from my house. And I never even go to an ATM. I never have cash. And now with Venmo and things like that, you just don't
I know.
need to have cash because you can pay people over your phone. But
mobile banking's
anyway,
a game changer.
for sure. For now, customers are encouraged to check whether their local branch is affected and then kind of plan ahead for any changes. A Utah man is now facing charges after he allegedly tried to lure a young girl into a wooded area in Brighton Township last week. So this 20-year-old man has been charged with accosting a minor for immoral purposes. You might remember last Thursday, this man approached an 8-year-old, tried to get her to follow him into the woods for a surprise. He was given a $250,000 cash bond. 2 men have been charged after fatally stabbing and robbing a man in Livonia last week. A 30-year-old from Highland Park has been charged with second-degree murder of Nicholas Hatcher, and a 26-year-old man of Taylor has been charged with larceny and receiving and concealing stolen property. So apparently, the 2 suspects stole the victim's backpack. Later on, the victim followed them, confronted them, and some sort of altercation broke out, and that victim was stabbed in the chest. Now, if convicted, one of them could face up to life in prison, the other 14 years. If you'd like to try to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797, your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. Public voting is now open for the Michigan I Voted sticker contest. I always like getting the I Voted sticker.
Yeah.
And I do take the time to pick out the one that I like the best.
Oh,
so
really?
I do. Well, because now they have this contest going on. This year, there were more than 2,000 submissions, and it was narrowed down to 30 semifinalists from each category. So there's an elementary, middle school category, a high school category, and then a general entry category. And you can go online and vote all month long, and the winning designs will be available at polling stations in the fall's general election.
Do you have a favorite?
I only saw a couple. I haven't went on the official site to vote. I saw I saw some John would like with like a deer head or a fish, and then there was cute ones with like a unicorn and a cat. So you might like that one, Jim.
I see like the ones that the little kids made.
Yeah, I love the ones
Yeah.
that kids make. They're cute. So last week, a 14-year-old was crowned the winner of the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Well, he might be embarrassed to hear this news. So the website unscrambler.com looked at internet search data to put out a list of the most misspelled words across America, because we talked about the words misspelled in Michigan. Well, these are the most misspelled here. Okay, so these are the top 10, and it's quite silly, honestly.
Like some easy ones.
Yeah. Favorite,
Okay.
through. That was on the Michigans too. Like people have trouble with that. Business tomorrow because definitely beautiful. Niece, separate, bougie.
Niece?
Yes,
I before you. I don't.
Yeah.
except that. Yeah.
We don't
Anyway.
you don't have to spell anything anymore. You
No.
just type it in close enough, and the computer fixes it
Yeah.
for you. I mean, that's what it
Exactly.
is.
Okay, listen to this. What happened? Former Toronto Blue Jays outfielder, not former. He's not former. He is. How do you?
Jesus.
Jesus Sanchez.
Sanchez, yeah.
He was forced to leave Sunday's game against the Baltimore Orioles after being struck in the wrist by a baseball that was actually thrown from the stands in this like bizarre incident at Camden Yards. So it happened during the 6th inning. Sanchez was interacting with a fan in right field, and according to team officials, this young fan thought that he wanted to play catch, so he threw the ball back. But
Yeah.
Sanchez had already turned away, and it struck him on the wrist. And Sanchez initially stayed in the game for like 2 more batters, and then he left, and he suffered a right wrist contusion, and x-rays did show no fracture, so that's good.
When you look at it, you kind of understand why the fan did it. It wasn't malicious at all. It's
Oh,
like
no.
he's talking to the guy.
Yeah, and
Right.
it kind of looked like it was more like a wave, I guess,
Yeah.
but it looked like maybe he was like, oh, hey, I'll throw that back, but then he wasn't.
Turned away.
Turned away.
Let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, this is your shot to win $2,000. 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and hopefully you can get them all right.
All right, our contestant this morning, Clinton Township. We talked to David. David, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's going on? Have you played the 2 Grand Slam before?
No, the first time.
All right.
Good luck, David. So you know the rules. If you want to pass on 1 or 2, you're welcome to. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But your time is going to start right now. Here we go. Who are the Vegas Golden Knights playing in the Stanley Cup Finals?
Carolina Hurricanes.
What's the capital of Illinois?
Springfield.
Who is the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays?
Kevin Cash.
Who is the head football coach for Michigan State?
Fitzgerald. Pat Fitzgerald.
Who is the lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on ABC?
Pass.
This artist had the 2024 hit I Am Not Okay.
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
Pass.
This team currently has the most wins in Major League Baseball.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
Who was the director of the 2010 movie Inception?
Pass.
Which player leads the Stanley Cup playoffs in points?
Pass.
Who is the lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on ABC?
$100.
Pass.
Got you
All
with
right.
4.
$100. Boy, you start on fire. We had
Yeah.
thought the bankers were going to have to make a deposit to you. And then you kind of went cold after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, $100. Way to go.
Thank you.
All right.
David, stay on the
David.
line. We'll put you on hold. We'll get your information. Make sure you get paid. 4 times 25,
$100.
$100.
Yes.
And you're right. You got the first 4 correct.
Right. The Hurricanes are the team playing Vegas in the Stanley Cup Finals beginning tonight. Springfield is the capital of
Final.
Illinois. Kevin Cash is the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays. Pat Fitzgerald is the head football coach at Michigan State. And then he hit a brick wall. Mike Breen is the lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on
Knicks
ABC.
fan.
That's right. Jelly Roll at the 2024 hit I Am Not Okay. Mike McDonald is the coach of the Seattle Seahawks. The Atlanta Braves has the most wins in Major League Baseball. Christopher Nolan was the director of Inception. And Mitch Marner leads the Stanley Cup playoffs in points.
It is not lost on me that Marner could take home the Conn Smythe and the Stanley Cup in his first season since leaving the Maple Leafs.
Okay, if you're a Maple Leaf fan, or especially one of the ones who drove him out, but was really critical of him.
He's soft. He can't perform in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Guy's a loser. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait.
Pretty damn good player.
A really good player.
Yeah.
And he's played more center this season.
Yes.
He stepped up big for them. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that begins tonight.
Yes. Absolutely.
Do you have a rooting interest?
Rooting? No, I kind of want to see the Hurricane. Well, I kind of want to see Marner win just for that reason that his day of the Cup in Toronto. Oh, God. That'd be unbelievable. I kind of want the Hurricanes to win. I think Rod Brindamore is a really good coach. And I don't know, if they finally do win the Stanley Cup, maybe they'll be willing to, I don't know, get rid of some of their players. I have no idea,
The 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminine Neo Law.
All right, your next chance to win will be on Thursday.
Who do you want to win?
Vegas.
Okay.
I think it's awesome for Marner to get out from under the Toronto fans that hated him and prove everybody wrong in his very first opportunity with Vegas. I think that's the best hockey story, isn't it?
Oh, they're the best hockey for a lot of reasons.
And like Carolina plays
the Carter Hart, who some people think should be in prison, but whatever, not prison. Yeah,
different storyline.
Well, torts. I mean, they fired their coach with 8 games left in the season.
Greg and I were talking about this off air yesterday. You know what I'm talking? Carolina.
Yeah.
How did you describe them?
They have no vibes. They're really good and have no vibes.
They're very methodical. They're very good.
Yes.
Analytic darlings, right? Puck possession, shots on goal, doing all the things right. But what's the vibe? What's the excitement with them?
Right,
Who are you rooting for?
They just play
really good hockey.
Yes, that's all they do.
Maybe that's enough for some people, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be enough for us.
Yes, it would be enough for us.
Yes.
But from a neutral fan,
Yeah.
what are you sinking your teeth into when it comes to Carolina? Is there a player, a storyline? There really isn't, right?
No, because even their really good players are just, I don't know, like Sebastian Aho and Stan Caven. I mean, their best defenseman is Slavin, who's
defensive
a defensive defenseman.
Yeah. And they've kind of just cycled goalies through the years. Yeah. Anyway, there's clearly a lot of frustration that the big move in the NFL was made by someone other than our team, but that could be said about all of our teams. Mm-hmm. Which GM are you most frustrated with right now? Because I'll tell you what, it's actually not Brad Holmes, for me anyway.
Okay.
We can get to that coming up next. And in the 8 o'clock hour, I went to Toronto this last weekend.
Yes, you did.
Great food, except at one place.
Oh.
A restaurant that was trying way too hard. When the waiter said it's a reimagined lasagna, I should have hit the eject button. I should have called an audible. We'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
It was Dingler, Carpenter, and Riley Green.
Yep.
Okay. Quite little trivia for you, Jim.
Okay.
I mean, they might have said it on the broadcast. I don't know. Last time the Tigers went back to back to back, who were the players?
God. Can you give me what year it was?
2020.
Oh, this is come on. That's such a lost season.
Jim Meducci?
No.
Is Grayson Griner in there?
Nope. I'll give you a hint.
Brandon Dixon?
Nico Goodrum?
Well, I'll get to Nico in a second. I'll give you a hint. All three had their last name started with the same initial.
Was it Castro in there?
No. But you are correct
Starts with a
on the
C?
initial. Yes.
Sounds like one of these might have been a deep drive to left.
All right. Miguel Cabrera,
Okay.
the great C.J. Crone,
Oh, there you go.
and Jamer Candelaria.
Okay.
It was the first inning against the Pittsburgh Penguins on August 8th. Pittsburgh Pirates, August 8th, 2020. They had 4 home runs in that first inning. Nico Goodrum did hit one of them. And it was off of a pitcher that would later be with the Tigers.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
No, I was going to guess a Pittsburgh Penguin, but you already started.
Derek Holland.
It's okay.
And also today's the 16th anniversary of the Galarraga game.
Today is.
Yes. June 2nd, 2000, whenever.
Jim Joyce was the umpire.
10.
2010, yes.
Okay.
I can't do math. You know me.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Got the sun coming up. Thanks for getting up with us. 248-539-9797. Tigers did win yesterday.
Yes.
5 home runs, long overdue, but boy, did they make it tense at the end.
8 walks, baby.
Will Vest enters the game with the bases loaded. Not his fault.
Yeah.
He gets the ground ball. Should have been out of there. Oops.
Yep. How you, Lee? Sorry. Mm-hmm. When's Bo Brisky get sent back?
I don't know, Stoney. Vest ended up throwing 40 pitches, career high, got a 5-out save, and they came all the way down to a 1-run win.
They should pitch Flaherty tonight till his arm falls off.
It was 10-5. It was done, right?
You know, yeah.
No way, Stoney. Third time through. He's got to get out of there.
Well, that is the
This is why I argued last week. You guys kind of scoffed at it, but I'd said they need to have a start of Flaherty until he gets to the third time to the lineup, and then Montero comes in and does the same thing.
Well, this is why AJ's managerial malfeasance killed them for yesterday. I mean, they won the game, but if he doesn't take Montero out, he doesn't
Drew
tax
Anderson's
the
available.
bullpen. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway, it's one game. They probably need to win another 63 to make the playoffs.
Yes, exactly.
Just some basic math to get to 86. Flaherty tonight, so buckle up.
It's the over-under on walks, although he only had won his last game, I think, or none.
Buckle up, but hey, Dingler said maybe this could be the turning point. And I don't even mean it's snarky. Like they have to think that way. They have to look for breakthroughs. He had a couple home runs yesterday.
Look, it's their job. I mean, they got to try to win baseball games.
He did not pull a Jake Rogers.
No.
But can we play Dingler? I think this is a measured approach. This is what Dingler said after the game.
Obviously, there's a lot of negative things that are being said about this team, and we haven't been playing good ball, but things can get turned around very quick, and tonight can be the start of that.
Hopefully he's right.
Hey, acknowledge they haven't been played. That's why it's been negative.
Right.
But hey, one foot in front of the other, man.
No problem.
All right, we've been talking about the Myles Garrett move. Shocks the NFL yesterday. He's going out to L.A. Les Snead, F them picks. It's already built one Super Bowl. Now they have the defensive version of the Stafford trade, and we're left wondering, thought these guys were unavailable.
Right.
Thought you couldn't get these people. These Micah Parsons and Myles Garretts. Hell, even Max Crosby was going to be dealt.
That's right.
Thought these guys were unavailable. It grows a sense of frustration that you can feel with all of the general managers. So our question isn't just to single out Brad Holmes, because I actually think he's the best of the bunch. Which GM are you most frustrated with right now?
Wow. I'm going to give Langdon a pass for one more year. Holmes did a good job drafting, so for the most part, in building the team from the bottom to where it is. Eiserman's records. I'm going to. And I think down the line he might turn out to be really good at putting a team together. But I'm going to go Scott Harris. And the reason is because of the trading deadlines the last 3 seasons. Whether it's his fault or not, they effed up the Rodriguez situation. The year before was really bad. Last year, they didn't get a bat, and they got 2, over-the-hill pitchers who stunk, wasting money. So I'm going to say I'm more frustrated with Scott Harris because I believed that the Tigers, with their pitching last year, and they proved it, had a chance to actually go far. And I believe, as many people do, that by not getting a bat, that chance was eliminated.
Yeah, if we're doing a blood pressure index, the people who are getting you most frustrated, I wouldn't have Trajan Langdon at the top.
No.
Although this is a pivotal offseason
Yes,
for
it
him.
is.
And I
Right.
think that if you're sitting on your hands, blood
Yes.
pressure is going to come up. Brad Holmes is the only GM in this city who's made their conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly have my gripes, but he's not the one I'm most frustrated in.
No.
I respect what you're saying about Harris because they've had such an obvious need that they have ignored and
Right.
gaslit the fan base, don't want to block guys, top 5 offense, losing sleep, it's the same names. Like all of those quotes only add to the irritation because it's
Right.
like you won't even acknowledge what we all see and know, and that certainly bothers me. But the guy I'm most frustrated in is Steve Yzerman.
I'm sure. Yeah, look.
He's been here the longest. I don't even have a Valdez move that I can point to where they really went for it.
Right. Well, they gave up a first-round pick at this deadline, and then Falk's a decent player. Look, the bottom line is, I don't think there's really a wrong answer. They're all the same. I mean, what's different about them all? I mean,
You think if we did a 23andMe, they'd all be related?
yes, they would be. And right now, I mean, you even want to, Trajan Langdon. I mean, who did he draft? I mean, he drafted Ron Holland. That was not a great draft pick, I don't think. Still early in his career, but yeah.
Right, but I'm looking at Yzerman saying you haven't even made the playoffs.
Right,
You've
I
been here
know.
the longest and you haven't even made the playoffs. Your prospect pool, right? All these picks. You're right. I suppose it's splitting hairs.
And they are further away from the playoffs than any of the other teams.
the Red
The
Wings,
Red Wings are not going to make the playoffs next year, barring some crazy
a
offseason.
miracle.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the furthest from a title of any team in town.
yes.
They're in the longest drought in the history of their organization. They desecrated the centennial season by choking again in the month of March, all with players that he drafted, signed, or extended.
Correct.
So, yeah, I'm most frustrated. And here's the other thing. With Yzerman, there's an extra cachet because you love the dude.
Right.
And you hate how much he's making you hate him.
Right. So the frustration, yeah, I get it. Look, like I said, I don't think there's a wrong answer. I'm not defending Steve Yzerman at all.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Look, I do believe for most cases it does take a really long time to get a Stanley Cup contender, but it shouldn't take this long to make the playoffs.
Phone calls, feedback. Stoney's right. If we did the DNA test, there's shared ideology in all these guys.
Somebody's been effing around.
Okay, I didn't want to go quite that far, but we want to know who you're most frustrated with. 97.1. 5-homer day for the Tigers. Got a win last night. Quite the adventure to get to 10-9. Hanging on for dear life. Even the wins are ugly, but wins are better than losses. Good morning, 97.1. We got Stoney in for John, who does still work here. He'll be back later this week. The question right now is, which general manager in town has you most frustrated? Brad Holmes famously not making these all-in moves that we see the LA Rams do. Place he apprenticed. Maybe adds insult to injury. People are frustrated at Holmes, and I am, but I think he's accomplished the most in the city.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So I'm not as frustrated with him as I am the others. With Trajan Langdon, he's been here the shortest amount of time. This offseason is a rubber meets the road moment. With Harris, it's the gaslighting, it's the ignoring the bats, it's doubling and tripling down on a group of platoon players and utility guys. Harris certainly gets the blood boiling, but nobody does more than Yzerman. Because he's the only one of the bunch that hasn't taken his team to the postseason and advanced in the postseason. He doesn't even get in. He's been here the longest. And his name, Steve Yzerman, for him to do this, to make us hate him, is so frustrating.
And he took over a situation that sucked, but so did the others.
Yes.
Okay. And now he had some cap issues that weren't his fault, but 2-3 years, enough of that. Okay.
There's
I
no
don't
more
wanna
excuses.
No, there's no more. And look, I say Harris, Yzerman is correct. Like I said, there's no incorrect answer. And the only reason Langdon is off this is because he hasn't been here long enough. And there are a lot of people that believe that he should have done more at the deadline, like we all do, than he did this season. So, yeah.
Some feedback. For me, it's Holmes. They were 30 minutes from the Super Bowl 2 years ago and have done nothing to drastically improve the team since, and probably never will. Sean the Mailman. Look, they weren't going to make the swings before they paid their guys. They're certainly not going to make the swings now that they're paying their guys.
Correct.
I think you have every right to be upset at that. Another one says Yzerman, hands down, the most frustrating. He's been here the longest and hasn't even made the playoffs. But then several votes for Harris. Is there any move that Harris has made to make the Tigers better? Hard to find one. Well, McGonigal. Yes. Drafting McGonigal, developing McGonigal would be his crowning achievement right now.
Right now, yes.
Harris, terrible decisions. I'm 100% sick of Holmes not doing anything, though. All while we watch LA pull money out of their ass and make everything available needed to win a Super Bowl. I can't stand Harris. He comes off like he believes he's the smartest. Quite frankly, a joke. Says Erod ignoring the lineup because of blocking prospects, then signing a pitcher who's a noted terrible teammate, a dude who pitched in Korea, and Jansen, who's been horrendous.
Who is the pitcher who's a
Noted, yeah,
who's
the terrible teammate?
I don't know. Is Chris Paddock?
Valdez?
Oh, yeah,
Valdez, because
yeah.
they're all crossing up his
Yeah,
catcher.
yeah, okay,
and
that's it.
Temper tantrums.
You're right.
Okay. Let's get to Bill. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, good morning. My general manager would be, I agree with Stoney, would be Scott Harris. He's done nothing to make this team better, and I don't think he knows what he's doing, to be honest with you. And Hinch is on, I'm almost done with Hinch too, because he just has not been managing very well. I know he didn't have a lot to work with, but he just not been managing very well. But with the Myles Garrett thing, when I heard that yesterday, I'm like, seriously? The Rams won a Super Bowl. I don't think the Lions won a Super Bowl because they're not making that, like you just said, right? They were 30 minutes from the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, an NFC Championship game. The next year, don't you go out and make a couple of bold moves to get you back there? Well, they don't do that. And our general managers in this town make me so frustrated because they don't make the bold move. The last time they made a move like that was when the old Mr. Illich signed Prince Fielder to bring here to get a World Series. We got it there, but didn't win one. It's just frustrating to me. I'm just getting tired of it. It's just these general managers in this town are just not good. I'm sorry.
You're absolutely right. However, I could, if you want to play devil's advocate for a second with the Lions, they did come back the following year and were 15-2 and, had the number one seed, and they, whatever the reasons you want to give, whether it was Goff playing a horrible game, the injuries in the defense, they were set up to do it again or get the NFC Championship game.
I guess what I would say is it's really hard to win a Super Bowl. And because of that, you have to exhaust everything to do so. So the Lions, fair or unfair, factually got further from the Super Bowl the last 3 seasons.
Yes.
From NFC title to first round exit to miss the playoffs.
I know. It's like if you're watching a video in reverse.
Yeah. So if you know how hard it is, you can't be worrying about extensions 2 years from now.
No.
Because other teams aren't. and you're competing with those teams.
Especially at positions that are not premium positions.
You are competing this year, not in a simulated Madden franchise
Right.
where in 2 years, boy, you're going to have everybody by the balls because you've done it the right way. We're still playing right now. So it is a question if that's the blind spot that keeps this team from winning a Super
Oh, yeah,
Bowl is because other teams are
absolutely.
willing to do it.
Yeah.
Let's get to Kurt. Kurt, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi. My pick is definitely Trajan Langdon because he's the only one of the 4 GMs who currently has a top 5 player in their league on the roster. And add to that, he's got a Coach of the Year candidate. So, I mean, you have to capitalize on the window before it closes.
Well, that's what we're going to see for this season. Look, at the deadline, I didn't think your top 5 player you're talking about with Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
I believe, I have no idea if I'm correct in this, told Trajan Langdon, do not trade Tobias Harris. So that was your only major, contract that they could get somebody really good at the deadline, probably. I mean, there are other guys who are better than Kevin Herter they could have gotten. But yeah, this is the off season for
Otherwise,
Trajan Langdon.
you do lump him in with the others.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Christopher in Fowlerville. Christopher, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you? I'm just a little bit frustrated right now listening to everybody trash Brad Holmes. I love to do it just as much as the next guy, but we got to look at exactly what this trade was. If we wanted Myles Garrett, we're losing Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
They're traded for a 24 first-round draft pick, cornerstone of their defense, plus a bunch of draft capital behind it. The Rams, they make no mistake, are Super Bowl, front runners at this point because of this move. But long term, it really stunts their growth. They're just trying to
Does it,
utilize the
Christopher?
last.
Well, let me ask
Stafford.
Christopher. Let me ask you a question. They gave up a player on a rookie deal as well in Jared Verse, who I'm not going to say is as good as Hutchinson right now, but he could be. He's terrific. Hutchinson's a terrific player. But in the next 4 years, do you believe that Aiden Hutchinson is going to be better than Myles Garrett?
He's not there anymore.
Oh.
But no, Myles Garrett's the better player. And you've said you would have traded Hutch to get Garrett because it's an upgrade that makes you better this season.
Yes.
Picks be damned.
And next
I don't know
year,
if it's
too.
a significant enough upgrade to be moving those picks because you still need the other people around Aiden.
Right.
But I respect that you have the conviction to do it.
Yes.
My issue is that I don't sense that conviction from Brad to do a move like this. It's not even really about this specific move. He says, well, it's going to hurt the Rams long term. This is the Stafford trade on defense. They made the Stafford trade. They won the Super Bowl. They don't care about the future. But I'll go a step further. Their future wasn't bleak. Their future since winning the Super Bowl has included more playoff wins than the Lions, who are doing it the right way. The right way is winning less playoff games than the Rams. And has it positioned the Lions better to win the next Super Bowl? Not true.
The Lions have 8 players who are making $20 million or more. The Rams have 4.
And yet they're a bigger threat to win the Super Bowl. And it's just the threat, but they've positioned themselves very well. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. While the Tigers' offense exploded for 5 homers and 10 runs last night in their 10-9 win over the Rays, it was almost not enough to survive a bullpen that nearly blew the game again. Detroit led 6-0, 8-2, and 10-5 at 3 different points in the game, yet it was still a sweat in the end after Tampa Bay rallied to score 4 runs in the 8th inning and make it just a 1-run game. Matters went from bad to worse when Hao-Yu Lee botched a ground ball at second base that should have led to an inning-ending double play. However, it was the Will Vest show from there as he went 5 up and 5 down after the error to earn his first save of the year on 40 pitches. After the game, A.J. Hinch said it wasn't the plan for guys like Kyle Finnegan and Vest to throw more than 1 inning, but it's what they needed to beat the best team in the AL. Game 2 in the series is tonight at 6:40. Starting pitchers have not been announced for either team yet. And we had a major offseason blockbuster trade in the NFL last night as the Cleveland Browns sent two-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the Rams in exchange for linebacker Jared Verse and 3 future draft picks. Eagles also traded A.J. Brown to the Patriots for a pair of picks as well. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Most people, Jim, believe the Browns, got fair value, obviously, for Myles Garrett. Some people think maybe they should have held on longer, maybe even for the deadline, and take a risk that if you get hurt, you might be able to get more.
Yeah.
However, the one thing from Cleveland's perspective is the Myles Garrett thing was always going to be somewhat of a distraction. I don't know, it was going on and on. And they have a rookie head coach. So maybe it's better for them just to start from complete scratch.
Oh, I don't hate this from the Browns standpoint.
No, I know.
We talked about how this is the defensive version of the Stafford trade. The Browns are the Lions in this spot. They're starting over.
Yeah.
And they get Verse to be their Goff.
And I think
who can be this younger, very talented pass rusher to go with the bevy of picks because they're starting over. Like the Lions were starting over when Campbell got here.
Don't the Browns have like 2 first-round picks like the next 2 or 3 years? I mean, they have tons of draft picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And they could get more if they trade Denzel Ward, too.
We're going to get back into the Garrett trade a little more at 8:35. We've been just kind of spotlighting the collective general manager groupthink in this city, asking who you're the most frustrated with. And you said Harris. I said Yzerman. The compelling case of, well, the Lions are closest, so some people feel like Holmes is the most frustrating because just do it. Go one more step and hoist the Lombardi. Langdon not getting many votes, although we did just get a phone call who feels like while you have Cade, you are now in a position where you have to be as aggressive as anybody. So it's out there, 248-539-9797. The collective GM malaise. Who are you most frustrated with? Some text coming in. Scott Harris is my pick. Didn't get any players to hit. Andy in Kentucky. Harris is the most frustrating. He has the least amount of restrictions. No cap to worry about, but no real moves playing budget baseball. Joe in a car. They do have a top 10 payroll.
Yeah.
You can be critical if you think Valdez was money spent poorly.
Jury's still out on that.
And clearly they could have spent more offensively or traded or done something or just not fallen back on the same stuff.
And plus the money that he was spent over the years on Alex Cobb and people like that.
Right.
Flaherty even the second time.
I don't know how somebody says Harris over Yzerman.
Stoney did.
I know. Is it the care of the sport? Is it the fact that the Lions or the Tigers are actually competitive? And the Wings aren't.
That's part of it for me.
Is it
because
Yzerman?
they're close.
Is it his name?
Well, but that makes it more frustrating to me. So look, this is a personal thing. However you're most frustrated in might depend on who your favorite team is. But like Yzerman was one of my favorite players growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that he is the one letting down the franchise. He's the one that's presided over the longest drought in the history of hockey. The fact that they aren't even competitive for a postseason run.
Right.
That's what makes me the most frustrated. But I think you can spin it however you want.
Right. Frustration is the word. It's not who's done a better or worse job because it's obvious Yzerman's probably done the worst job. But Harris frustrated me the most because there was this opportunity here. And the Wings, granted, it's Yzerman's fault. The Wings are still so far away from being. You watch the playoffs and you're sitting there, you go back to remembering Wings games this season and say, wait a second. It's not even the same sport.
I know.
Okay, so the biggest thing I think Harris, the biggest thing he's done wrong is neglect adding one right-handed bat. Wouldn't you agree?
That is the most glaring, yes.
Brad didn't water the garden. Mm-hmm. What's that caused the last year?
You're saying the offensive line erosion? Yeah,
waited too long.
It's what put him in last place.
Just saying.
I just think
it impeded their growth. It's a very similar thing that Harris ignored that. But Brad ignored the line. Now we'll see the line start to develop as they've started to replenish it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's why Stoney said these guys are all related in some way.
Yeah.
And how about this text? The 4 GMs in this town are the 4 horsemen of hubris. Jamie and Troy.
I don't think Langdon has shown any hubris yet, per se. But you could see the the roots of it are there.
Yeah, bringing the band back together.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, that's kind of what the violation has been of every single GM.
Yes. We'll see how much of like if they bring back Duran and then don't trade and make a move this offseason, it's somewhat substantial.
Yeah, like if their offseason is extend Duran, extend Asar, because they can do it early.
Sign Cody White or something.
CJ McCollum comes in, and that's not an adequate number 2.
Unless, I mean, it's not going to get
not to win a title.
You're right. Well, they might realize, well, as long as Wembanyama's around and he's healthy, nobody else is going to win a title either.
We're going to have to get into this more in depth as a topic. Do you build your team to try to beat Lemby, or do you build your team to win your conference?
I just deadpanned looked at you because like Shohei exists, so why try to win in baseball? You know, you always try to win.
Toronto had them last year, the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't want to try, Stoney, just because they exist?
No, I'm saying him. I'll still try. There's things called injuries, especially when it's a 7'5" unicorn.
Tex says Holmes gets a temporary pass because of the talent he's brought in. Yzerman gets the opposite, a fast pass, right out of town.
Yeah.
How do you put Langdon in with the rest of the GMs? He had the worst team in the league, turned him into contenders with only one real player of elite talent. How could you lump him in? I don't think we have.
No. That's what we
But I think if you sit around and don't do anything, you will be lumped in.
Absolutely.
Cleveland didn't want Hutch. Why would they take back the same amount of money? They wouldn't do that. That was the point of them getting Verse back in the deal.
How do you know Cleveland wouldn't take Hutch? Because of the money? Is that what he's suggesting?
Unless this is from Andrew Barry. I don't think we'll know.
Yeah.
The answer is clearly Holmes and the Lions are most frustrated. The other 3 teams have titles. The Lions do not. Additional frustration is the Rams do not have a devoted fan base, yet they all still get to reap the rewards of this.
By the way, in a story I read about the trade and the value for the Browns, I'm quoting here, multiple NFL general managers indicated the Bills, the Commanders, and the Eagles were among the other teams keeping tabs on Garrett.
So not the famous make the phone call, not the Lions.
Right.
Jim, you're right. The Rams have won playoff games since the Lions trade for Stafford. The difference is the Rams were already a Super Bowl level team and the Lions were in bottom. No, hold on. I'm going to just dismantle this entire text. 2021, the Rams win the Super Bowl. Lions are at the bottom. I want to fast forward 2 more seasons. The last 2 years, the Rams have won more playoff games than the Lions.
Yes.
So that's once the Lions got up off the mat, made their NFC title appearance,
Won
announced
2
their
playoff
authority,
games.
openly discussed Super Bowl or bust and chasing a championship. From that moment to today, the Rams have won more playoff games. How? They nuked their future with the Stafford trade. They were reckless and stupid, and F them picks is not a winning strategy, yet they've been winning more in the postseason than us, even since we got up off the mat.
And they won a Super Bowl in year 1 of
minor detail,
F those
Stoney.
picks.
Minor detail. Let's get to Drew and Dundee. Drew, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. I would say Scott Harris for sure he's number 1. And for me personally, and I know I'm like the outlier in Detroit on this one, but Yzerman is bottom tier for me. Simply because the team did not win the draft lottery, and I think there was too much pressure on him from outside sources to come out of the rebuild anyway, when they should have been tanking significantly longer, because in the NHL, like Jason Robertson, for instance, is probably going to end up staying in Dallas. You don't get top-end talent in the NHL if you're not drafting it at the top of the draft, which the Wings have yet to do, and you're not getting it. Like, there's no one's going on free agency anymore.
Drew,
Yzerman gets a pass on that.
Okay, couple things. The Raymond draft, they were the worst team, but they didn't get the number 1 pick, but they may have gotten... Well, they got a better player than they would have taken at 1, right?
Well, that Lafreniere.
If they're at 1, no one's to say they're taking Laff, but Stützle is clearly the better player than Raymond.
Stützle is very good.
Yes.
Sider was the rookie of the year from his group. I know Hughes was the number 1 pick in that draft.
Yeah, dude, Yzerman has done very well with what he's been given. Okay, we have to give him that. We have to give him that. Look at San Jose, look at Anaheim, look at all these teams that are just rocketing up ahead of us. It's because they have drafted at
the top
No,
of
it
the
certainly
draft.
helps.
That's
I'm not
part
going
of
to
it.
fight you on that, but the idea that he gets, how long does he get a pass? That was my real question for you, Drew.
To me, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. I'm not. But I
So
dude, I grew
forever.
up. I hold on a second. I was born in '88. I grew up in the '90s. I got to watch the Wings at the absolute pinnacle. We made a Faustian level deal to get that way. Okay, 4 cups in 25 years.
Yeah.
When you make those kind of deals, dude, rent comes due at some point. And I understand that, so I'll be patient. I'm not freaking out, man. I will wait.
Okay,
You
so
are
you're-
a rare breed. I don't think there are many people like you, Drew, because I think there was a patience when he took over, but when it's a decade without the playoffs
Yes.
and you're still kicking
Yeah,
your
but
feet up.
most fans.
How long I got to pay,
fans in
Drew?
Detroit are
How-
absolute
Drew-
idiots, dude.
Well, okay, Drew. How long do I have to pay for what they did when you and I were kids? How many more decades until I even make the playoffs?
Well, dude, to me, right now, what we should be doing, we should be Larkin should be gone. Completely gut the roster. Keep Sider. Keep Raymond. Gut everyone else. Maybe I would probably keep Edvinson too. Just
So you would
because
start
of
a rebuild.
defenseman of his size. I would completely gut the roster. Keep Raymond, Sider, and Edvinson, and maybe one of the goalie prospects, and completely start over.
Okay. So the result of 7 years of stewardship is, I don't know, we got to start over. But we can't rip the guy because he grew up with, I grew up with them. Come on.
Well, he's been criticized plenty.
Drew is an odd bird. I don't hear from any of those fans anymore.
That's
No.
a call from 24, maybe 23,
Yeah.
where lottery
Yes.
luck was a legitimate excuse. But at some point, you have enough time to build a roster.
Right.
He did allude to Larkin being gone. Well, I think Steve Yzerman's biggest mistake was committing to Dylan Larkin. I do, in hindsight. And I'll tell you this, since we're going to go back to radio 2-3 years ago, I'm going to bring it up again. Strike one against Steve Yzerman for me is Matthew Tkachuk. When he was available, you should have traded for him, but you weren't willing to throw in Sider. Larkin's obviously part of that deal. And committed to a guy like that who's a leader and can set the tone in the locker room for the team. I don't know how good they would be if they would have done that. I would question whether they would be much better because of some talent depletion. When you're that was the move. When somebody becomes available in the NHL, it's rare, right?
Yeah.
You got to strike.
We were so close to a bingo. If he had brought up that Ken Holland didn't give him much to work with,
Oh, I was waiting for Justin Abdelkader's name to come
still
up.
on the books as of, a
Yeah.
month ago, that would have been the ultimate bingo card because we ran through all the excuses. We're done with excuses.
How about this?
Most fans are.
How about this? He had one thing to work with, right? When he took over?
Yeah.
I would argue Brad Holmes had one thing to work with when he took over. What'd he do?
He turned
He got rid of him.
Yeah.
Well,
Easier to say
Well,
now.
Stafford wanted to be traded too. That's another thing.
Well, it doesn't really care at that. At
No,
that
I
point
know.
in Larkin's career, you probably have let him develop here a couple years, show that he's got talent, and get somebody to bite.
Would have bought himself more time. I don't know if they're in the playoffs right now, though.
I don't know if we would got anybody to bite. He's not a top 10 player. I mean,
Well, he plays in the Olympics. Everybody loves him.
yeah, but as a third liner, he's not a top line center on a good team. He's a very good hockey player, but
he's
he's just
probably
not-
one of the 12 best centers in hockey, in all of hockey. And you're putting him on the third line.
Well, he played third line in the for the Olympics, so
I would
yeah.
argue he should have been bumped up.
One more thing. I just correct myself. Brad Holmes had two things to work with. He had two key figures on the offensive line.
Yes.
Yeah.
In addition,
Yes,
to be
which,
fair.
Which that's very, very, very fair point. I got a couple calls to get to. We'll get to Heather's news. I mentioned we are going to dig deeper into the Garrett trade that was made and what it says about the Lions. I also want to get into reimagined lasagna at some point.
Yes.
I will find some time for it. Restaurants trying way too hard. The food in Toronto was great, except one place. It's 97.1. Got to juggle some things this morning. We've been talking about the GMs, all 4 of them, who you're most frustrated in. Great feedback on it. We'll get to the phones, read your texts. Got Heather's news. Restaurants trying too hard. I have to explain what this reimagined lasagna disaster was I had in Toronto. And we do need to dive deeper into the Myles Garrett move and how it reshapes things and how it has you feeling as a Lions fan. Because my stance is this is the type of stuff that keeps you from winning a Super Bowl. Let's get to Chris in Northville. Chris, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, guys? I got to come to Iserman's defense a little here.
Okay.
So, there's so much parity in the NHL these days, and, it was interesting for me to note that the Red Wings were amongst a group of 6 teams that won more games than the Golden Knights. So my point is, they're not far off. The farm system is good, and
They're not far off. Did you watch them play? Do you watch the other teams play?
Absolutely, Stoney. I do.
They are the easiest.
Fan,
They are.
I think
They should have new patches on their jerseys saying sponsored by Charmin. This team is so soft. They've been easy to play against since Jeff Blashill was the coach. They got, we love grit in this town. The Red Wings are the opposite of grit.
Worth pointing out, Larkin did do commercials with Charmin.
Well, because they've got pieces that are elite.
Elite.
Who?
Yeah.
Cider?
I think Cider could be that guy.
That's it.
I don't know
who else is elite.
Raymond.
DeBrincat is not elite. He's a good goal scorer.
And look at the goaltender situation that we haven't even seen come up yet. We've got some.
Yeah, it's so great that Kosa, who he drafted instead of Wallstat, might not even be on the team because he got outplayed by the guy from the Czech Republic,
the Postava. Chris, I have a hard time with this idea that this is business as usual. Do you know in the NHL history, the Wings have one of the longest droughts ever? Ever. This is not normal rebuilding behavior. This has gone on longer than most. We are talking about not will they win a cup 10 years in, will they make the playoffs 10 years in? And the answer was no. When you compare, Vegas clearly underachieved in the regular season. We see that story in pro sports, right? Team of guys who have won a cup before, not playing to their potential. Coach comes in, says mush, they get going, they play to their potential. They swept the Colorado Avalanche. Do I think because Vegas had fewer regular season wins and Detroit had a couple more, that the Wings would have swept the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs? When you say it out loud, it should be met with chuckles, laughter, hysteria, absurdity.
Yes.
That guy calls in and says, we're close.
Close. That's why I said, do you watch other teams play?
Jim, one thing I want to add in there.
Yeah.
He said, parity in the NHL has never been greater. Then why haven't the Red Wings gotten the playoffs?
Right. Any old hockey team can make it, except ours.
Yeah, that was my criticism of the Pistons a couple years ago.
Right.
We're still in this era of great parity in the NBA, and we're going to have 8 championships in 8 years, by the way. And the Pistons are just now, and thankfully, finally becoming a part of, in the mix of that.
Now, look, were the Wings good enough to make a playoffs in the last few years? Or should I say, not crappy enough? Yeah, if things would have broken away. But they're not serious. If you watch the sport, you can't be serious and think the Red Wings are a decent team or even close right now.
I guess what I'd say is, do I feel like they had enough talent to make the playoffs? Yeah, I said that on this radio station.
Yeah.
The problem is you have to show up in those moments and have a mental fortitude, a mental toughness, in addition to a physical toughness come playoff time to actually finish things out, and they do not. And that's a DNA issue, and this roster is constructed by someone who has allowed that to permeate. This ticket texter says, Jim, the Rams haven't won a Super Bowl since their last Super Bowl. The joke's on them. Signed Steve. There is a real disease from some fans in this city collectively, and it's if another team tries but fails, the joke's on them. We're the moral superiority because we didn't blow draft picks or trade young people. We're not winning either.
No.
It's the height of Mount Stupid, looking down on others, going, look what they're wasting to not win while we don't even try.
Look, I understand it's great to win a Super Bowl, Stanley Cup, whatever, okay? And it's very difficult. I mean, there's 30 teams in 30 or more teams in all the sports. And obviously there are teams that have major championship droughts or have never won championships. It's hard to do. I get all that, but it shouldn't be this hard when we're looking for the Red Wings in particular to be in the mix. They are not in the mix.
Twitch comment. Are they giving out drugs to Wings fans now? We'll keep the conversation rolling. First, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Let's see what I've got here. Well, Russell Wilson is staying in New York, but he won't be playing for the Jets. So according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Wilson will be finalizing a deal to become an analyst with CBS.
Okay.
So he apparently also had an offer on the table from the Jets to join the team as a backup for Geno Smith, but not taking that. He's ready to make the transition to television. So he took the opportunity. He's expected to replace former analyst Matt Ryan, who is stepping away.
Because he's doing some more stuff with Atlanta?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boy, it's strange.
Are you interested?
Russell Wilson's strange career, man.
You think so?
Yeah.
What's strange about it?
I just, he from nowhere to the top and then his decline. It's like, some people think he's a Hall of Famer. I don't, but whatever.
Hall of Very Good?
Yes.
Fifth Third Bank will be closing 75 locations across the state this summer as part of an ongoing effort to streamline its retail network. So of the branches closing, 55 are former Comerica Bank locations, 20 are existing Fifth Third branches. The bank said most of the affected locations have another Fifth Third branch within 1 mile. So hopefully this won't be a big impact on those affected. They say after all the closures, which will be completed by September 4th, Fifth Third will operate 227 branches across the state.
Okay.
So hopefully won't really be a big deal.
I was going to say, when you put it that way, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a giant inconvenience for people. And that's for the people who are going into physical branches, which they're out there, but I think there's less and less every year.
For sure. I can't remember the last time I was in an actual bank.
My bank doesn't have an actual bank.
It doesn't? It doesn't have any locations?
Ally.
It's all online?
Yes.
See, it's funny you say that. I don't think I would like that. Even though I don't go into a physical location, I would like to know that it's there in case I need to. You might want to keep an eye on your energy bill because it's about to go up for the summertime. This month through September 30th, your electricity rates will jump during peak hours. So for DTE customers, that's weekdays between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. For consumers, that's 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. These are times when demand on the power grid spikes as households, businesses, run air conditioning on hot days. So DTE has about a 27% increase during those hours. Consumers, their rates jump about 22%. So what can you do to try to minimize costs? Yeah. You can switch to LED light bulbs. You could install a smart thermostat. Make sure you have a fresh furnace filter. You can also try to run the air outside of those peak hours. They say run your dishwasher at night, do laundry on the weekends.
Yeah, but it's harder to run the air during the non-peak hours because you need it when it's the hottest. The idea that you're going to crank I'm going to set it to 64 degrees and then trap all the cold air all day down, and then no one. Okay.
But give it a try.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, turn on some fans, So the search for Nancy Guthrie has actually uncovered prehistoric human remains. Authorities say that bones dating up to 1,000 years old have been discovered near her home. They were actually discovered by this YouTuber who was just doing his own search for her, this amateur search, and he discovered one bone, instantly called authorities. They ultimately discovered a whole human skeleton, quickly determined that they were not anything to do with the search for Nancy Guthrie, which is still ongoing, which is absolutely crazy. She hasn't been seen since January 31st.
She's
Probably dead.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, even before they said she had life-saving medications that she did not have with her.
Yeah, she needed within days, and it's been a long time.
I'm just hoping that the story
Some
can get closure.
Yeah, that's
right?
that. You want to have some answers for that.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. Interesting find. Prehistoric remains.
Yes.
Everything but what they're
Nancy.
looking for.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we've got phone calls to get to on the GM that's frustrating you most. Let's get into the Garrett trade. It's 97.1. Hang on tight if you're on hold. We've been asking you guys for the most frustrating of our 4 general manager executive types.
Yes.
And Stoney has made the comparison that they're all cut from the same cloth. They all share some DNA.
Yes, they do.
A 23andMe, you'd see overlap. So maybe the funniest development has been this push of people defending Yzerman. This text says, "Holy moly, is this an Yzerbot extravaganza? These dudes are insane." Lou and Shelby.
I don't get it.
Another says, "I'm embarrassed for caller Chris that you're going to call in and defend the Red Wings at this point in time is pathetic." Chill, guys. We had more wins than Vegas. Signed to Dylan in Royal Oak.
Yeah.
I can't believe all the Yzerman supporters. I said he's the most frustrating to me.
Right.
Because they've accomplished the least. He's been here the longest.
Right.
His name actually works against him to me.
Right.
Because he's tarnishing it.
And then the difference in what we're discussing is frustration. It's not who's done a worse job either.
Right. And we have Langdon kind of on a back burner.
Right.
This will be a big offseason. You said Harris.
Yes, because of the inability to get a bat when they were very close and when they needed bullpen help. And yeah, Finnegan was okay, but the rest of the guys that they got last year were ridiculous. He, effed up the Eduardo Rodriguez situation, who, by the way, won last night for the Diamondbacks.
Of course, against the Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
And then the other name's Brad Holmes.
Yes.
And his name is in the news right now because of the Myles Garrett trade.
All right, let me ask you a question here.
Uh-huh.
What if I told you, and I don't know if it's, that the Lions were interested in Myles Garrett, but because of the extension that he did sign with the Browns, he has the rare thing that most football players do not have, which is a no-trade clause.
Okay.
What if we found out that Detroit was one of his cities that he was not going to get traded to?
I mean, it was certainly...
I'm not saying it's true. I'm not trying to stick up for Brad Holmes. I just didn't realize that he had that. Schefter reported it.
Yeah, Schefter had it. And it's an important detail, and you're right to raise it if it was true. But everything we've read is...
Right, like I mentioned, the Commanders, the Bills, the Eagles, those are the teams that were...
calling as well,
yeah,
but not the Lions.
Correct.
So that's the issue I raise. My question, is this the thing that keeps the Lions from winning a Super Bowl? This blind spot that Brad Holmes has. He wasn't willing to make these kind of deals before he paid his guys. He's certainly going to say, I can't make these kind of deals after paying my guys. His line of thinking is very different than what LA does. LA made the Stafford trade, won a Super Bowl, and now they're making the defensive version of the Stafford trade in pursuit of a second Super Bowl. Their short-term thinking, which I think is a cope from Lions fans, short-term thinking, one, yielded a Super Bowl, two, has put them in position better than anybody in the league to win another, and in the middle, they won more playoff games than the Lions. The Lions, who got up off the mat, have all their all-pros, have Dan Campbell and grit and guts and going for it. In that same time, the Rams, post-Super Bowl I, have won 3 playoff games where the Lions have only won 2. So them doing it stupid and dumb and reckless and short-term, and it's going to bite them in the ass, has actually led them to winning 1, then more playoff games, and better position to win another. This is the thing that holds you back. When others are willing to play with both arms and you have one tied behind your back, that's what makes it harder to win a Super Bowl.
And what Brad went by the trade yesterday also is significant because Garrett's girlfriend, Olympic snowboarder, I think she is, Chloe Kim, she'll be the first guest on Kelly Stafford's podcast.
Oh, nice.
Maybe. I don't know.
What is it, Rieger filling in this morning? The Kelly Stafford obsession?
No, I'm not obsessed. I just thought it was pretty fun.
Stoney's he picked up a guest booking gig on the side. He's helping book for the Kelly pod.
Yeah.
Brad Holmes is going to be on people's list. I don't know if he's the most frustrating. He's not my most frustrating because he's accomplished the most.
Right.
That doesn't mean I don't have my gripes.
Well, of course. We all have gripes.
Yeah. I just think people get it lost. I think the Lions have had a productive offseason. I think they're best positioned to win the NFC North. I think they're going to be in the mix to make some noise come playoff time. And at the same time, I can look at what LA did. They traded a first to get Trent McDuffie. They traded another first to get Myles Garrett. They didn't mind vaporizing and moving on from Verse because it's an upgrade for them. They have made only a couple picks in the first round since 2017. One was Verse, who they traded. The other's Ty Simpson.
Yes.
Every other first has been shipped out. And has it bit them in the ass?
No, because...
they've been better than us.
No, because part of the reason is because of some of the guys they got in the trades, including, as we'll find out, Trent McDuffie this year. And also, just like Brad Holmes, so I'm giving Brad Holmes credit here, his mentor, or who he worked under, Les Snead, has drafted amazingly after the first round. When you look at, Puka, Avila, Byron Young,
Yes.
Fisk, Kobe Turner.
If you nuked 8 of Brad Holmes' next 10 first-round picks, would they be in Super Bowl contention? Because I know the Rams' answer is yes.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't be.
Well, that's when we talk about envy and what these other. So not only is he more aggressive, but it sounds like he's also doing a better job drafting outside the first round.
Brad's done a pretty good job.
But better.
Yes, a little
Because again,
better.
the goal is not to be good. The goal is to be the
Right,
best.
yes, you're right. Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. Tony in Ferndale. Tony, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. I don't know why we're wasting time talking about Steve Eiserman. The Eiserbots are out. This guy, I'll put it like this with the GMs across the board. We're at the point with Steve Eiserman where we just deal with it. He's just neglected it, whatever. Until he is gone, that franchise will not win. Plain and simple. We're approaching that, I feel, with Brad Holmes and even Scott Harris. Trajan Langdon's on a little bit of a pass just because he's still kind of a newer face. This season is big for him in this offseason coming up to see what he's going to do to adjust. But Scott Harris and Brad Holmes are at this middle ground of we still have hope that they can pull something out of their butt. But Brad Holmes, man, pick up the phone, make a call. This season, if it doesn't go as intended, he is going to be in the Steve Eiserman world of we ain't winning anything until he's gone. It just won't happen in with the Red Wings. And I hope that it doesn't happen with the Lions. The football in this town means so much.
Yeah.
We've seen that in the past 6-7 years that, we are at a point to where if he doesn't make a move that works, people are just going to start saying, just like, what's his name? One of our old GMs, Matt Millen. Until he's gone, this ain't going to work. Until he is gone. And I do not want that to happen to the Lions.
No, and
please
don't put Brad Holmes in the Matt Millen category.
That better not
please.
happen. People will have lost their mind.
I don't think they're there right now. Absolutely not. But we are approaching that territory.
No, we're not.
We're not even close.
Tony, you call all the time, but you've had better points. He is nowhere near the category of Matt Millen.
No.
I mean,
look, Giovanni Manu may be his Kika Alama Francis, but no, it's not even close.
Who could forget? Tom's head is in his hands. Let's get to Ty in Detroit. Ty, good morning.
What is the deal? Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Hey, listen, I've been waiting for you guys for about maybe 10, 12 minutes or so. And I told your call screener, it's unfair reporting when no one talks about the fact that, everybody's getting on our GM from the Lions, Brad, and everybody's getting on him. But I told the call screener that Myles Garrett had a trade clause where he had to sign off on a trade. I haven't heard you guys speak about it all day.
I just did.
You just said it, though.
Right.
You just said it
right.
while I was on hold. That's ironic, but I digress. Here's what I'm saying, though.
But, Ty, we have no reporting that says the Lions were even interested.
No. You're right. That's not what I'm saying. It's not you guys. It's the argument that's going to be on your airways all day today with other sports stars that's on your network, which I love, who's going to talk about what Brad did not do and how he couldn't get it done. The man has to sign off on the trade. That's one, as well as his girlfriend, Chloe Kim, lives in Los Angeles. This man wasn't coming to Detroit, but rest assured, you're going to have everybody calling in today talking about what Brad couldn't get done and didn't do and things of that nature.
Ty, to me, it's bigger. I know, and you're trying to fight an entire narrative and not just us. But what I'm telling you is it's not even about Brad had to make this move or
No.
It's the overall line of thinking.
Correct.
That they weren't even inquiring. They weren't on the short list of teams that were beaten down the door. That these moves will not be made while he's the general manager of this team. Weren't made before, aren't being made now, won't be made in the future. That it's not even about this specific deal.
I'm sure that Brad Holmes last year when all the Myles Garrett rumors started, and even Max Crosby as well, I'm sure, I don't know, not factual, but my belief is, he picked up the phone, made the call, see what it would, take, preliminary, whatever, and whatever he was told he didn't want to do or whatever, or the no trade thing existed. I have no idea.
But wouldn't you feel differently if Schefter, in a following tweet an hour or two later, said Brad Holmes was hot on a tail, but I'm told Myles Garrett would not waive his no trade clause to Detroit.
Of course,
but we don't have that reporting.
Right? I know. I
Now, this
understand.
guy wishes we did. That
Right.
caller wanted that to
Yes.
be, but we don't have that
No,
reporting.
And Garrett didn't want to come to Detroit because he doesn't think you can win with Jared Goff.
There you
what
go.
if that came?
There you go. Hey, I want to address one text here, and I know we have a bunch more and a bunch more calls, but real quick. It says, the idiot hosts at 97.1, that's you and me, Stoney,
Okay.
act like Garrett guarantees a Super Bowl. Football is not about one player. It's a full roster. Vegas has LA at plus 600. I think that's the favorite.
Yes.
So
I don't think any of us
No.
have said it guarantees you a Super Bowl.
it best positions them,
Yes.
which is the job of a general manager, is to best position his team for a championship. LA and Les Snead have better positioned themselves for a championship than Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions, period. Underline, italicize, copy, paste, send to your friend.
Right.
That's the truth. Doesn't guarantee him anything,
No.
but it best positions them. And that's all I can ask of a general manager. See, the opposite is the guy who sends this text, and because the Rams might not win the Super Bowl, that'll make Brad right. Because if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl, Brad wins. That's how some people in this city
Well,
act.
they should lose that mentality because the Rams have already won a Super Bowl because of a trade that they made with the Lions.
Yeah,
And look,
but Stoney, the Packers added Parsons. They didn't win a Super Bowl, so we were actually right, even though we finished last in the division. That is how some people in this city act.
but I think it's a minority.
Oh, okay, maybe I rip up more of the stupid
No.
ticket
I
text.
love them. I love reacting to them, but.
Sorry, I saw that one. It stuck
No,
out.
no,
We got,
it should.
We got better texts, better calls. We'll keep the conversation rolling. And if you're hanging on hold to complain about a different GM, if one of them is more
Sure.
frustrating than Holmes, we'll get to you. It's 97.1. Oh, the texts are flooded in. We'll get to the phones. Frustration in all 4 GMs? I don't know, but who's the most frustrating to you? 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes in the headlines, talking about him locally. Myles Garrett trade.
Yeah.
I'm not the most frustrated in Brad. I don't like that this is the way they do business where they'll never be involved in these kind of deals. It's a blind
Never
spot.
say never, Jim. Monday, he may wake up and say, you know what? Costa's right.
Yeah, right. I don't want him listening to me how to run his football team.
No.
But it is a blind spot thus far in his tenure. And it is a frustration. But at the same time, among GMs in this city.
Come on, they got Zadarius Smith.
You're right. Among GMs in this city, I feel like he's done the best job.
Yeah, they've been the.
So I'm not the most frustrated with the guy who I think has done the best job. Now, other people see it as we're so close, he's the closest, he should be the one doing this stuff, and he's not, and therefore he's number one on the frustration scale. Text coming in, 248-539-9797. Steve Bots and Brad Bots are fighting to get on the air today, I guess. I mean, the guy's girl lives in L.A. He wasn't going to come here. What are we smoking today, people? Roy and Clarkston.
I don't know if he's saying you're right. His girlfriend is from L.A.
or he's mocking the caller.
Yeah, I can't figure out which one.
I think he's mocking the caller. Roy's a regular texter. I should have read it with the right inflection.
But he's right in a way if he because he definitely has a no trade clause in his contract, which very few football players have,
especially non-quarterbacks.
Yes.
I'm just glad something happened to draw the station's attention away from how bad the Tigers suck. So refreshing.
Come on.
They won last night.
Seriously, they're
63 more and they're going to be in the playoffs.
They're undefeated in June.
Right. The hosts at 97.1 want to turn the fans against their own teams. 3 of the 4 teams are in better places than they've been in over a decade. Valeni has turned this town into petulant children throwing tantrums.
Well, okay, some of that is accurate.
Which part?
Well, the tantrum part and people turning against their teams. But I think the expectations have grown. That's the difference.
Okay. I like Mike, the idea that he has transformed. The people bitched about their teams before Mike Valeni was born.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
But Mike, and I agree with him, when it goes back to even the tanking stuff, he made people more aware of different things that I don't think a lot of people were aware of.
Well, tanking becomes like your light at the end of the tunnel when you're bad.
Yes.
It becomes a means to an end. But where we're at right now is like a healthy part where 3 of the teams are playoff teams but not title teams, and there are things they need to do to get over the hump.
Correct.
These are normal conversations happening in every sports city in America.
Right. I don't know if there's a sports city that has 4 GMs that are equally as frustrating because
Afraid of their own shadow.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're turning fans against teams. The teams are turning fans against them with their results. The
that's
Lions,
all it is.
The Lions have gone backwards.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you listen to this show 2 years ago when they were a 15-win football team, and John and I are fighting over the wheel of a 15-win bus, it's a very different show, and it's because the team was better. They finished last season. The show sounded very different last fall than they did the year before or the year before that when they were division champs and won playoff games.
Look at the Pistons, for crying out loud.
Yeah, they were fighting to get airtime.
Yes.
And now we're spending the entire month of May talking about high-end playoff games.
Right.
But they got to where the Tigers and Lions kind of did.
And now if you stall out, that there's going to be some frustration.
The general manager's decisions will determine if they go farther.
Correct.
That's what's happening with the other 2.
Right.
And the other team is stuck in the mud.
I'll say, I love the text. 3 of the 4 teams are in better. Who's the one? That's the one I'm most frustrated with.
Yeah.
When are we getting to the reimagined lasagna signed Brad and Allen Park? Please stop talking about this. The bird's nest that showed up at my, we'll get to it. Backing up from the mic to yell Costa is the best Costa. All right, aim to please. Let's get to Dylan in Milan. Dylan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I just wanted to say a couple things about Brad Holmes, the Lions. I think fans are almost unappreciative. I think that if you look at the Lions' history and how bad we've been as an organization, and I'm a young fan. I'm in my 20s. So I've only known it as bad until recently. We're under a 500 team in our history as an organization. We've won We've had a winning record 4 years in a row for the first time since 1969 to 1972. You're going to have years. We had one of the hardest schedules in the league last year. We played 8 playoff teams. Things are going to happen. You had injuries. Things are going to happen. Like, you can't be mad because you haven't won a Super Bowl. We've never even been to a Super Bowl. I don't know why fans are so upset. Things happen.
Well, you just answered your own question. Why are fans so upset? Look, we're not all as young as you, obviously, but the fans are upset because of that. They've never been to a Super Bowl.
And they haven't been in 100 years or however long they've been in.
Well, exactly. Since the Super Bowl started in 1967.
Stoney, you've been eating gruel your whole life. How dare you on steak?
I'm like, come on. We should be pissed.
Yeah, it's a weird,
frustrated.
It's a weird logic. Like, the franchise is a perennial loser, so you should never expect to win.
Yes, we're happy that they're relevant and good.
Can you imagine coming
you
on
want more.
Coming on after a loss on Monday and saying things happen?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know what you're so mad about. We've won more World Series than this bum-ass franchise. 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers offense woke up last night to start the month of June as Detroit clobbered 5 home runs and scored 10 times to beat the AL leading Tampa Bay Rays 10-9 on the road. Dylan Dingler, Kerry Carpenter, and Riley Green all made the headlines as they accounted for 4 of the Tigers' 5 home runs, including in 3 straight at-bats. Combined, Ding, Carp, and Green went 10 for 14 with 4 homers, 3 doubles, and 9 RBIs, but there was only one other Tiger with multiple hits in the game, and that was Hao Yu Lee. The rookie infielder went 2 for 5, which included his second home run of the season in the 6th inning. After the game, A.J. Hinch talked about Lee's growth this year. Tigers and Rays are right back at it again tonight at 6:40. Pregame coverage here on 97.1 from St. Petersburg begins at 6:15. Also coming up in sports tonight is Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. Vegas is already playing in its 3rd Stanley Cup in just 9 years of existence. Meanwhile, Carolina's back in the finals for the first time since winning it all in 2006. Game 1 at 8 o'clock tonight from Raleigh. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Jay didn't talk about Lee's drop double play. It almost cost him the game.
I know. Did you think they were going to lose that game?
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did.
We all did. It's okay. I'm not
My
judging
wife
you.
was convinced.
Was she?
Oh, yeah. I walked home. She goes, yeah, it's 10-9 now. They're going to lose. And she was right. She was wrong, but she was right in thinking that way.
So they were up 6-0. Was it 8-2 and 10-5?
Yeah.
And they kept talking about just keep adding insurance runs. Keep adding insurance runs. They needed every last one of them. Because Will Vest comes in, bases are loaded. Welcome. You're getting no help from your infield.
Yeah.
Keith, Torque, Lee, everybody taking a turn. He gets the ground ball. Should have been the double play. You get out of the jam. Instead, the inning stays open. The bleeding continues. And the guy had to throw 40 pitches, a career high, to get a 5-out save and save the day. I give him credit, man. It's an ugly win, but it sure beats the alternative.
According to something I just saw on Twitter, the multiple home run games for the Tigers in the month of May was 1, where they had more than 1 home run in a game.
Wow.
And in June, it's 1 as well.
So they had 5 home runs last night. Do you know how many they had the entire month of May?
No, but I'm sure you can figure it out. 18. But they never had once they had more than 1 home run in the game.
Look, you could do fun with math, and everybody's happy it's a new month.
Yeah.
The Tigers only scored 81 runs in the month of May. They scored 10 in one game to start the month of June.
Yeah.
Quick math: an eighth of their of their entire month of
Hey,
May.
May's washed. We can forget about May. It's June, baby. 1-0.
Hey, 63,
1-0.
63 more wins, and this team will be in the playoffs. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. We did get a text that said, Stoney, the last caller is an example of why youth is wasted on the young. My whole life, the Lions are bad. Why should I be mad that they're not winning a Super Bowl?
Yeah. It's good that for, some of his life they've been good. I mean, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm
He
actually
didn't have
jealous.
he didn't have to suffer through all that stuff.
He doesn't realize how good he has it.
Yeah.
Dean in Milford, good morning.
Good morning. You did. I like that double take that you had there, Cookie.
This will be good.
That last caller is literally Detroit sports fans. They are clueless, weak-minded, soft, pathetic human beings. They've always been bad. Why are you mad? What do you mean? Why do you even watch sports if that's your mindset? That's who I am as a fan. Technically, I'm a Yankees fan, but I watch the Tigers because it's here, it's easy. You guys, right?
Yeah.
But when you suck, why do I even pay attention to you? I've spent less time on sports in the past 15 years than I have in my entire life. Yeah, I've gotten older, so obviously that's a part of it, but it just doesn't interest me because they all suck. Nobody does anything good. Rieger was talking about it last night. We haven't obtained a star in Detroit sports in 12 years. David Price was the last star that we had, which was 12 years ago. This is the most pathetic sports town in the world, and I'm a Yankees fan because win or it doesn't matter. And this kid that just called before me, good God, he has no responsibilities in life, and you can tell. Oh, it's whimsical. Who cares? It's all right. It'll get better. No, it's never gotten better. Ever gotten better. They're awful.
Well, hold on, Dean. It's gotten
people don't get mad.
It's gotten better, but it hasn't gotten where it needs to be.
Okay, hold on. Let's be real. Better is you are no longer scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yes.
And you decided to make the postseason. No one cares. You still suck.
Dean, I'm with you. There's no more barnacles on the bottom of the boat. It's not the same thing as we have reached our destination and we can party on the beach. You're right. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and that's what we discuss. People get mad because we're not appreciative.
What else are you going to discuss?
Yeah, no,
What
well,
else
we
are you
should be,
gonna discuss?
Dean, we should be more appreciative. I know. By the way, does it surprise anybody that Dean is a Yankees fan?
No.
All right, we suck as a sports town, guys.
Yeah,
Some Yankees fan called it and said it.
I would take issue with that we are a pathetic sports town. I would say the
Yes.
mindset of fans who don't want more or better is
Yes.
pathetic.
Right. And I don't think that's the majority.
No.
There's no way of proving it.
But we cater to everybody.
Yes,
So you get
absolutely.
phone calls from everybody under the sun.
Right. And people are emotional when they call, and we appreciate that.
Yes.
And look, we are emotional. I mean,
Oh, yeah, we'll get worked up.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. We got Keegan in Waterford. Keegan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I just want to respond to that 20-year-old caller. I'm 23 myself, and honestly, to have that mentality is absolutely ridiculous. I genuinely don't think any of these teams in this town are serious about winning. They're showing they're not serious about winning by not going out in free agency and getting anybody, not trying to make these big trades. Scooble is one. Myles Garrett is one. We could go on and on. None of these GMs are serious, period. They only want your money. They're not interested in winning a championship.
Well, I don't think the general manager cares about your money. But you're right as far as free agent acquisitions. We haven't done a lot of them.
Well, that's funny. I'm happy you said that, Stoney, because it's never made sense to me when people act like the GM wants to be good enough to get ticket revenue, unless
No.
it's worked into their deal.
No, it has nothing to do with it.
You want to win a championship. Now, their philosophy is many bites at the apple.
Yes.
Right? It's just a disagreement I have in the philosophy. The philosophy of a Brad Holmes is if we keep our core together long enough, we will win at least one.
Correct.
If not multiple, because we're going to stack talent and hoard talent and keep it as long as we can. Harris made the case last year at the deadline. I disagreed with it. We want to get in, and if we're in every year, we got a shot every year.
Right.
The difference is
I understand that philosophy. I
the
just don't
difference
agree
is-
with it.
Yeah, I don't agree with it because there are other teams willing to do more, to go to the ends of the earth. There are teams like the LA Rams who will go all in. And you know what they're not sacrificing? their future.
No.
Because they just go all in the next year and the next year and the next year and the next year, all while winning more than you do, playing it safe.
And they don't have to worry that much about the cap because they're not paying their guys to re-sign.
Like
some
you
of
can
them.
say that the Piper comes due eventually for a team like LA. Well, it's going to come due for Detroit too. You think this is going to be forever and ever rainbows and unicorns?
No, they have to figure out what to do with Goff's contract.
Penei Sewell's going to retire someday. I know it feels like he's going to play football until the sun, fades into the distance. You only have so long. And the idea that you have forever, it's fleeting. Other teams recognize it and use more urgency, and they end up becoming better positioned to win. Not saying the Rams have guaranteed any Super Bowl,
No.
but they are better positioned.
They already won one.
And they already won one, and they're better positioned for another one.
One thing I did want to say
Greg.
too about the idea of goal is to make money and goal is to win. Those are goals to their mutual advantage, right?
Yes.
Good teams will make money because they will get into the playoffs, they'll win championships, they'll be more popular, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, especially gentlemen, ownership, you could argue all you want about how much money they want to make, and I'm not going to get into with the local member ownership. But the people who are general managers and people who are in front offices on sports teams, they're into this because they want to win a championship.
Yeah. As John Jansen said, he probably got this from someone, an old coach or something. When you guys win, there's enough for everybody.
Yes.
Speaking of Jansen, do you guys think he knows if Myles Garrett was traded on that fishing trip where he's supposed to be completely off the grid?
Yes.
You say that like you don't believe he'll actually be off the grid. You think that's all bluster?
He probably got wind of it. He was supposed to talk to his wife every night, right?
So you think one of the things that Lisa shared with him in their nightly phone call was, hey, just so you know, Myles Garrett's on the move.
Well, that's
like I picture him, and this is probably inaccurate, but I've like characterized or made him a cartoon. He like rolls up to a phone booth, gets one call, I'm alive. Give me the latest. I don't think this made the Lisa phone call.
Wonder if the other buddies with him on the trip.
That's what
win.
that's what I think is. I think they're not all completely off the grid.
Right.
Even where they are is a remote place. I don't know if you can even get cell service.
Right. There's a lot that we're going to have to update him on.
Well, yeah, you got in a spat with the Tigers. See, he goes away, Dad leaves, and
there's no adult in the room. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Let's get to Jay in Detroit. Jay, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How are we doing today?
Good.
Good. So it feels to me like a lot of the general managers are acting the same, and I think the reason for that is because this city went through a long period, like 10 to 15 years, where all the teams were awful.
Yeah.
And we were completely irrelevant in any way on the sports scene. And it feels like Harris and Iserman and the general managers were hired with a specific moratorium, which was to make us relevant again and keep us relevant. And that seems to be how the GMs are acting. They're acting extremely conservative. They're not taking that big gamble we all want them to take because, quite frankly, that's how general managers get fired.
You're right.
When it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I think that's actually a bigger motivator, though, than it is some like edict from ownership to just be good but not great. I don't know why that would be the case. You'd make more money being great. I think it's what you say,
not
Jay.
Necessarily being great, right? It's just that you can't be crappy anymore.
Well, but Jay, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I think the motivator is probably job security more than it is how much revenue we can get in by consistently being a playoff team versus going all in for a title.
But if
you go all in and whiff, you're more likely to be fired than if you sustain a level of success for a long period of time.
But if they're really, really
Especially
good,
especially in a sports city that was so bad for so long.
Right.
I think job security is important, but a lot of these guys, they know if they are successful and then they go through a downturn, their success will get them other jobs.
Yeah, or it'll buy you more time at your current job.
Yeah.
And then you're right, it gives you a better chance to land on your feet if you have something on your resume.
Correct. I mean, look at the last two general managers who won titles here with different sports. Ken Holland and Joe Dumars.
They're still in the league.
They're still in the league, and they both, completely ran off the cliff here. Their first, half of their career as GMs, the Pistons and the Red Wings were very, very successful. And then the end sucked.
But then maybe I could offer them up as lessons. Those guys won championships, and it wasn't by doing what these guys are doing.
No.
You know what I mean? Joe traded for Rashid.
Yes.
We're not seeing a Rashid level move from any of the current execs in our city. And Ken Holland, you got to go far enough back.
Yeah.
But Brendan Shanahan was a move he made.
Now the salary cap thing, back then was different, but they also were able to win one of their cups when there was a cap.
Right, the 08 Cup with the cap. Tex do not like Dean. Did he just say we have no stars? Dean is a fool. Cade's a budding star. A Yankee fan calls in as a total loudmouth jerk. Shocker. F the Yankees, we draft our stars. Amon-Ra, Cade, Scooble, Hutch, we have plenty. Dean sounds like a gem.
Hold on a second. I want to go back to that last text.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we draft those players and all that stuff, but what have we won?
Right. And the last one says Dean seems like a well-adjusted human being. He's our not so well-adjusted human being. We'll make time for, I guess, the lasagna stuff at some point today. We do want to keep talking about the moves that were made in the NFL. Of course, Myles Garrett is heading out west. He's going to be an LA Ram. And we'll get to it. It's 97.1. Unbelievable. Who are these guys?
I know.
As Benetti put it on the TV broadcast, who are these guys?
Hey, they're allowed one offensive explosion a month.
The first day of the month, you get homers from Dingler, Carp, and Green back to back to back.
Pretty good, huh, partner?
This is a Stoney thing. You don't like that.
I hate it. It just makes no.
He's his broadcast partner.
I know, but you don't. Okay, I don't. Hey, how you doing, co-host? You don't call me fill-in. What's up, fill-in? What's up, partner? What is this? You know, Wyatt Earp going on the streets of Laredo. To me, it's not something you use in everyday language. You know, in everyday conversation.
If we were like in the more out west, if we were in like Dallas or Oklahoma or something, partner, cowboy.
Well, I said, if you were walking down the streets of Laredo, or you know, that's what comes to my mind. Old westerns.
Yeah,
partner.
Maybe Dan and Bobby are a big fan of the old West. Okay, Corral.
Maybe. I mean, could you see like Valenti calling Rico partner?
Gus Johnson does it, doesn't he? My broadcast partner.
Yeah.
A quarterback.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly. That's why another reason why it's not that good.
Proving your point.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, you know, little things that just piss me off. Just irk. I wouldn't even say piss me off. Just irk me.
It's funny because you made the point once today, and I looked at you as soon as he said it because I knew it was just going to get under your skin.
Partner.
But I like that the guys are just like giddy with laughter because that's what's cool about that call, and it's why I think that's a great call because it sums up the emotion of how every fan was feeling. Like, great, everybody hits a home run. Who are they? Like, this is incredible. Just laughing at the absurdity of it. They had 5 home runs last night. Tigers end up needing all 10 runs to win the game, 10-9 against the Rays. They'll send Flaherty to the bump, gulp, tonight against Tampa.
By the way,
tonight is also.
Why you got me going here? You know what else bothers me? People who call managers skippers, especially if they're not like really old guys. It's like skipper.
Well, the players can call them that, right? Or no?
They do, but it's so lame to me. Skipper's a guy who runs a boat.
So, but if we have AJ on and you open up the internet, hey, how you doing, Skipper?
Yeah.
Well, you'd say skip more than skipper.
Yeah, whatever. I think it's stupid.
I don't imagine Costa doing that. What's up, Skip?
I don't think he'd bat an eye, though, because it's baseball vernacular.
Yeah, I know.
No, he wouldn't. I don't see it in your DNA.
Oh, yeah, it's not. No, I mean, people did it with Leland.
Yeah, because Leland was elderly, so to speak.
So what's the cutoff? When does someone become Skip?
I don't know.
70?
No. Well, for me, yes. But, you know, everybody else, 50 maybe, I guess.
Okay, I'm in my 30s. So is AJ, is that acceptable? How old's AJ? Is he like 20 years older than me?
Probably.
Is that so? That's how it goes? Is it an age gap?
I don't know. It's just, you know, I'm obsessed by these stupid ass things.
You sure are.
Yes, I need professional help.
AJ's 52.
Okay.
All right. I was checking when his birthday is. It's not right. Okay, tonight we
By
have
the way, you know what I found out yesterday?
What?
Miles Garrett is my birthday.
Oh.
December 29th. See, I never knew that.
AJ's birthday was May 15th. All right, I just want to move forward here.
Okay, yes.
Right in the middle of May.
Oh, God.
Happy birthday, AJ. Your team really blows. All right. Anyway.
Tonight, Stanley Cup. Do you have a rooting interest?
I kind of want. No, I don't have a rooting interest, but I'll probably pull for Carolina because I feel for like Rod Brindamore. He's been a really good coach. He won as a player. They've been close, not getting to the finals, but they always, you know, got knocked out in the Eastern Conference somewhere along the line. But there's no pizzazz to them.
That's the same. There's nothing interesting. There's not this.
I think they're the only team that has a former wing in the finals, right?
Gostisbehere?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't find them to be overly...
They're not exciting.
Exciting? They're a damn good hockey team, and they have been for years. Vegas is the exciting team. You got the storyline of they fired the coach.
Yeah.
It's Tortorella. Love him or hate him, people have an opinion. And Mitch Marner, his first year since leaving, I'm the problem. I'm the soft guy who can't win in the playoffs. Here I am holding the Conn Smythe as the most valuable player in the postseason. That's a storyline.
Yeah, but there's something, you know, it kind of recalls our caller who was, 22 years old. It's like the Vegas fans, enough already, okay? Yeah, they're an expansion team. They went to the finals, then they won the cup, then they, so yeah, I'm kind of pulling for Carolina. Plus, I have a friend of mine who grew up in Springfield, Massachusetts. It was a huge Hartford Whaler fan, and he stayed with the franchise.
Yeah.
So
okay, well then
good for him, Jonathan.
There's your in.
Yeah.
Quickly, the Tigers won on AJ Hinch's birthday. It was one of only 6 wins they had in the entire month.
Wow.
How about that? Let's get to Heather with the news.
How about that? Wow. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a Clinton Township man is in custody after allegedly firing a pistol from his semi-truck during a road rage incident Saturday evening in Monroe County. So police responded to reports of a shooting on northbound US 23. One call came from a man who was driving with 5 family members, and he said that he was involved with this road rage incident when the driver of a semi-truck flashed a gun and then began firing in his direction. After an investigation, a 33-year-old Clinton Township man was arrested. Police do say there's no ongoing threat to the public, and it sounds like nobody was injured, which is great. This sounds like a nightmare. 8 passengers got stuck on a roller coaster in Texas for hours after it broke down. So it happened last week on the Iron Shark at Pleasure Pier in Galveston. It's no pleasure for these kids.
No.
They were all on a field trip, from a middle school field trip. 8 of them got stuck on this ride, hanging backwards for 4 hours.
You tell me that there's no kind of like rescue equipment that was available quicker than 4 hours?
Apparently not. The firefighters had to come, and each one was individually placed into safety harnesses first before they could be brought down safely. Unclear at this time what actually caused the roller coaster to malfunction. The FBI says a Pennsylvania woman accused of faking a terminal cancer and then scamming supporters out of thousands of dollars is one of the agency's most wanted fugitives after being on the run for nearly 8 years. So, according to federal investigators, this woman, 37-year-old Vanessa O'Rourke, allegedly told her friends and her family and anyone that she was suffering from this fatal form of brain cancer. And she needed financial help, right? She had all these medical expenses piling up. She was going to go do this experimental treatment in Australia, and she fundraised, and she got thousands of dollars. Well, she ended up using all that money to fund some luxury travel and other vacations and things like that. So in 2018, she was indicted on 15 counts of wire fraud, and a warrant was issued for her arrest. Poof, gone.
Tom and I worked with some guy who faked cancer.
You've told me this story,
It's
which is
unbelievable. Oh, yeah. I asked Pete
unbelievable.
Kowalski about him, too. Yeah, he was a sales guy.
But went to extreme
He went to
lengths.
extremes to get his paycheck. Like people would go to the hospital and meet him, and he'd be somehow have a gown on or whatever. It was crazy.
Did he shave his head to
That
make
I-
it look
that-
like he
that I
had
don't
lost
rem-
his hair?
that
Oh
I don't
my gosh.
remember. No.
Pretty crazy. So he's not the only one. Anyway, her last known whereabouts were in Australia, and authorities are asking anyone who may have information about her to contact law enforcement. It's crazy. A woman in Florida was arrested last week after she called 911 multiple times to complain that the bar she was at would not serve her a Jell-O shot.
Okay.
So it's unclear what the dispatcher said to her, but she wasn't happy, which is why she called back at least 3 more times, demanding that they help her with this emergency Jell-O shot situation. 68-year-old woman, by the way. Anyway, they did decide to go help her out. They sent an officer out, and they arrested her for misuse of 911 services and also possession of marijuana and trespassing. So, yeah, so they did help her. Not the kind of help she wanted, but
Not at all.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. We did get a text. It was something along the lines of, our teams are bad when Costa's been teasing a lasagna topic for an hour. Trust me, the food in Toronto was great. I went to Toronto over the weekend, but there was one restaurant that was trying way too hard. And maybe you guys have some stories that relate. We can get to that to round out the hour. It's 97.1. Tell you about Shaner Roofing because, look, Shaner's been doing this. I've been telling you about them, 30-year track record, but let me give you the words of one of their customers. Here's a review that you can see for yourself. A big thanks to Shaner Roofing. Their work and communication that went on during my roofing project was outstanding. They kept us updated on all aspects of the projects. If I could give 10 stars to this company, I would. The entire team was outstanding. My wife and I can't thank Shaner Roofing enough for a fantastic job. So when I tell you about the unmatched reputation at stories like that, they've got a 4.9 star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners, and it's a reputation that's earned. They do the job right and have been doing it for decades. Their no pressure promise, just another example of how they do right by you. Forget the high pressured sales pitch. You get a true, honest assessment of what your home needs, then you take it from there. For over 30 years of trusted service, Shaner Roofing, a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shaner Roofing, Windows and Siding, the name Michigan trusts. Jansen and I could not have taken more different trips to Canada. I went to the largest city in the country. He went to a lake with him and 8 people. He'll be back later this week. Yes, he still works here.
By the way, on Twitch, somebody says that you should just call him partner or co-host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like when he says bud.
I don't like that. The buddy, it seems like a kid. Like, hey, buddy. Like, I'll call Brooks buddy sometimes. But
Right.
he's like a little boy.
Right.
It seems almost like,
But is bud different than buddy?
sure, but I don't like it.
Which is worse? Buddy's worse.
Buddy.
Yeah, Bud. I think Bud's okay.
Bro.
Yeah,
I don't like
Bud,
that.
Bud and Bro, I think, are similar.
Buddy is
Boss?
more juvenile.
Oh, I don't
Chief.
like that either. I don't like that.
Chief's pretty bad. Greg, what did you say?
Said Buddy is more for the more juvenile audience. Like, I'll call my son Buddy. Yeah, I call him Bud, but
Well, John sometimes acts juvenile. We can call him Buddy. It's
true.
Yes.
Although
That is
calling
so
someone
cute. Hey,
buddy who towers over you is a little odd.
hey, Buddy, doing okay?
Anyway, I wanted to bring this up because maybe people could relate and maybe we can get some stories to wrap the show. Have you ever been to a restaurant that was trying too hard? So the food in Toronto was awesome. Like almost everywhere we ate, phenomenal meals. Except one place. Walked in and right away you notice, oh, it's kind of dimly lit. But this is
Well, maybe it was a romantic place.
but it's
for you,
it-
your
no, that-
wife.
okay. They sit us in like a corner
Booth?
but just like a 2-person booth,
Okay.
just kind of shoved into the corner. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, whatever. Look at the menu. It's an Italian place. I like Italian food.
Oh, it's the best.
Stoney, I agree. And I'm scrolling through, and normally I would do a bolognese, right? Or, you do a pesto pasta. I'm looking through. Oh, what's this? Some kind of lasagna dish. I like a lasagna. Let's go with a lasagna. The waiter comes over. I put the order in, and he says, just so you know, it's more of a reimagined lasagna. And this is when I should have hit the eject button. But he goes, the chef's favorite part of lasagna is the corner piece. So it's a little more crunchy or crisp. And I go, okay, all right. It's got like a braised short rib component as part of the meat sauce.
Okay.
Okay, I could get down with that. Sure. Yeah, you know what? Let's do the lasagna your way. Stoney, I could best describe what showed up as a bird's nest. So
Like
I would
slop?
say like undercooked noodles in like a basket
Oh.
shape to hold some softer noodles, the braised short rib, but it was topped with like arugula and like spring mix, so it looked like a bird's nest. I'm like,
Looks, it
how
sounds
do
that.
I attack this? Shovel some of the
I'm trying to picture this in
arugula off
my
to the
mind.
side.
It's like, ugh, no, not for me.
No, and look, it's got your base. I mean, it's noodles and sauce
Right.
and meat, so it was edible, and I ate it.
Did it taste good?
I would have just rather had a lasagna. You don't have to reimagine a lasagna.
Yeah, well,
it's one of the few dishes that could just be served the same way forever and ever until the end of the earth.
Yeah, I do give them credit for telling you this beforehand.
Yes, I signed up for this. It's my own fault, which is why I
Yes.
didn't send it back.
Right.
I ate it, and it was the worst thing we had while we were there. I should have taken a picture because it did look like a bird's nest.
It's not right.
But lasagna is a dish you don't reimagine, correct?
No. You know what's weird? As much as I love Italian food, I can't remember the last time I ever ordered lasagna at a restaurant.
Really?
Yeah, it's usually something my wife would make. I'll have it a lot.
So what do you get at an Italian restaurant?
Some sort of, veal dish with pasta or something, or like seafood, pescatore and all that kind of, that stuff.
Okay.
And I'm weird when it comes to like noodles. I'll eat it if I have to, but like spaghetti, I don't like pasta with it. It's thicker than like spaghetti. I'm like a spaghetti, angel hair, linguine type of a guy.
I like angel hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't like the farfalle?
The bow tie?
Like the bow tie?
No, I definitely don't like the bow ties. I don't know why. It's all pasta, but
I get weird with. I don't like macaroni noodles for spaghetti or sauce based. Like it's okay
Yeah.
with macaroni and cheese, but that's
Right.
it. Or maybe some sort of tuna salad or whatever.
See, like the macaroni noodles would be in like if my mom made goulash growing up. So I don't mind if it's with like a heartier red sauce. It's not a deal breaker for me.
Yeah.
But the topic was just restaurants that are trying too hard. The dimly lit place that's reimagining lasagna and serves you a bird's
It's just
nest.
bizarre that they even call it reimagined lasagna. Is it like on the menu listed as reimagined?
It had the lasagna something, something, something. And I said, I'll take the lasagna. And that's when he goes, okay, I got to warn you. I got to give you a heads up.
That's when you should have said,
I know.
okay, I got to warn you.
He didn't say warn, but it was a warning.
You should have said, I'm reimagining lasagna. You reimagine Stanley Cups
What is funny
in
is
Toronto.
They were like, well, if you sign up for the rewards, you get the bread for free. And I'm like, we're just visiting. Like, I'm probably not going to come back. He's like, well, next time you come.
The bread for free?
Yeah, if you sign up for their rewards program. Like, the bread for the table. Like a focaccia.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like your standard bread. We ordered focaccia.
Okay.
So, good clarifier.
Yeah.
If you want the focaccia for free, sign up for our rewards program. We're like, we're just visiting from out of town. So we're not going to do that. Wouldn't come back
I'm
anyway.
trying to remember if there's anything I had that was approaching something that I thought they like overdid it, so to speak.
I can't. I eat so simply that everything is pretty much what I order.
Okay. Have you had a bad restaurant experience recently?
Recently?
Semi-recently?
Not really. Not that I can think of. I have restaurant pet peeves. And
we could do an entire show on those.
Oh, I know. Like, you order, I know, Gov will laugh, but when you order soup and it's not hot.
Unless it's like a gazpacho, it should be
Yes,
hot.
right. I mean, really, it's been sitting. Sometimes, if it's not a great restaurant, it's been sitting in there. They just ladle it out. It's been heated up. I mean, how can it not be hot?
One that kills me now is this trend of you have to pay extra for fries. It comes with chips. You get a burger or a sandwich, and you have to pay an extra $2.50 to get fries with your sandwich or burger. You've seen this. You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Usually, it just comes with it.
Or it just doesn't even come with the chips. You just got to pay for the fries, too.
Right. Tex says, I've eaten at restaurants all over the world, and one thing is true. The word reimagined is industry speak for run like hell. John in Lake Orion. I get a good carbonara or a shrimp scampi, chicken parm. This text says it sounds like a variation on assassin's pasta. What's assassin's
pasta? So come on. Lee Harvey Oswald made pasta before he shot John F. Kennedy.
I just Googled it. It's not... It looks fine. It's not what I ordered, though. Let's get to Larry and Celine. Larry, you got some thoughts as we're wrapping up a show today?
Yeah. Tiger starting pitching. First of all, Tigers used to have a pitcher named Jordan Zimmerman who won his first 5 games and then didn't win any games for 5 years. And Jack Flaherty seems to be sort of following that pattern.
Is he the reincarnation?
He could be.
Or what? The other one was what was it? Shane Green. Remember him?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
God,
I
forgot about him.
I don't think they didn't pay him $100 million.
No, but but he started off on fire. He was unbelievable.
True. Okay,
Shane,
so anyway,
Shane Green, was he added around the same time they brought in Fulmer and Derek Norris? They were all these young arms they got when they started selling about a decade ago.
Yeah. And then they traded him to Atlanta or something.
Yeah, he became a bullpen guy, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah. Flaherty is Zimmerman. Zimmerman started an opening day.
Oh, I know. I remember Mike Ilitch was at the press conference, if I'm not mistaken.
That was a big, exciting move.
Yeah. Spending money. Jordan Zimmerman.
Keep the title window alive.
Absolutely.
Him and Justin Upton, right around that same time. This is a reminder that these moves don't always yield championships.
Correct.
But you could respect what your team was doing everything they could.
Look, if Valdez, ends up being a major disappointment, I'm not going to criticize them for trying.
Yeah, you could say the money wasn't spent well.
Right.
But it's certainly an attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and he had a track record.
Yeah.
It's not that you're just throwing, it's not like Alex Cobb.
And yet you're most frustrated with Harris.
Yes.
Even with the Valdez move, because it doesn't overshadow all the other stuff that's
Right,
driving you crazy.
It was more at the deadline last year. I was convinced he was going to do something and didn't do anything.
Hey, speaking of the deadline this year, you had the story about Skubal and some potential trade destinations. I've got some deals from one of the MLB insiders. What could the Tigers actually get in a Tarek Skubal trade? Throw you some of those coming up next. It's 97.1. jumped him,
Yeah.
and then hung on for dear life.
Hey, getting that win, baby. 1-0 in June. Get the banner ready.
63 more, and they're in the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
give or take. Some texts on reimagined lasagna. Lasagna is my favorite food. What you described should be punishable by military interrogation methods. Heartbreaking. Larry and Clio.
I borderline agree with that. Like, why do you mess with lasagna?
You shouldn't. Chicken parm and a bed of pasta is my go-to any Italian restaurant. I never make it home, so it's always a treat. That's Scott in Bay City. And another says they get the tour of Italy from Olive Garden. There are so many better places to get Italian food, though, than an Olive Garden.
They still have unlimited breadsticks, though?
That I don't know.
I believe they do. Like the tour of Italy, if that's your top line Italian, you haven't experienced Italian.
No.
Get out more.
Yeah.
It's American Italian.
Yeah.
It's like the Big Mac of Italian.
Mentioned I had some Scooble trade proposals because this is just going to be where things go closer to the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
The Athletic.
The deadline's what, August 3rd?
August 3rd. The Athletic broke out what like some actual trade proposals might look like from some of the teams you brought up the other day. Teams like the Dodgers
Right.
and Rays and Padres. Not your Phillies. I didn't see a trade from the Phillies in there.
No.
But just a couple that stood out to me. Number one was the Dodgers. The Dodger deal, you would get DePaula, which is their number one prospect. He's the number 15 prospect in all of baseball. He's an outfielder. And you'd also get Emmett Sheehan, who is a major league starting pitcher right now, young arm.
Pitched last night.
Just pitched last night, plus another guy, Brady Smith, from their system, another arm. That is a deal that you could look for from the Dodgers. Would that do it for you?
Sure.
All right. It's in the ballpark at the very least. I skipped over the Yankees because the writing on this is they're not going to give up any of their top guys, so just keep scrolling. I mean, I'm not going to take less.
No.
The Padres, they don't include their number one prospect because he's a catcher, Ethan Salas.
Right. Tigers don't need a catcher.
You could get a top 100 prospect from them. Doesn't really do it for me. The Blue Jays deal would be 2 top 100 prospects. JoJo Parker being their highest rated prospect, but both of them are shortstop, Stoney.
No, we don't need any more shortstops.
And then their number 3 player is Johnny King, a left-handed pitcher. You don't want more shortstops?
No, we have enough.
But shortstops, isn't that what they say? You can always move someone off a shortstop. They're typically your best defender.
Okay, so if
you can move one to second base or you can put one in the corner outfield.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Are they ready to play prospects? I don't know.
Who cares? They're not winning anything right now anyway. They're going to take a year off.
I understand that, but what do you do? What are we doing? You got McGonigal. Hopefully, he'll be the shortstop, but he's going to play other positions.
All right, let me work backwards.
You got Rainier. Supposedly, he's going to be this terrific player.
Yeah.
And then they drafted their first round pick last year was a shortstop. Plus, they have short. Well, hopefully not after
I was
today.
going to say, but he might be gone if Torres is back tonight.
Yes, hopefully.
Well, so let me work backwards. What is it that you want to hear? I don't expect you to go scout
No.
minor league baseball in the next 60 days. What is the type of return Stoney wants to hear? Is it arms? Is it bats? Is it major league ready talent versus high upside talent? What do you want in the ideal return?
I want one major league ready player and two high level prospects who are not either a shortstop or a catcher.
Bats or arms? Doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't matter. Well, I don't want 3 pitchers, but
some variety.
Yeah, absolutely. Because their farm system is supposedly, especially now the Melton's on the team, their farm system is bereft of great arms. I mean, Ty Madden looked okay for 3 innings yesterday, but
Yeah. No, you did. We asked people the most frustrating GM. You said Scott Harris.
Scott Harris.
I said Steve Yzerman. Plenty of people voted for Brad Holmes because, hey, Myles Garrett, what the hell, what gives? Very few on Trajan Langdon. Tom, what was the most popular texted in answer?
In terms of frustration with GM?
Yeah.
Probably Scott Harris.
Yeah.
Probably most time. They're in season right now.
Right,
too.
right. And frustration does not necessarily mean they're the worst either.
I mean, I think you would have gotten more Yzerman response if you did this April 10th.
Yes.
Right? You know, Harris, the team has just gone through an absolutely horrible stretch. You know, it's a red glaring hole, though. That's the commonality with him and Holmes is that, Harris has neglected the right-handed bat. And Holmes neglected watering the garden by a year with the offensive line.
Yeah,
and it bit him in the butt.
The trenches needed a boost, and we had talked about it for a couple years. Both lines of scrimmage. And for Harris, it's that idea of, hey, man, this offense was the thing that held you back at the end of last season.
And he knew about it. I mean, it's not that it came out of nowhere. He said what? He lost sleep over it. Well, he must not be getting a lot of shut-eye now.
Oh, boy. Yeah, what was the quote? It was something like, I stay up at night thinking how a top 5 offense turned into a bottom 5 offense.
Yes.
I keep going back to this. If they had an average back end bullpen where you were just middle of the pack in MLB and blown saves, and then all these guys who are struggling with these low OPSs were just having average seasons,
right?
Yeah, that they wouldn't be that far off right
now. I'm even talking about last year's deadline. If he would have not neglected a bat,
right. Last night was a roller coaster.
I know.
That's for sure.
Stone family thought they were going to lose, especially my wife.
I don't think she was alone in Metro
No,
Detroit. Look,
no,
as big a
absolutely.
lead as they kept building, I mean, it was a little too close for comfort at the end of that ball game.
Absolutely. But hey, like we said, undefeated in June.
Calendar flips.
Facts. Those are facts.
Those are facts.
Facts. So you didn't like deconstructed lasagna.
I didn't, Gator.
Reimagined lasagna.
Deconstructed would have been very.
It sounds
different.
similar to what they did.
Yeah.
I mean, was there cheese?
Yeah, there's a little cheese in there.
Are you supposed to? Did you get a bite with all the elements in it in one?
Maybe, but it turns into like I said, it was like a bird's nest of like hard pasta. The chef's favorite was the crunchy part of the lasagna.
That's a mistake.
I'm sorry, and now it's just this. Inside of the bird's nest is all the ingredients fluffed up by some greens, arugula. It just wasn't for
Is
me.
there any ricotta in there?
I think so.
You think so? You know?
Gator, where do you stand on calling your co-host like partner
Like Brad Nessler?
or whoever? Like Bobby Scales called Dan Dick. It's one of my pet peeves.
Partner?
Because I wouldn't use it in general conversation.
No,
so
I don't. Partner's not one I've used. I heard you guys talking about bud and buddy. I actually call my friends buddy all the time, but only in text.
Oh yeah.
You know, which is kind of strange. I'll never say it like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" It's just like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?"
Yeah.
But I've never been the whole partner kind
Yeah,
of.
I mean, it's kind of weird to me.
Yeah. It is.
Doug's not going to come back from a break and say, "I'm here with my broadcast partner."
Yeah,
Scott the Gator
I
Anderson.
wonder if Doug, do you ever refer to John Jansen during the broadcast as your partner? Because I've just
Tony doesn't
it's
like
something
this.
I just
I don't
hate.
think I've ever said that.
Good for you. Good for you.
He's called him all kinds of names, but
Right? No, it's a pet peeve. You know,
You don't like it?
No, it seems fake. To,
Okay, where did this come from? What sparked this conversation?
the home run last night. Bobby Scales called Dan partner.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what sparked it.
Well, I'll make sure I let Bobby know how you feel next time I see him. Doug Karsh alongside my broadcast partner, Scott Anderson.
Hello, partner. Hey, buddy.
Captain.
That was the other one that apparently they didn't like was Buddy.
Really?
Yeah. And I said, I actually, when I text some of my friends, I use the word buddy in a text all the time, but I don't know if I use it in person.
I use my man a lot, but
is it just when you don't remember somebody's name? Or
no. It's a term of endearment. I think of you as my man.
All right.
Yep.
I like that. Thank you.
Yep.
I use my man a lot.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Sometimes in the Denzel Washington way. My man.
What's that from?
It's just Denzel Washington says my man all the time.
Oh, does
I mean, it's the coolest thing ever.
I don't think Doug even knows who Denzel Washington is.
I actually do know who. I do know who he
He thinks
is.
he's a running back from like Rutgers.
It's from Maryland. Maryland had the Washington. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've seen a bunch of his movies. I saw
Remember the
Remember
Titans?
the Titans. Yes, I saw Remember the
Only
Titans.
going to be sports movies with Doug.
That's not true.
He got game. So he got game.
Was he in that?
Yeah, he was Ray Allen's father, and he got.
Oh,
game.
was he the dad?
Yeah,
he named his kid Jesus.
that's right.
Yeah,
Shuttlesworth.
yeah, Jesus Shuttlesworth. Great name. But how are you today?
See training day?
No.
I'm not surprised. Don't even ask if. Why are you not? I'm not surprised. No,
Yeah.
it's okay.
Is there any more you want to run past me? Because there might be more. I just
You ever see Crimson Tide, the submarine movie? Not Hunt for Red October.
no. I
but the
saw
one with
Hunt for
Gene
Red
Hackman.
October. I did not see Crimson
Tide's
Tide.
good.
Yeah.
The Insider or Inside Man. Inside Man. It's a bank robbery one where he's the detective.
No,
that's a really good movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it recent?
I mean, after 2000, but it's not terribly recent. No.
Gotcha. Anyway,
Gladiator 2.
No,
it's terrible.
Is it?
Gladiator 2 sucks so bad. When you've got a movie like Gladiator, you don't do the sequel. Just leave it alone. Gladiator was great.
You brought this up before because you basically said it's a time movie. Like it's it's not current, modern day. But Denzel is like current modern day Denzel in this movie,
he's
right?
not even
It's
trying
like-
to do an accent or anything like that. He's just Denzel Washington. Like I don't. It wouldn't surprise me. I went
He
back to the
says in
script
that
and find him
movie,
saying
"My
"my
man."
man." Yeah.
You said it to the.
So is it like set in Roman times?
Have you brought people back to Rome? My man.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. He's like,
Hey, my man. Are those sharks in the Colosseum? My man.
Julius Caesar ain't got nothing,
Nothing on me.
on me.
He's great though. Love Denzel Washington. And apparently the way to pronounce it is Denzel, but he's gone all this time saying Denzel. People
Yeah, it's
pronounce
too
it
late now,
Denzel.
man.
Yeah, he's just roll with it.
Like his given name is pronounced Denzel?
Yes. Yeah. I saw that in
Huh.
an interview one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Wayne Fonts. And what was his brother? Was it John?
Len.
Len Fontes?
I think there was a John too. I think he had a couple brothers.
Yeah, but the Wayne was Fonts and his brothers were Fontes.
Fontes, yeah. Because Wayne thought all the good running backs only had monosyllabic names, like Jim Brown. So he just got rid of the syllable and went with Fonts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't long after Jim Brown, you had other really good Tony Dorsett, Walter Payton, Barry Sanders.
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. Oh,
He was a good running back.
Barry Sanders. Let's go back. Equalizer. You never saw any of the Equalizer movies?
No.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first two are really entertaining. Anywho,
Fair
sorry.
enough. No, it's good. Anything fun Monday night?
I mean, it was
Did you go for a wild ride? Did you buckle up?
I did.
Were you tall enough?
I just needed the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was buckled up the whole time and rolling my eyes and getting excited and then then talking myself down, saying, relax, it's one game. And, I want to get excited because I want to see this team change. And look, they were aggressive with the bats last night. They were knocking the ball out of the ballpark. And when all was said and done, it was basically the top four guys in the lineup and how you lead. which is fine. That's good enough to get you by a game here and there, right? And I want the 4 guys in the top. Those need to be the run producers. They should do it. And when you score 10 runs, it should never be in doubt. When you score 6 runs in the first couple of innings, you feel like you got this. But then the Tigers season, you see how bad the bullpen is and how things are going and how bad the fielding has been. It's just
the
it's a
Tigers
shame.
were just giving away runs.
Yeah, they
walks, fielding errors, more walks. I mean, technically, they only, I think, were charged with 1 error. But those, I mean, Colt Keith and Spencer Torkelson in particular, those were makeable plays. The How You Lee double play ball was as Keystone Cops a moment as I've seen as he drops the ball that he bangs into McGonigal. They both go to the ground. McGonigal's throwing the ball anyway. And I mean, it was just a...
Get the Benny Hill music going in the background.
Kind of was. The Tigers had 8 relievers suited up last night. They used 6 of them. And Will Vest appreciation thread. Because Will Vest kept getting outs.
Right.
But he's like, you got 5 outs in 1 inning.
That's cool. It's cool, bro. Do it again.
Yeah. I'll just keep getting outs.
How about you make the play and we walk to the dugout? No, not yet. Not yet. We want to test a little bit more.
And then there's no question they sent him back out in the 9th because they're running out of guys to go to. Yeah, it's Jake Rogers warm up. And so Vest got him 1, 2, 3 in the 9th for a nice, calm 9th inning.
Well, trust me, you're not pitching tomorrow, so just let it all out here, okay, if you can. And yeah, that was nice to see. Look, bottom line is they won the game, and they scored 10 runs in doing so. Bullpen is trouble and problematic. The defense is trouble and problematic, but the offense coming back was good to see.
Anything else last night in the Gator household?
Nothing special.
No. Nothing below us. No meal. No great meal. Did you make a great meal?
I definitely did not make a great meal, but I did have a tequila cocktail last night.
Oh yeah,
well, I just went simple. Went back to the basics. Just tequila, lemonade,
after the watermelon disaster.
Yeah, and then added a couple of sprigs of a couple of leaves, I should say, of mint into the lemonade. Mint lemonade is really freaking good. And then you throw
you put some tequila in there,
and now you're cooking with gas.
Attaboy. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Want to take this time to say happy birthday to my youngest.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say it's not my birthday.
No, he turns 19 today.
Oh my,
Alex, happy birthday!
What's going on with the big fella?
He's gonna have his buddies over, and we're either going to his partner, Slick. Yeah, whatever. He's gonna have his friends over, and we're either going to order out whatever he wants, or we're gonna take the crew out. And then we're at a point, we get a nice little card and some cash, and
that's
roll from there.
You're 19. You don't want presents. You want cash.
Yeah,
I would think, or Venmo, I guess. Do the kids want Venmo these days?
Dude, you show up at grab parties and the Venmo QR codes be right out there. It's way quicker.
Wow.
Yep.
It's so less personal.
It totally does. But who am I to complain about the advancements in technology?
Is he now the big guy of the family?
Is he like physically?
Yeah, tall. I mean, height-wise.
He's the tallest.
He's the tallest in the family.
6'5".
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he taller than his cousin?
No, I think Logan's still a little taller. I have to look. He'll be interested. And I'm sure Alex would love to compare himself to Logan. All right, so we didn't want to bury the lead today. What the Rams and Cleveland did yesterday led to a flurry of phone calls at the end of the show.
What?
And we will discuss what it means for the Detroit Lions because it re-sparked a debate about whether or not the Lions are doing this the right way. And I was thinking about what we typically do as topics. I think our show focuses more on the general managers and the running of the teams than we do on coaching the teams. Not to say that those calls and those topics don't come up. I mean, heck, we spent much of yesterday second guessing because we first guessed AJ Hinch and thought that the Tiger manager made a mistake on Sunday and it almost bit him in the butt last night because he was running out of arms and when he probably didn't need to go to the bullpen and he went to the bullpen and I don't even know if probably is the correct term. But anyway, AJ Hinch, we spent plenty of time on that. But the Rams trade rekindled a Lions debate about whether or not they're doing it the right way. And, there's obviously two distinct opposite opinions on how it should be done. The question is, can both be right? Can you win it the way the Rams are doing it? Can you win it the way the Lions are doing it? We will get into that next here on Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so yesterday, near the end of our show, all hell broke loose. We were in the middle of going over Scooble trade proposals, the first of 7 put together by Jim Bowden. And about 30 seconds into Gator analyzing proposal number 1, Myles Garrett gets traded from the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams for what we found to be Jared Verse, a first, a second, and a third round pick.
But the second and third round picks are in consecutive
Multiple years,
they're
moving down the road.
they're
Yeah, future
27, they're
picks.
28 and 29. Yeah.
So the Lions have made deals like this, but they usually they were the Browns. I mean, it was Stafford for Goff for
2 first round picks.
for they both the Lions and Browns have traded an established player, a veteran, beloved. No, maybe not always beloved by Detroit fans. Certainly, we know that, but well established as star players in their towns. To the Rams for a former first round pick named Jared. And the Rams got a first, second, and third. The Lions got 2 firsts. They have been the Browns in this scenario. And that trade actually, it's worked out for both teams. And, we'll see how it works out for the Lions in the end. What does it mean for Detroit? Well, getting out of the NFC just got harder because the Rams went from being the favorite in the NFC to more of the favorite. And as this story was kind of unpacked, the Rams were really sweating this offseason getting their quarterback of the future. And when they were able to get Ty Simpson, apparently that for them, their approach was now we don't need to draft a quarterback in the next couple of years because we got our quarterback, so we don't need this first round pick as much as we might otherwise need it. But of course, more than really what it means for the Lions in the NFC in the here and the now is it launched a debate about Brad Holmes' approach. That whole thing got rekindled, as we expected the moment the trade went down. There are people that want Brad Holmes to go big. There are people that want Brad Holmes to find a all-in win-now move. The Rams have done it and famously won a Super Bowl. Other teams have not done it and also won Super Bowls. The strange thing is, you look at Philly, the year that Philly didn't do it, they won the Super Bowl. This past year, Philly went and got Jalen Phillips. They didn't win the Super Bowl. And it's not a straight line correlation, but it's an aggressive move, and people are desperate to see a championship in Detroit, and I completely understand it. It makes sense. We want our teams to make it to the mountaintop, and we've flirted with it here a little bit of late with a number of our teams. In fact, Lions, Pistons, and Tigers have all rewarded the fan base with playoff appearances. And the first time you get in, it's just kind of fun and fresh and new, and you're all right. It's a good start. But after you've done it a couple times, it's like, okay, what about the championship? And as we discussed yesterday, there probably wasn't a reasonable path to Myles Garrett. Have you given that any further thought? Is there a reasonable path that the Lions could have acquired Myles Garrett now?
The only thing they could have done is offer multiple first-round picks. That's the way that I see it. And I don't think that gets it done because I think Cleveland wanted to get a young player under control of substance. And the Lions just didn't. They don't have that guy because everyone else they're ready to re-sign here unless you wanted to. And I guess the problem is that even the class that were guys you can sign them now. Again, they're going to be free agents at the end of the year, or you can sign them now, and they're also hurt.
Yeah,
so it's tough to do that.
It's,
so you got to go
Branch Laporta. I mean, you could give him Gibbs, but Gibbs is doing extension soon, and they wanted.
So you got to go to the next class, which is the Terrion Arnold class, and Terrion Arnold isn't going to get it done. Not like Jared Verse.
Nope.
So you'd have to overpay on the draft compensation, and could they have gotten it done by trading a couple of first round picks and a second round pick? Could they have done that to get him? And they maybe could have.
Maybe
that's a lot of draft cap.
Schefter reported today that the Browns love Jared Verse and that they really desperately wanted Jared Verse, and teams will typically take the player that they had known as established over a draft pick. But
sure, and I get it. I tend to agree with that.
Yep.
So I really don't think the Lions had a chance in this, which is it ends up being too bad because the way it works out with the money and all that. It ends up being, isn't it kind of a doable contract for both sides because of the timing of it? Like,
what do you mean?
Myles Garrett, what's the cap number for the Rams now? Because it's nowhere near what
they
it was.
redid his contract to make him more tradable,
yeah.
Which was sort of an underreported story, I feel like, over the last few weeks.
Well, because Cleveland did this, but Cleveland also said at the time that, well, when they were doing it, that or were going to do it, that they weren't trading him. They had no intentions of trading him until the Rams came and said, all right, how about this? And they're like, well, okay, we'll do that.
Myles Garrett's cap hit for the Rams this year is $8.14 million. Then it goes to 16, 21, 42, 49.
So pretty doable, right? And Cleveland ends up, what's their hit on this with the dead money?
I'll have to go back and see it. Did you see a number somewhere?
I didn't see a number, but I thought that I actually did see a number, and I didn't think it was that bad that they could actually handle this. But regardless, the number is what the Rams are going to pay, and it's totally doable. So would you have been willing to give up the draft capital that would trump giving up draft capital and Jared Verse?
Apparently the cap hit this year for them is $21.374 million. So I'm sorry. So you'd have to Kanga, do you think that there was an accessible way for the Lions to reasonably make this trade now?
I don't think so, because the player they would want to return is Aiden Hutchinson, and I think cap numbers just would not allow that to happen. So other than that, there's no other avenue unless they were just in love with an injured Brian Branch and injured Sam Laporta. You know what I mean? Like, and then obviously you got to throw in picks. So I don't think there was a reasonable path to go get Myles Garrett.
I'm not even sure they would love Aiden Hutchinson given the contract.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That contract is a big part of the why. But the player itself, they would obviously love Aiden Hutchinson, but the contract numbers just wouldn't make it work, I don't think.
So fans want the move.
Fans want
to be able to find a player that's worthy of throwing first-round picks at and acquire them in trade.
So there's a few things here. One is, believe it or not, Brad Holmes actually does want to win a Super Bowl just as much as the fans do. And I don't think, you might not like his approach, but he might want it more given his livelihood is dependent on it. His job as a professional is dependent on it. There is sort of a sense of desperation that's setting in for fans that I don't want any of our GMs to assume the desperation of some of the callers that we get. And if you think about it deep down, my guess is you probably don't want him to be that desperate. But that doesn't mean you can't make a big move from somebody outside of house. They have made big moves, but their big moves have been re-signing their own guys. Justin Rogers put together a list of the $20 million players that the Lions have, and it's actually more than the Rams. Now, a couple guys being hurt, makes it really difficult because you're getting nothing out of Kirby Joseph, and Lee McNeil came off that injury, and we'll see if he returns to form. I hope those guys don't turn out to be wastes of money. But Brad Holmes' approach is pretty clear that primarily he thinks if they stay in the mix here long enough, they will eventually break through. If they have a team that is considered amongst the best in the NFL, one of the better rosters in the NFL, and it is a damn good roster that the Lions have, that eventually they will break through. And but, and this is something I don't want to get misinterpreted at all, because I tend to defend Brad Holmes against the criticism that he won't make a move like this or that he's doing it wrong. I defend him against the people who call and say he's doing it wrong. I'm going to go back to one of my basic principles in sports. You cannot go through life with hard and fast rules. And you shouldn't go through life with hard and fast rules. Because you start narrowing the field of what makes sense. I get the sense with Brad Holmes that he is waiting until that right move comes along. And then he should and will pull the trigger. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if there was ever a greater trade of the right move at the right time than Rasheed Wallace. Here you have a dominant player who through circumstance became available, and the Pistons were able to facilitate a 3-team trade that got him not just Rasheed, but Mike James, and really didn't cut dramatically into their core. And it was just perfect timing that player became available. If Brad Holmes, I think if he is smart, and I do think he's smart, I think he's very smart, I think you are seeking at all times for that perfect move. The right guy at the right time for the right price. And if he's not, I think that's foolish. But I think he's pretty patient waiting for this move to make itself available or he's trying to.
Well, there's a fine line between patience and stubbornness. And I don't know where he's at. I tend to think it's more patience what he's preaching here and waiting for that right player to come along. I don't think Myles Garrett was the right player based on how they were operating this offseason. And you can argue, I guess, the other side said, well, they shouldn't have operated that way and just go get the guy. But whatever. I don't think that's it. And as I'm looking at this team, defensive end, edge rusher is not the pressing need, not right now for this team.
I mean, it'd be cool.
It'd be great. Yeah, it's great. But I mean, they did spend a second round pick on an edge rusher who I'm encouraged a lot by Derek Moore and what he can provide. They get guys that are healthy. They did sign Wanham as a free agent. And, does that make it for Myles Garrett? No, Myles Garrett is all pro. He's amazing. He's the best in the league at what he does. But because they've kind of fortified that area up there, I'm looking elsewhere. And this is what I think that Lions fans should focus their attention on now. Don't forget the shiny thing that's Myles Garrett. What's the real need on this team? And whether you think it's cornerback or safety or linebacker, whatever you think it is, defensive tackle, if you think that's the thing to focus on, then look for the player that fits that position and then ask yourself, would you give up a first-round pick for that player or a first-round pick and more to acquire that player? That's the move that I think we're going to have to look at moving towards the trade deadline. If the Lions are good, and I think they're going to be good this year, and you want to add, what's going to make sense for them to F them picks? What's the position player? And you don't actually have to say the player, but give me the position.
Yeah,
what do you think is a screaming need where you throw a couple of first-round picks at it and fix it?
I think I know where we're going. I think we're still going to get edge rusher.
You think so?
I think we still get edge rusher.
All right.
248-539-9797. You did say something, though, that I want to circle back to there, but we're up against the break. So let's take it and get to your phone calls and feedback. Can they win it Brad Holmes' way? Can they win it Brad Holmes' way? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. can you win it Brad Holmes' way? Now, look, you said something though I wanted that I wanted to follow up on. You said there's a fine line between patience and stubbornness.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's exactly what I'm talking about. Hard and fast rules. If he says I'll never make a FDM picks trade, I think that's foolish.
Yep.
I think that is, and I don't think it's a fine line personally.
And I don't think he's
it's
ever said that either.
No,
He's actually said the opposite.
Yeah, but he definitely believes in draft and develop. Okay, and
sure, as I do too.
I think it's awesome what they did at the beginning of the Brad Holmes era. I think it is less. The 2024 class is the one that really doesn't look like it's going to be special. I mean, the best player they got out of there might have been their last pick. Christian Mahogany was their last pick of that draft, and he might be the best player, most useful player for them in that draft. I think it's too early on last year's draft and this draft, obviously, that just happened. When we did the topic a couple of weeks ago about the what do we be keeping an eye on? What storyline do we want most to see at OTAs? And I said my eye is going to be on the sophomore class, because I think it's when your rookie class steps on the field and starts making an impact, that's rare. But by the time you're in your second, third year, these guys should be fully integrated in the lineup. They should be moving their way up the depth chart, and they should be making plays for you. Tyleik Williams, Tate Ratledge, Tesla, Frazier, Hassanine. These are guys that I'm going to keep my eye on, because not only are they important for the team on the field in 2026, I think they're important to kind of reestablish that the 2024 draft is going to be an anomaly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That his draft, the Penei Sewell draft, Aiden Hutchinson draft, the draft where they got Gibbs and Campbell and Laporta and Branch, that's who he really truly is. Because if 2024 doesn't, if they get nothing out of that or little out of that, and you follow it up with another draft where you get little out of it, you go, okay, is either A, he's lost his touch, or B, he got a little lucky. And that's fair to question. So I'm going to keep my eye on the 2025 draft and really watch for those guys to blossom. And if they don't, I'm a big Brad bot. People call me that all the time, and I'm fine with it. I love Brad Holmes. I think he's fantastic, but he hasn't been good enough, and that will start to chip away a little bit at the things that I think are foundational in terms of his success. Is killing it in the draft. The 2024 draft, which I suppose could still, I mean, what if Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw go out and have good years at a position they desperately need it? I wouldn't call that a Hail Mary, but it'll start to erode a little bit of my belief in his ability to draft, I guess, is a more succinct way of saying it.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you on that too. I think that I think Brad Holmes, when the time comes, if there's an opportunity to make an FDM picks move and this team is in the right spot to make that run, I think he will. I think this team has been, look at the last couple of years in particular, just they got decimated by injuries at just the absolute wrong time. And one move wasn't going to change everything, which was really unfortunate. You didn't know if you're going to get guys back, and then they don't make the playoffs last year, and everybody's upset. I think they've done a pretty good job of repopulating the roster in this offseason with free agents. I really do like the draft a lot, actually, with what they've done in the draft. And it might have a couple of sneaky players here in the secondary, one in free agency and one in the draft, that could help immediately, and hopefully does help immediately. And as you look at this team and you see there are a couple stars on this roster, but to me, it comes down to where do you want the next star to be? And is there a move to be had where you can go and get that player at that position? And for me, I'm looking at the defensive tackle position, because it's great that Aleem McNeil says he's ready to go and he's going to have a good year, and I hope he does. I really like Aleem McNeil, and they've got him signed for a few more years, and okay, let's go. But the tackle position next to him right now in the depth chart, it looks like Levi Onwuzurike or Tyleik Williams. And, Levi Onwuzurike doesn't do a whole lot for me. I root for the guy. It was a, big decision for them to go draft him, knowing that he had a history of issues injury wise, but just hasn't worked out to this point. Maybe this year it does. I'm not counting on it. So I'm looking at the defensive tackle position, and I do think that there are potential possibilities to strike in that area at the trade deadline, and where you can have an F them picks moment. And I went and looked at, okay, who's an all-pro defensive tackle? And there were 3 names that come up that like maybe one of these guys. The Cowboys just traded to get Quinnen Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know Jerry loves himself some draft picks. If things don't go well to start the season for the Cowboys, which maybe they don't, would he be willing to trade Quinnen Williams, who is signed through 2027, but there's an out after this year where there's no cap hit if you didn't want to continue on with him, which would be unfortunate if you gave up a draft pick for him and then you don't end up winning the Super Bowl, but you would have an opportunity to have him for the next year as well. Cameron Hayward, Pittsburgh stalwart, been there forever, right? Cam Hayward's great. Another all-pro defensive tackle. He's 36 years old, but you know what you're getting with Cam Hayward. Does he want to stay in Pittsburgh? Because the Steelers have hitched their wagon to Aaron Rodgers. They brought in a new coach, his old coach. If that doesn't go well, and raise your hand if you don't think that's going to go well in Pittsburgh, does that make a guy like Cameron Hayward all of a sudden available? And the last one is Jeffrey Simmons with Tennessee. And he's a stud, an absolute stud. He's signed for a couple more years, and I think the highest total for him is $25 million. He's signed through 2027. He's making $20 million this year, $23 million next year. But he's the best in the game right now at the defensive tackle position. And he's playing on a team that's not so good. They're a growing team, right? Is it possible that team would take an FM picks move and then you can get him?
I mean, it's possible, and I'm in favor of investigating all of these things and getting the right player at the right time for the right cost. There's one thing's for sure is that Brad Holmes is up the level of where they are. People want to see an over-the-top move, and the truth is, last year at the trade deadline, the team that won the Super Bowl made a marginal acquisition in Rashid Shaheed, who didn't do much, wasn't a massive player, and they got the postseason. He had that huge kick return against San Francisco, and I'd have to go back and look and see what his postseason stats were. In the 3 postseason games, he had 3 catches on 10 targets for 78 yards. So he had 1 big catch against the Rams. He had a big kick return against San Francisco, but it was, they gave up mid-round picks and got a player who helped them. But it wasn't a massive move. I think their biggest move going into the season, the Super Bowl champion, was they got Sam Darnold, which wasn't hailed as a big move. I mean, you can make a case for others, but my point is the over-the-top move, when the right one comes along, you absolutely make it, but it's not a prerequisite to winning a Super Bowl. If you're going to draft well, hang on to your good players, make smart moves outside of that, you can win a Super Bowl like Seattle did. But it doesn't grab headlines, and the Rams grabbed the headlines, and the Rams did it 5 years ago and won a Super Bowl. And since then, they and the Lions have had similar trajectories. They both won a bunch of games. I think the Lions have won more in the regular season. The Rams have one more postseason win. But thoughts coming in. Fred said, I would have made the trade here with Los Angeles, sending Hutch for those 3 high picks and that player verse. He's a really good player on a rookie deal. Now will be extra hungry, in my opinion. That trade would have helped the cap and get those 3 high picks. Just my thoughts. That's interesting. We haven't had that, Fred.
No. Okay.
Fred brought up the exact opposite of what everybody else wanted to be LA in this deal. Fred wants to be Cleveland in this deal.
So you get a little younger. You kick the can down the road a few more years before you have to pay your edge rusher, who by that point is going to cost you $60 million a year.
Yeah, you hope. That means he's great.
Yeah, exactly. But you're also getting a first-round pick for next season and then a second round in 28 and a third round in 29. Interesting.
Kang, what do you think of that text? Be Cleveland, don't be the Rams.
No, I see it. I mean, Hutch is so much younger than Myles Garrett, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a little different, but I understand that's a different point of view. I like that we haven't heard yet.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. Can you win it Brad Holmes' way? Do you think that they will eventually break through, that this is indeed a logical way to run your NFL team? Now, with that said, neither of us believe totally in hard and fast rules and don't think you should be stubborn either. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summer is here, and if you didn't get your AC tuned up this spring, well, you're officially playing beat the clock against the Michigan humidity. We know what that's like, and it ain't pretty. So don't wait until you're sweating through a July heat wave to find out that your system is down. Do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now. Whether it's a quick AC check to see if those energy bills can be kept down, or your pool boiler needs a tune-up for peak swimming season, these guys are the local pros. From hot showers to crisp living rooms, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has you covered. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jason is on a cell on 97.1. Hello, Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say, I listen to your station a lot, and, the only ones who I think get it right are Valenti, in the afternoon show. That this is Detroit, man. No one's buying any big names. The pizza's not selling. The Fords aren't selling. It doesn't matter whether Pistons, Lions, Tigers. No one's buying big name players in this market. We're a farm market for New York and LA and the big cities who are going to spend money, and that's what Detroit's become. And unfortunately, you need to pop for those big name players occasionally to get you over the edge, and we're not going to do it. We raise them up and then we send them off to New York, Boston, LA. And it makes you as a Detroit sports fan
Go
not
ahead.
want to watch.
Who do we send off?
Yeah, who have we
Lions?
lost? Who have we lost to New York or Boston?
Well, if you go back across the board with sports, if you start looking at baseball, I can go through the list of players in the last 10 years, starting JD Martinez, Verlander, whatever. And I'm just saying with the Lions, no one's buying, right? Maybe we're not sending anyone off at the Lions, but no one's going to buy. They're not buying
Because actually, the one
player.
thing, Jason, the Lions have kept all their good players. They don't want to lose. Since the Stafford trade, which was time to start a rebuild, which I think we all agree that made some sense. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
all right, fair enough.
I agree.
Since then, haven't they gone out of their way to make sure that they aren't a farm system for other teams, that they are drafting and keeping their guys? Isn't that exactly what they've done?
Well, they're keeping some guy, but as a previous caller mentioned too, look, we're all attached because of the U of M thing to Hutch, and Hutch is okay, but he's
okay.
not. If you could have pulled a deal like that for Verse and got a couple, bigger draft picks or whatnot, and we're just not going to make moves like that. And we keep Homer guys
selling
too,
your
like Dylan Larkin.
that's selling your player to those teams and that's being a farm team. That's exactly being a farm team if you give Hutch
For
away.
draft capital.
Yeah, for
Not
draft
if you
capital.
get more in return. Not if you get more in return. The Rams gave up a great player in Verse, but
But they got a better
something
player
that
in
was a-
Garrett.
Well, they got a puzzle piece that they needed, right? And we're not going to Larkin. Larkin's a decent player, but he's not doing anything within the fit. So we're not going to get rid of him, though.
Yeah,
you know?
Larkin is a completely separate issue. that has nothing to do with what the Lions have done.
But he was talking about
Yeah.
cross-board with Detroit. But I think we always have to keep this in mind too. Hockey, basketball, and football all have salary cap situations.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're no longer seeing they're the minor league team for the rest of the league. That's not the case in those three sports. And what you pointed out with the Lions absolutely slaps that theory down with the Lions.
The last time the Lions did that was a trade he would have made.
Yeah.
And that's when they sent Stafford to LA and started this rebuild where they haven't been a farm team for.
The one league that doesn't have the salary cap is Major League Baseball, and the Tigers actually have spent a lot of money. They spent money this last offseason to get Framber Valdez. That's what, $40 million or whatever it was?
This is an example of do something. Not that. Well, because they added like $85 million in payroll year to year. They went from 168.7 to 243.8.
And I'm not sure who the Pistons
85.
haven't paid in the recent years, but okay,
You
this
can
team
make
has
it-
gone
I
from
think-
14 to 44 to 60 wins in the 3-year trajectory. This offseason is going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do. But again,
As far
salary
as
cap league.
if he's gonna put this all into all these Detroit teams, the Red Wings have not had a return on the prospects that they refuse to trade.
That is 100% true.
The Detroit Lions, the players that they have tried to keep, the only thing that has stopped them from being players is injuries, and that can happen. In fact, it's going to happen in football. But the Red Wings, I think, are because we have yet to see, that's why they didn't want to trade him. Because like a year ago, if Scott Harris was looking to make a trade, people were calling about McGonigal. And they might have been calling, and I'm sure they were calling about Max Clark.
Yep.
And you know who else they probably were? They probably weren't calling about Torque, were they?
No.
Were they? I bet they were calling about Dylan Dingler.
Maybe Dingler,
Yeah.
Troy Melton.
People want your good young players. They don't want your bad players. But, I mean, look, the frustration with the Red Wings or the Tigers or the Pistons shouldn't in any way cloud your view of what the Lions are doing.
But that's not what he was saying.
It's not what he was saying. No. I know it wasn't what he was saying. What he was saying was actually factually incorrect as it pertains to the Lions.
Correct.
But
with the other teams, well, I mean, this is an important offseason for the Red Wings to show that they're going to take not just a baby step in the right direction, to take a giant step in the right direction.
Thanks for the phone call and thanks for listening. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. Hello, DJ.
What up, though, fellas? Y'all all right?
We're good. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Can't complain, man. Beautiful day out here. So let me be clear. What exactly did the Browns get back?
Well, they got Jared Verse. They got a first-round pick in 27, a second-round pick in 28, and a third-round pick in 29.
Okay, so that one texture that you got, guys, I'm gonna tell you, if I'm actually taking my emotions out of the equation, that Hutch is from Dearborn and played for Michigan, I actually would have made that trade too, because Hutch is an A. I would say as a defensive end, not an A+. A+ is Myles Garrett. He's an A. I would think that Jared Verse right now is maybe a B or a B+. So I just want to start there. I actually would have made that one. Plus, he's younger. All the things that you guys named, the salary cap, more first-round pick, cap him. Now, let's get to your question. Your question was, is Brad ever going to make them FU picks? After 5 years, guys, I just really don't think that's him. I'm cool. Can we win a Super Bowl the way Brad's doing it? Yeah, we can. It would be illogical to say that we can't. That's like just taking all our chips out the basket. But are we going to be aggressively the way that those other organizations are? I don't really think so, because we have a track record of that, him just not doing that. And then lastly, I get what the last caller was trying to say, and I actually said that with Mike and Rico last week, whereas as a whole, I don't know if it's the ownership changes. I don't know. But our ownerships are not the way they used to be, how Davidson used to be, hey, man, go get me the best players no matter what. It's like we just changed somewhere, guys, and all our teams are just not like that right now. They just not.
Remember, back in the day, a lot of leagues had salary caps that impacted what you can and can't do. Didn't have salary caps, that didn't impact what you can and can't do. 3 of the 4 leagues do now. I got to tell you, I think if we're doing a holistic Detroit topic about not making the big move, I don't think it's fair to put Trajan Langdon anywhere close to this. First of all, the owner just spent like $70 million to dump a coach.
Right.
Secondly, is Trajan Langdon's just getting started. In 2 years, he went from the worst team in the league to the best team in the East in the regular season. We get it, didn't make. But I mean, you can't say that Trajan Langdon. The clock's not ticking. It's he doesn't deserve to be in this conversation.
No, the problem is that they didn't go get that player that people wanted to get at the trade deadline, and people aren't going to forget that. And then the player that everybody wanted was Michael Porter Jr. Now, he didn't get traded, and it by all accounts, after the season when Trajan Langdon spoke with the media, it sounded like the Pistons were actively trying to get players, and players weren't available to them. So take that how you will, and I agree with you. Langdon kind of gets outside this conversation until maybe the conversation gets spirited again this summer because they're going to have their off season here starting in a couple weeks once the finals are done, and then we'll see if the Pistons are active in the trade market or free agency to try to improve this team and get them to the conference finals and then eventually get them to the NBA finals.
It could totally change with Langdon. He doesn't get free pass forever, but
no,
if you think about the timeline of what the guy's done and how quick he did it,
pretty quick.
Don't lump the Pistons into any frustration topics with Detroit teams. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers are hoping to do something they haven't done in 30 days tonight, and they may get the help of someone who hasn't played in 31 days to do so. Gleyber Torres could be activated off the injured list tonight for the Tigers as they face the Rays for Game 2 in the series with a chance to win a series for the first time since May 3rd. Torres last played in a game on May 2nd before he was placed on the 10-day IL with an oblique injury. Over the weekend, he completed a rehab assignment in Toledo, and this week he joined the team in St. Petersburg. After their win yesterday, the Tigers will now face left-hander Steven Matz on the mound for Tampa. Detroit is hitting .209 with a .668 OPS as a team against lefties this year. Torres, meanwhile, is hitting .267 with an .851 OPS against left-handers in his career. Jack Flaherty will be on the mound for the Tigers, albeit in a 7-1 loss. He did have 9 strikeouts and only 3 runs allowed in over 5 innings against the Angels his last time out. First pitch is at 6:40 this evening right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:15. The Stanley Cup playoffs are back tonight as well with Game 1 of the finals between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. This is the third ever appearance in the Stanley Cup for both franchises. The only difference is Vegas has only been around since 2017 and Carolina has been around since 1979. Hurricanes are favored at -154 in Game 1 tonight and in the series overall. Puck drop this evening from Raleigh, North Carolina is at 8 p.m. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. I'm going to reiterate the Langdon thing. By any reasonable measure, a general manager that oversees a team going from the worst team in the league to in the second round of the playoffs in a Game 7 2 years later, that is a remarkable ascension and unrealistically quick. That is a quick turnaround. And I will state that if you are citing any frustrations with Detroit teams, a holistic frustration, which is certainly understandable because I know what fans want. Fans want championships, and it is frustrating. But it's not as frustrating. Like the Pistons shouldn't be included in any way in big picture thinking. That won't last forever. But the job he has done and what that organization has done, because, he still has some proving to do too, because, he's only responsible really for Ron Holland and then some other really nice moves, but the big moves were made by Troy Weaver. So it doesn't mean that means he's going to get it done, and I know he's going to get it done. I don't know that to be the case, but I think realistically, you got to give Trajan some time here before the word frustration is ever associated with the trajectory of the Pistons. Now there are frustrating moments, but
sure there's frustrating moments, and it just goes back to trade deadline stuff, right? Because people got hot and bothered by a couple of names that were out there that they thought would certainly make the Pistons better. And I'm not going to argue they wouldn't make the Pistons better because they would have made the Pistons better. However, they didn't get moved to anyone. Yeah. So maybe that tells you that those players were not available, or if they were, the price was so astronomical and would have completely rattled what made the Pistons successful this year in the first place, that you just don't take that chance.
It's very inconvenient for the purposes of these debates that we don't know the go-for-it moves that any Detroit GM turned down. But let's go to Dan in Lincoln Park. You're next. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. How's it going, man?
Okay.
Hope you guys are having a splendid day today.
So far.
I'm a Rams fan. And I want to bring up the whole conversation about the Rams giving up this X amount. In my perspective, I'm more of a St. Louis Rams guy more than LA.
Right, so what about this trade?
What about the trade?
I hate it.
You hate it? Is that what you said? Did you say you hated it?
I don't like it. I don't hate it. I dislike it because Jared Verse is a young guy and they drafted him last year. And for them to give up them many picks, in my life, though, I actually got to see the Rams to win a Super Bowl. So I don't hate it. It seems like they're putting their chips back in. and going out and getting Myles Garrett. But it's a guy like Myles Garrett. I know injuries happen and stuff, but I feel like they gave up too much for him. And I felt like they should have stuck on the script. Now, me personally, the Lions are my second favorite team. And I feel like he couldn't have done it to get Myles Garrett. But hearing that the Rams caught, that makes me happy for my Rams, but not necessarily for the Lions. I feel like the Lions are just never going to win one.
Okay, thank you. Look, kind of all over the place. Do you say hated it? I don't hate it. I'm not sure.
I don't know what the hell he was saying. I think he was arguing both sides of the same coin. So I don't know what was going on there.
Well, I'd see from Rams' point of view. Let's say you're a Rams fan, like he was. You did give up a young, up-and-coming player who could be, I don't want to say as good as Myles Garrett, because that's like elite, but he could be one of the top-tier pass rushers in this league, right? And then you give it 3 future draft capital assets. And for a team, by the way, that's not bad. They're heading into this season as the favorite to win the NFC already. What Les Snead saw was a move that puts him way over the top, right? And he cannot help himself when these things are, I don't even want to say available, because apparently he just kept calling. And you know what I mean? He would not take no for an answer, and he got the guy he wanted. He just saw something so beyond what he had. Because Verse is not a bad player. You know, he's a really good young player.
Yeah. I think the trade's interesting. I think it benefits both teams. It's very short term for the Rams, obviously, with getting Myles Garrett. It's you got to win now. You got to win now, or next year, or both, and then that's it. And because it's the Stafford window is what you have, and maybe you think that Ty Simpson is the guy that can lead you to take over things seamlessly. That's great, but as we were getting through this yesterday, the other side of it is that you've got contracts of players that are coming up in LA that they're not going to be able to sign because you just took on this monster contract. There will be a monster contract in a couple of years. Now, I'm sure they'll find a way to restructure somebody else's deal, but they're Byron Young and Puka Nacua and the offensive alignment that they have. All 3 of these guys are real key components. They're not likely to be able to hang on to all 3, and that could disrupt things. But if you win now, you don't really care.
Once you cut down nets, if you cut down nets, it doesn't matter. Feedback coming in. It's all about philosophy, you guys. Brad Holmes' aggressiveness hasn't made a move in this organization that I can remember to at least try to get over the top. The way they act, it's hard to argue that they are trying to actually win it all. I can assure you they're trying to win it all. I can assure you that they care deeply about winning it all. And in fact, I would dare somebody to ask Dan Campbell, are you even trying to win it all?
I think some people are forgetting what it means to re-sign the players that they have.
Nobody cares. It's become clear that people just don't care.
Okay, so but to further hammer home this point about there's a reason you re-sign these players. If you don't re-sign Aiden Hutchinson, okay, if you don't do that, then you're gonna have to go out in free agency and get an Aiden Hutchinson. Why would you do that when you have Aiden Hutchinson?
Well,
I'm not going to let a player go so I can sign someone like that guy. The guys they've re-signed are pretty good players. And I say that a little bit tongue-in-cheek. They're great players, the ones they've signed, for the most part. St. Brown, Jared Goff, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson. All right? Now, the other guys have had some injury issues with Aleem McNeil and Kirby Joseph. But by and large, these players are great players. And why would you let them get to free agency and then sign the runner-up?
Now, to be clear, when this texter says, haven't made a move this organization, I can remember to at least try to get over the top. They haven't made a splash, F them picks all in move. Neither did Seattle last year. Like, Seattle signed Sam Darnold. Seattle traded mid-round picks for Rashid Shaheed at the trade deadline, which had some returns, but it wasn't like when they got him, people aren't going, oh, they're winning the Super Bowl. They had a good foundation, a good team. They made some smart moves. And in the end, it was enough. And I think there are other examples of other teams that do it different ways. The Rams did it in a very splashy fashion with an over-the-top move, and they do that a lot, and it's netted them a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Lions make a move at the trade deadline and get that player that looks like puts them over the top.
Yep.
And we'll have to wait until the trade deadline to see that happen, to see if Brad Holmes is willing to F them picks.
It's foolish. I can't say this enough, but for people to just flip the radio on, it's foolish to have hard and fast rules and say, don't ever do this. And I hope Brad Holmes doesn't think that way. I just hope that Brad Holmes is waiting for the right time and the right move. Brad Holmes has had the opportunity to pull the trigger on several players at this point. It's never the right time for Brad. It never will be the right time for Brad. It's time to move on. He dug this franchise out of obscurity, and I thank him, but now it's time for the next level guy. That's from Jamie. So what I'm reading here, Jamie, is if you own the Lions, you would fire Brad Holmes and go get somebody else. 248-539-9797. Do you think that's a reasonable take where they are?
Which?
That you should fire Brad Holmes and get the next guy.
No.
Is that a reasonable thing?
That's not reasonable at all. Brad Holmes be out of a job for 30 seconds.
It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, if you need a garage door fixed, don't waste your time calling a call center 3 states away. Call M&M Garage Doors. Our garage door needed fixed. We gave M&M Garage Door a call, and they took care of it that day. Most repairs are done same day. They're hiring more people so they can get that number up to 100%. It's above 80 right now. They're family-owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. Whether you need a quick repair or a full door replacement, the pros at M&M Garage Doors are ready to step up to the plate. Get easy 24/7 scheduling. They'll text your technician's photo and upfront pricing with all their work backed by warranties. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. Yesterday, the Myles Garrett trade sparked a debate about whether or not you can get it done the Detroit Lions way, because there's a very distinct difference between the level of aggressiveness that an organization like the Rams has and a level of aggressiveness like the Detroit Lions have. Unfortunately, it's turned into a topic of really all the sports in Detroit being pulled under one envelope. I don't think it's fair to Trajan Langdon to lump him in with this group. The work and the trajectory of that organization since he took over, that has been something else. And if you really think about it, there can be frustrations with moments in time, but in the big picture, the trajectory of the Pistons it's a pretty good place. As far as the Lions, Tigers, and Red Wings, look, the Red Wings, the prospects that they have moved, have refused to move, have netted like zero excitement. Who are we jazzed about? There are guys that I could see maybe turning into players, but at this point, it doesn't look like they've hung. Like, you could make a case that the Tigers were smart to hang on to Kevin McGonigal or Dylan Dingler or Troy Melton.
Red Wings hit on Sider and on Raymond. It looks like Edvinson as well. And it's the next group of guys that has to step up. Let's see what Brandzik Nygaard can be, because once he left the Red Wings and went back to the minors and then played internationally, he was like a star player. Is that what they're getting coming into the season? Is he going to be a much improved guy and maybe be a 40-point guy for next season? I hope so. That'd be a nice step up. Emmett Finney, he was playing internationally with a national team, so good for that. Hopefully he takes a step forward. That'd be nice. But he wasn't one of the guys you're counting on. The guys you're counting on are Nate Danielson. What's he going to be? Is Axel Sandin Pellica going to be something with this team? Are they going to have to Carter Bear, who just finally he just finished up his junior career, but likely to start his next step with Grand Rapids. But those are the guys who are going to have to do something. And if you're Steve Yzerman, you have to determine, okay, are they, or am I going to have to move these guys to get real players? And that's where they're at now, because we just don't know. Max Plant is another guy who they really like, but again, because the Red Wings are an organization that really likes to let players ripen before they pull them off the tree and then bring them up to the big level, I'm not sure when these guys are going to be able to play in the NHL. Some of them we expect right away. Others not so much.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Waiting for the right move at the right time for the right price is how teams stay in purgatory and not grow. The Rams didn't trade for Myles Garrett because they needed an edge. It's because he puts them over the top. Starting to believe you folks really don't understand this.
I get it. I just think I think both things can be true, that you can be patient and go with your own process and it can work out. And it can also be the F them picks approach and do what the Rams have done. And look, the Rams won a Super Bowl 5 years ago doing that. And this is another all-in type move.
Then there's this one. Guys, the Seahawks just did it. They traded for a quarterback, draft and develop mostly everybody else of their core. It can be done both ways. That's from Jamie. Yes, the Seahawks just did it. We've talked about that last hour. The year before, Philly didn't make a big move at the trade deadline, won a Super Bowl.
No, but they did. Their big move was in the offseason.
Their big move was in the offseason. And you can, like the Lions' big moves is it's like the fact that they're drafting well and have to re-sign their own guys is being held against them when those guys are the ones that help them win.
Right.
And the expectation is, yes, that Hutch will get better, that Penei Sewell at left tackle they'll be better aligned to be better on the offensive line this year. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
But what's the position that you think they need to target with if you're going to go with the Rams approach, the F them picks approach?
I think it's what you
got to
said.
target.
I think it's what you said, either defensive tackle or I'd look at cornerback.
Kang, what do you think that position is? Or what do you think, and listeners, obviously 248-539-9797, because I don't think that was necessarily Myles Garrett and going for it with the edge rusher, the way that the Lions have kind of addressed things this offseason. What is it as it stands right now on this roster that you would say, okay, they need to go and make an F them picks move for this position?
It'd probably be cornerback, defensive back. I mean, I'm hoping DJ Reed is the guy when he comes back healthy. Obviously, we're not sure about Terry and Arnold. And then after that, you got McCreary, like Rock Ya-Sin. So I think they need that one guy that can kind of shut down half the field, take on the other team's number one receiver. If you're asking me if I'm missing anything, because I think they got the guys up front with Hutch, Jack Campbell in the with the linebacking position. Safeties, of course, we're waiting on Joseph and Branch to get healthy, but offensively, I think they're pretty damn good. So if I had to pick one position, Gator, it'd be the defensive back, and then the bold move would have been to go get like a Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I wasn't screaming oh, why did you let Sauce Gardner go, or he was available, but that's I think the type of move that fans are yearning for. And I know you guys always say for example, the Michael Porter thing, he didn't get traded, so we're well, he didn't get traded, so that doesn't mean Trajan Langdon he didn't do a bad job. For the last 2 years, we're basically told Myles Garrett and Max Crosby were not getting traded. Both guys got traded in the last 4 months, which means I don't think untouchable players really exist like they used to. I think sometimes, and I'm not saying that Michael Porter Jr. was available, but I think guys that we think that are unobtainable, they can be gotten. You know what I mean? You just have to maybe force the issue or whatever.
And the one thing the Rams had, right, is you have to have that player that the other team covets.
Sure.
And in the case of the Pistons, if they didn't trade for Michael Porter Jr. because another team coveted Ron Holland and they didn't want to make that move, here's an example of a report that got out there where you overvalue your own guy and you don't pull the trigger and it burns you. Wasn't the report that Edvinson had to go the other direction to get Quinn Hughes?
Yes, that was part of it.
And I don't know what else, the accuracy of that, but if that's the case.
They wanted Quinn Hughes to sign an extension.
Yes. If that's the case, I think that was a mistake. Okay. Mm-hmm. But that's one of the report. A report got out there that we could perhaps have an idea of why our GM said no. And I think that's a mistake. And that's why I'm probably more disappointed in Yzerman than anybody else is, that again, we're trusting that reporting. But in the case of Michael Porter Jr., if they wanted to cut into the core, I can understand why they want to do that. But
with the Red Wings, they might have the most valuable commodity of teams they're looking to trade this offseason. They have goaltending. They've got now it's unproven because it's the guys that are playing in Grand Rapids, but they have 3 goaltenders, prospect goaltenders. You got Kosa and Postava, who both played at Grand Rapids this year. Both played very well. And then they got Trey Augustine from Michigan State. That's 3.
I know. And I hope that they are as coveted. I feel like goaltenders are lottery tickets. And
cash in.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Eventually, you guys have to see that Brad's way does and will not work. They've been going backwards for 3 seasons and will decline again this season. 6-11 is where I have them. Brad's way is not a championship. They sold out season tickets and have a waiting list. That's his win.
I'll take the over on the 6 wins.
Yeah, let's go 6.5. Whoever you are, case of Busch Light Apple is what I want. I'll take over 6.5 wins.
I would ask this texter, why do you think it is that the Lions didn't advance in the playoffs 2 years ago? And why is it that
the Washington loss?
Yeah. And why didn't they make the playoffs this past season? I mean, if you're not going to look at the injury issue, then I think you're a fool.
Well, whether you are or you aren't, it's
massive. That's why, I mean, you can factually say they've regressed the last couple of years or the last 3 years. They peaked at the NFC Championship game. The next year, they win the division but lose in the divisional round. And then the next year, they don't even make the playoffs. That's all factual. But why did they get to the point where they lose that game against Washington? Their team was devastated by injuries. And then, yes, Jared Goff had a terrible game. The next year, why did they not make the playoffs last season? Devastated by injuries again. It happens to teams. It happens to all teams.
DJ sent a tweet, said, I didn't have time to mention you. 1,000% defensive tackle is more of a trade need than edge. Hardest pressure to defend is up the middle, not edge.
Well, DJ and I love the building from the trenches.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up next hour. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, Twin Peaks is about to double down on your Tuesday experience, and you won't want to miss it. That's right, the best sports bar in the state is bringing you 2 different specials every Tuesday. It starts with their Tacos and Tequila Tuesday specials. They offer up 20% off tacos as well as their chips and queso and triple play and $4 tall Twin Peaks light drafts and house margaritas. Imagine enjoying all of that in the ultimate man cave. Well, you got hockey on, you got your local baseball team on the diamond. But the deals don't stop there. Ladies, it's your day too. Ladies' Day at Twin Peaks serves up 20% off all food, half off all wine, and specials on Long Island's, T-shots, lemon drop martinis, and so much more. The best part, it's all served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. And by the way, if you can't get a game because of streaming, Twin Peaks has it. Menu's great. Come check them out. Take advantage of the best Tuesday lineup in the game. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Get to some Tiger stuff coming up today at 11:46. Another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? 248-539-9797. Look, yesterday's Myles Garrett trade re-sparked a debate. I think the one thing I want to make our position on this clear, Gator, and I think we're both in lockstep. Both things can be true. You can win it by making all-in moves, and you can win it by being really good at the draft and signing your own guys. But, it's not as sexy and as exciting. That's for sure. You get way more excited about a big offseason move. Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network put out Lions' big moves. Goff, $53 million. Hutchinson, $45 million. Sewell, $28 million. St. Brown, $30. Campbell, $20.5. Jamo, $26.7. Aleem, $24.2. Kirby Joseph, $21.5. Then he writes, they just came in the form of extending their own talent. I get it, less sexy, but big moves nonetheless. including Garrett. The Rams now have 4 contracts averaging $20 million. Stafford, Garrett, McDuffie, Devontae Adams. Just different roster constructions. I mean, this is some pretty big contracts that are big moves that, they're betting on the players that they've had in-house and had success with and trying to supplement the roster around them. It's more the Seattle way. The way Seattle did it last year than the way the Rams did it. And look, it's not like Seattle didn't make moves, but they didn't have am I wrong? Am I forgetting a big splashy move Seattle made? Am I forgetting one?
No, not that I can remember.
Yeah.
Like a big splash move. I mean, signing a quarterback in the offseason is, you might not call the player a big splash move, but the position is very important, obviously,
Yep. 248-539-9797. Mark is in Detroit and next. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I don't want to bash Brad Holmes because, of course, I want the smash move but I mean, it's hard. If you do this and you do that, and then it don't work, and then you won't be. I believe in drafting and keeping your own players. I believe free agency, you just add to the love, depth, and all of that. I believe you build like that. I'm not no real go out and get no Myles Garrett. I would love to have Myles Garrett, though. I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, you got to keep. If they do that, how you gonna re-sign Sam Laporta? How you gonna re-sign Jahmyr Gibbs? You got other players that you drafted and developed. Why would you waste all that time and put it in them, and then you can't keep? That don't make no sense to me.
Well, that's what the Rams are looking at. I mean, are they going to be able to re-sign Byron Young? Are they going to be able to re-sign Puka Nacua? Are they going to be able to re-sign I forget the offensive lineman, but there's another guy there.
Let me tell you this. The Rams put themselves in a very bad position. And really, I would say they have to win it this year or next year for sure.
Yeah.
But Puka Nacua is going to demand, I think probably over $200 million. You can't re-sign Devontae Adams, Avila. Then they have a couple of good tight ends. They're not going to be able to do too much.
No, but what they can do, Mark, is win it this year. And if they win it, that's all that matters. And then you say it's worth it.
Yeah, but the thing about that though, when you add to your team, that isn't a guarantee.
No, there's no guarantee.
No, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee.
But it's you're gambling. But I think it's a good gamble the Rams are taking. But I think it's also a good trade for Cleveland, and I think it works out both ways for both teams. Now, for the future of the Rams, it could look a little iffy there. But if they've drafted the quarterback of the future, so when Stafford's window is done in 2 years, as many people think it is, well, then you've got the young quarterback who's on a rookie contract, and you've saved yourself $40 million, and then you're going to have to restart things.
Yeah.
But whatever, that's Rams' decision to make. How does this affect the Lions and what they do moving forward? I don't think it affects them at all. Unless if Brad Holmes is stubborn, and I don't think he's intentionally stubborn on this whole thing. I think what he's had to do in the 5 years here with the Lions, he's had to rebuild the entire roster. So every draft pick that he has is precious to him. Now they've gotten to a point.
Not the entire roster.
Well, no, but now they've gotten to a point where the expectation has changed, right? It's no longer, we need this, we have these holes, we got to fill this. No, this team is a good football team now. So now the moves have to be made to put them over the top, to make them better. And now you can use those draft picks instead of selecting college kids. You use those draft picks and go get somebody that's going to make a difference on the field. I think he's in a position now where he can do that, where in years past, it was too important for them to hang on to those picks.
248-539-9797. I don't know if I completely agree with that, but I will tell you that I really do believe both things can be true, and I don't know why so many people are locked in and fixated on just this one way. But it's certainly more exciting.
That's it.
It's definitely more exciting. But feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. You can text us at 248-539-9797. I feel like the Rams definitely got the better end of the trade. The Rams' first-round pick next year will basically be a second rounder. That's from John in Ann Arbor. Why is Langdon getting a pass, Doug? The team had one of the best teams in the East. Shouldn't the Pistons be making power moves to get to the finals? That's from an unnamed texter. Well, I'll say this. I think he should get a pass for everything that's happened so far. That's why. You are saying if he doesn't make moves in the future to make him better, no, then I won't. But right now, so far, any frustration you felt with Trajan Langdon is way, overshadowed by their success from worst team in the league to Game 7, second round of the playoffs 2 years later. Trajan's clock officially starts this offseason because it's pretty darn clear what this team needs to be championship level. Don't lump Langdon in. Why the F not? The city and the fans deserve a little more urgency from our GMs in this town. Instead of trying to improve the team, he's telling everyone the Pistons haven't even won a playoff series yet. The excuses for GMs in this time slot is so laughable. Fans want to win. It's from Kevin in a car. Kevin, it's you know what? And here's what it is. It's belief that there is more than one way to get to the mountaintop. There is. There really, truly is. And, you know, Langdon's just gotten started. He's just gotten, look at the trajectory of the Pistons. Now, if you're saying, does he get this? Does he get this free pass from me forever? No. But any reasonable measurement of what the Pistons have done in the last couple of years, it's not even, I mean, take the worst team in the league and tell them 2 years later you're going to be playing the second round of the playoffs in a Game 7. Is that a reasonable expectation, or is that pretty much the best you could possibly expect?
Yeah, when you don't land Wemby.
This is, by the way, and this is if you are frustrated with what's happened the last couple years. You shouldn't be. You're allowed to be frustrated moving forward, and you're allowed to do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't do. I just think what's reasonable, lumping Langdon in with anybody else that you think should have been more aggressive. Well, Langdon's just had one of the greatest turnarounds in the NBA. Let's go to Brett in Grand Rapids. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brett.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I wanted to talk just about Brad Holmes, but then you started talking about Langdon. And, you know, I truly believe that the biggest problem with this, let's just draft and then build our own from within. Name one that's worked.
Seattle.
Seattle didn't. They had to go out and get Sam Darnold.
And the Lions went and got Jared Goff. And they're doing everything else is more like Seattle than the Rams.
Do you think Jared Goff was an upgrade from Stafford?
Do you think Sam Darnold was a Super Bowl quarterback when he went to Seattle?
After watching what he did at Minnesota, I thought he was a lot better than Jared Goff.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of hearing everybody talk about Jared Goff's, you know, numbers when if you look at it and you take away the yak, Jared Goff's mediocre.
Well,
I'm 62 years old. I don't want to.
So do you think Darnold to you wasn't taking advantage of what he had at receiver in Minnesota? His receivers didn't help him in Minnesota?
Yeah, but he threw the ball down the field.
Well,
if we threw the ball down the field, how much more open would Jahmyr Gibbs be? What? If they couldn't just stack the 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, because that's all the farther he's going to throw the ball.
All right, well,
I mean, by any measurement outside of you, would anybody, if after going into last season, put Sam Darnold ahead of Jared Goff? Darnold's story's great, right? They built a really good team. They added a quarterback, and he got him to the mountaintop. And if you think Darnold was a Super Bowl quarterback that could win it all and Goff wasn't, and you knew that before last year, then damn it, I wish the Lions would hire you. Kevin in Wixom is next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So, as I look at this Garrett trade, I ask myself, how much better is Myles Garrett than Jared Verse? Okay? And if just me thinking through it, I put him, a scale of 1 to 10, you put Garrett at, say, a 9.5 or a 10, right? Where's Jared Verse in that? Is he a 7, an 8?
I mean, he's below him. How far below him, I guess, is up to you. But, if he's 9.5 or a 10, is Verse a 7? Sir, I'd go 7.
Okay. So you've got that it's kind of a skinny difference, right? So was it really worth trading a guy that is that close to Garrett in ability and giving up those picks?
It's a valid
really
question.
A good trade.
It's a valid question. Did they upgrade? Yes. Did they upgrade to an extent that? Because I mean, it doesn't matter what you've done; it matters what you're going to do next. And Garrett has reached a point where a lot of edge rushers do start to decline a little bit. That's the risk the Rams have taken. And Jared Verse is at the beginning of his ascension. So,
well, the other thing is the Rams are very confident. Les Snead's very confident in how he drafts. Doesn't have to have the first round picks. Obviously, you mentioned yesterday, almost blew me away. The Rams have had 3 first round picks between Jared Goff and including Jared Goff, starting with Jared
2016,
Goff,
I believe.
Yeah, through Jared Verse. Those are 2 first round
took
picks.
2
and they
Jareds,
had one other,
and it was Ty Simpson.
Which was Ty Simpson.
Yep.
So they've had 3 first round picks in like the 10 years.
Yep. They've done a great job.
They've done a great job drafting outside of the
round.
first round. So they're confident with that. This is one of the reasons why they feel like they can take this approach. And again, I think this trade is good for both teams. If I'm Cleveland, I like the trade a lot. You get a young up and coming edge rusher. Now you lose maybe the best edge rusher. No, not maybe. You lose the best edge rusher in football. But what you've added is a guy who's got really high upside, who's in a pretty good trajectory, and you get draft capital on top of it.
My guess is that Myles Garrett's going to be pretty good in LA. I think he's going to be. Now, it's not a shock when guys his age start to decline, but
and then get me out to the guy who was a big fan of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
If Sam Darnold was so highly coveted, then why did he only sign a contract that was $33 million a year? In a league where they pay quarterbacks $20 million more per year.
He saw that Darnold was a Super Bowl quarterback. Did you not hear him?
My bad.
Get to some Tiger stuff coming up next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, look, if you're injured, call Sam. Get the firm to trust on your side. I've known the Bernstein family. They've been fighting for Michigan clients to get the results they deserve. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. Michael writes in, my goodness, I can't believe the madness I'm hearing from callers and texters today. This fan base, the Detroit fan base, has lost their collective minds. They just want the dopamine hit of a big splash deal. The same people who love the draft, too. It's attractive. I think the point that if you take anything away from this conversation, do not misconstrue what we are saying. What I'm emphasizing is there's more than one way to do it. There's definitely more than one way to do it. And there's examples of teams that didn't make big splash moves, that made a lot of smart moves, drafted well, re-signed their own guys, and won Super Bowls and other championships. And I also, to be clear here, don't want this misrepresented in any way. Okay? I can't emphasize that enough. If Brad Holmes has a hard and fast rule that I'm not making a big move ever, I think that's a mistake. I think he's very calculated. I wouldn't be if the right move comes along, I think he'll do it. But anything else to add, Scott? I don't want anything misrepresented.
No. I mean, I'm encouraged by where this team's at right now. I like the roster. I think that they're poised to go ahead and make a move at the deadline if they have to, if players become available, if that opportunity presents itself. I think that this is a time where they can go ahead and do it.
With that said, so that was one wild ride last night, that Tiger game. For people who missed it, Kevin McGonigal just gets on base and is continuing to do it. Dylan Dingler, absolutely smoked the baseball time and time again last night. There was decent start from Ty Madden, first time back. Not mad at him at all. I thought Will Vest was great for a guy who had to get 5 outs in the 8th inning. And only one error was charged, but there were some makeable plays there. But Dingler probably was the headline guy with the 2 home runs and the double and the 4 RBIs and the 4 for 5. Kerry Carpenter went yard. Tigers went back to back to back with Dingler and Carpenter and Green. And they still just hung on to win 10-9 because they walked, what was the final total of walks? 8 walks. Missed some makeable plays in the air. The only error went to Hao-Yu Lee. Hao-Yu Lee, even in spite of that, had a really good game. He had that awesome play with the flip at second base to start the double play, where he fielded it in his glove and flipped it directly to McGonigal. He also hit a home run, went 2 for 5 in the game.
Yeah, it was a nice game for Hao-Yu Lee, except for the botched double play, which would have got him out of an inning.
Yep. But with that said, every win is here we come. It's me and the Gus Macker down 17-2. And here we come. That's it is what it is.
I feel like the Tigers have always had games in them when they go to Tampa where they have an offensive explosion. It's in a dome. Ball seems to travel pretty and carry pretty well to the corners. Hao-Yu Lee's opposite field home run last night, I think, was an example of that. Dingler, by the way, just missed having a 3rd home run. He hit it to literally the deepest part in the ballpark in left center field. But it was encouraging to see the offense come alive last night. That being said, the defense and the bullpen left a lot to be desired. And when you use 6 arms in the bullpen or whatever they used last night,
6 of it available 8.
And now you've got a game, it's a Jack Flaherty start. Ugh. And, that doesn't instill a whole ton of confidence because Jack Flaherty has not been very good this year.
If you don't even record an out, does it count as an outing? Does that mean you're fresh the next day?
No, it doesn't mean that.
I was kind of hoping it did because Brendan Hanafy went walk, bomb and got the hook.
Yeah, well, walk, bomb is not good.
I can't believe how bad this bullpen is.
He threw 13 pitches, 4 for strikes. So if you want to ask me, is Hanafy available tonight? Sure, he's available tonight. Do I want to see him? No, I don't. He's on a long list of players that need to be improved on in this roster out of the bullpen. He's part of the issue, which is just, I don't know. The bullpen is such a mess.
It is such a mess.
It goes back to Sunday. This is why you needed to let Montero continue to cook like he was cooking. It was only 65 damn pitches. Then you would have had a little more freshness in the game last night or whatever. I don't care. I'll try to get past that. But moving forward, tonight, Jack Flaherty, it feels like he has to go 6 innings. Give the bullpen a little bit of a rest. I mean, Will Vest is not likely to pitch. I can't imagine, right? I mean, through 40
Probably
pitches.
not.
No way. Through 40 pitches last night. Hey, welcome back, Bo Brisky. 3 walks and 3 runs in a third of an inning. I mean, they've got issues, serious issues. However, Gleyber Torres will be back in the lineup tonight.
Yeah.
We haven't seen yet who's going to get sent down for Torres. I would imagine it's Zach Short, but we'll see. And I guess AJ Hinch announced on MLB Network this morning that Kevin McGonigal will not be in the lineup, that they're going to give him a day off.
His team is so bad. And let me run something past you. I was thinking about it last night. Is Dylan Dingler going to be an all-star?
I think so.
Okay. Is Ryan?
I said so quickly, and
catcher is such a position that I haven't looked at the field yet.
I mean,
but historically, catchers just don't hit.
The fact that he is a Gold Glove winner and that his OPS is 827.
Yeah.
And that he has the 13 home runs, whatever it is.
The third best OPS amongst catchers in Major League Baseball.
So, yeah, I think he's an all-star. I think Riley Green is likely an all-star.
Kevin McGonigal?
Could be.
Will Skubal not be an all-star because he's hurt, or do you think he'll be still make the all-star team if he comes back and he's healthy?
It's a good question because when is the all-star break?
It's July at some point.
So the thought is with Skubal that at least after yesterday's simulated game, he threw over 60 pitches in that game, and the next move for Skubal could be making a start at AAA.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then they think that maybe he could be back by that second week in June in the series against Cleveland. That's what I read. So
all-star game's July 14th.
Yeah. So you would end up having 4 more starts, 4 or 5 more starts at that point. Is it possible that Skubal can be on the all-star roster?
How is a team that's a million games under 500 maybe have 4 all-stars?
I don't know. I don't
Think
know.
about that.
And yes, it is possible Skubal could be an all-star at that point for the National League. Oh!
How weird would that be, too? To get traded right before the All-Star game, then go to the All-Star game. How does that work? I guess I've never.
Doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
I mean, it means that he won't be an all-star. I mean, he might, if he gets traded before the all-star game,
Yeah.
then he's not an all-star, unless he gets traded to an American League team.
So they'd be wearing a different jersey at the All-Star game? And if he goes to the National League, you just miss out on being an All-Star?
Unless, I don't know, maybe, actually, come to think of it, maybe. I don't know how that works.
That'd be really, I don't know if I've
That'd be
ever
really
seen that
strange.
scenario play itself out, that, a week or two before an All-Star game, an All-Star gets traded and shows up in the next thing you know, here he
Well,
comes.
the Dodgers have probably too many all-stars, so maybe they won't do that to them.
The Padre. Skubal in a Padre uniform of the All-Star. I don't know, man.
I don't like the Padre package.
So weird. I don't either. 248-539-9797. And they get Gleyber Torres back. We'll talk about what impact that could have. Has it been confirmed he's coming back today?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Actually, here's a question. Casey
We'll get
Price
to
could
it
be-
next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Some breaking news this hour for the Tigers. AJ Hinch told MLB Network Radio today that Detroit will activate Gleyber Torres off the injured list tonight, and he will be in the lineup against the Rays. That's big news for a Tigers offense that was revitalized last night but has largely struggled lately, due in part to the lack of Torres' right-handed bat in the lineup. The Tigers will face a lefty tonight on the mound in Tampa starter Steven Matz. As a team, the Tigers are hitting just .209 against lefties this year. Torres is batting .267 against them in his career. Detroit will have a righty on the mound themselves tonight as Jack Flaherty is set to make his 13th start of the season. First pitch this evening is at 6:40. Pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:15. And the Norris Trophy winner was announced in the NHL today ahead of Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. Columbus Blue Jackets defenseman and Michigan native Zach Werenski was voted as the top defenseman in the league this year, earning the Norris Trophy for the first time in his career. Detroit's Mo Seider finished 5th in voting behind Cale Makar, Rasmus Dahlin, and Evan Bouchard. He finished ahead of other big names like Lane Hudson, Quinn Hughes, and Miro Heiskanen. On the ice tonight, the Hurricanes welcome the Golden Knights to the Lenovo Center in Raleigh for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Canes are the overdog at -154 odds to win Game 1 at home. Tonight will mark the first Stanley Cup final game in Raleigh in 20 years. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, tell me on the air. Start telling me something off the air.
So I just saw a video. It was actually posted a couple hours ago by Yahoo Sports. They do the prediction who's going to win a championship series by having a dog, a corgi, smaller dogs, sit at the top of the steps, and then they'll at the bottom of the steps they'll have two baskets, and one has the logo of one team, in this case the Spurs, and also the other basket is the Knicks, and then it'll lob a toy basketball up to the dog, and the dog will bounce it off its nose up in the air, and it lands in one of the baskets, and you do that until you get a best of 7 winner.
Mm-hmm.
The corgi has spoken. I love these videos. I'll retweet it. And it states that, in fact, the San Antonio Spurs will win the NBA championship. Now, I don't know if this means in 4 games in a best of 7 series they win it 4-3 in 7 games, or if it's just that they win it. But they knocked it. It took 7 tries, and finally the 7th try went to San Antonio.
Well, was it 3-3?
It was.
I think then that is.
I think we're going to see 7 games. Says the corgi.
Well, it's very useful information. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what the corgi's record is.
Gonzo sent us a tweet with a screenshot about players that got traded right before the All-Star game, and if they were on one All-Star team, did they go to the other? And his Google search said the most famous example is Carlos Beltran, who was selected the 2004 All-Star game as a member of the Kansas City Royals, but was traded to the Houston Astros, then a National League team, right before the break. Because he was traded to the other league, he actually played in the game for the National League.
Now, that's an example where a team was literally a minor league team for everybody else. The Kansas City Royals used to be that team back in the 90s and the 2000s.
Jeff Samardzija, also in the same thing, selected to the NL All-Star team, but with the Cubs. He was traded to the American League Athletics just day before the game because he moved to the American League. MLB rules made him ineligible to actually pitch. However, he stood with the NL players during the pregame introductions wearing a generic team agnostic All-Star jersey. That's fantastic.
That was a quick career, wasn't it?
Jeff Samardzija?
It felt like he had a couple of really good years and then was
poof.
done. Yeah.
All right, so what happens when Gleyber comes back? What happens on the field?
Well, on the field, obviously.
No, I'm not doing that.
Well, hopefully it's Zach Short that gets sent away. But yeah, the team should be better. Gleyber Torres, the guy who gets on base. His on base percentage, I think, was .389 prior to getting hurt. He can actually hit as well. It's not just all walks, but he can hit, provides a little bit of a pop, more stability to the top part of that lineup, and maybe calms things down for everybody else. Keep in mind, this team was a .500 baseball team when they had Carpenter and Torres healthy, and Skubal for that matter. And then all 3 got hurt right around the same time, and we've seen the dive. Are they going to get back to playing 500 baseball, I hope it's a heck of a lot better because 500 baseball just isn't going to cut it. You're still going to end up being 17 years below 500 the rest of the way.
If you are characterized in the I don't care category, they have killed my enthusiasm for this season. I don't care that Gleyber Torres is coming back. Here's why you should absolutely care. He would be one of their most tradable assets. If he is healthy going into to the trade deadline, and given what the Tigers have now in terms of Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal, and Baez can play at shortstop, obviously, and he's a really, really good player for them. But I imagine that they would be not at all reluctant to move him at the trade deadline. And so him coming back and playing well, at the very least, could create that. So I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
Still.
Well, he's
rooting for him.
Yeah, look, I still want the Tigers to win, but I don't have a ton of confidence that this team is going to go on one of these epic, flip the script, go on a 21-5 run, like they were 5-21 or whatever it was. Yeah. I don't think that that's going to happen or that's in them, but I think they could be competitive. And when all is said and done, that's still way too far shy. And they're likely to trade Gleyber Torres and Tarek Skubal and Will Vest.
So the topic of the Red Wings came up in the first half of the show just because there's sort of an all-encompassing feeling that none of these Detroit teams are ever going to win a championship and you need to make a big move. And we're just trying to encourage people to broaden the horizons, that there are other ways to win a championship. But until you see it happen, I guess, it's fair to say it's never going to happen here. But what's the proof of concept? And it's all out-of-town teams that did it, that didn't necessarily make a big move but won the whole thing. Speaking of a team that could win the whole thing, is there any significance whatsoever in your mind to the fact that Vegas won fewer games last year than the Red Wings? Is that significant in any way whatsoever when measuring how far away the Red Wings actually are? Because they feel, to me, to be quite a ways away from being a team that could ever be in a Stanley Cup Finals. And yet, they won more games last year than Vegas.
Well, that is factual. And it's really amazing when you think of that's the case with them. But
is it significant at all? And what do I mean by significant? I mean, does it make you think, okay, couple of big additions here, or a couple of players blossoming, or whatever, that it truly is a just get in league? Now, to be fair, Vegas did win their division with 39 wins and 17 overtime losses, which is an amazingly large number.
Well, what this does is it gets you to that thought of, hey, just make it into the playoffs, anything can happen. They dealt with some injuries during the course of regular season. They were a better team than what their record showed. But does it matter in terms of what the Red Wings are looking at? I think it does, from the standpoint that I do think that there are moves to be had for this Detroit team that will make them better and make them a playoff caliber team. How far they go is going to be dependent on who that player is. I mean, if they shore up defense and, one of these young goaltenders shows that he can handle 25, 30 games of the load, then maybe, just maybe, this team is right there in the right direction. Are they going to get to the Stanley Cup final? Heck no, I don't expect that. It'd be amazing if they did, but I'm not expecting that. But there are moves to be made. They can make trades. I don't know if the free agent signings are going to be all that exciting, but I think that there are trades that can be had. I've already talked about they've got this golden ship with having 3 really highly thought of goaltending prospects, and that's huge. They've got players that were recent first-round draft picks that have not made any impact on the NHL team to this point, but because they come with that, hey, first-round pick in whatever, 2023 or 2024, I still think that has some cachet, so they can do something here. But they're going to have to do something. They can't just sit on their hands, nor do I think they will.
Meaning you're a proponent of a Kosa trade or
whatever.
goalie trade. Kosa's
A
name's
goalie
been
trade.
floated out there, but
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall when you have Kosa and Postova both playing at Grand Rapids, and they chose Postova in the postseason, even though they both had very similar numbers in the regular season, and they were both very good. But one of them's the odd man out, and then you got Trey Augustine, who they haven't seen yet at too much anyway at Grand Rapids. I think got his feet wet in 1 or 2 games, but played a couple years in Michigan State, was dominant in Michigan State. Let's see what he can do at Grand Rapids, and then is he a future piece? I don't know, but they got 3 of them. Trade one of them. You got to. And the team has maybe $30 million in cap space this offseason. So that's a lot of cap space to absorb a giant contract from some player, whether you give it in free agency or if you take on a player in trade that's one of the top players in hockey. You can do this. This is something that's actually realistic.
248-539-9797. We've had a lot of people expressing their frustrations. I will express frustration at something going on coming up today at 12:18. Additionally, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking, and it's brands you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We have got lots on the agenda today. Talked a lot of Lions to open up the show. First couple of hours with the Myles Garrett trade, mixed in some Tigers stuff as well. Gator, and a lot of people have expressed frustration, and we're trying to tell you, emphasize the point that there's more than one way to get to the mountaintop. And, we are pointing out examples of other teams that did it ways other than making a big splash move. Big splash moves are fun, though. There's no doubt about it. But reports have come in that the negotiations between Major League Baseball, between the league and the players, are not really off to a promising start. The players' lead negotiator, Bruce Mayer, said that the league has, quote, effectively managed to cobble together the worst system for players in any major sport, and it's not even close. That is his quote. Gator, what do you make of that quote?
I think it's a dumb quote. I think when leadership of unions or for the sports themselves, in this case it's baseball. So if the commissioner of baseball were to say something like that about their proposal, I think it's ridiculous as well. I just keep some of those hyperbole to yourself and just negotiate, okay? The fact that they're actually negotiating, that they presented their proposals at this point, I think is encouraging. And it's obvious that all the Players Association wants to do is get across the point that they don't want a salary cap. They're not going for it. Okay, I got it. Say it. But to do it so defiantly the way that they've done it, and then to denigrate the proposal in the first place, I don't think it's necessary. And it's I think a lot of it is just done for ego, to make this guy think that, hey, I've got your back, everybody. Don't worry about it. I mean, we're standing tall. We're not giving into a salary cap. As much as the owners want the salary cap, I think they understand they're not going to get a salary cap. It's all a negotiation. But I wish that some of this bombastic stuff were said behind closed doors.
Bruce Mayer, he added this: I thought they would try harder to make it look good, and they didn't even do that. Bruce Mayer, this feels to me like making these quotes publicly is his public Facebook post. I'm going to create my persona for this, and this is I'm a hardliner, and you're not going to walk all over us. I'm going to create this image. And the reality is, it feels like he is immediately taking a position that will justify a work stoppage. That's what it feels like to me. When I read this, I'm like, oh, he wants to make sure that the blame does not go on the players when there's a work stoppage. And he's starting his campaign now. And, I don't know. What's weird is we don't know what the players assume. There's a group of players that meet with him and what they're asking of him, because he's doing a job as the players' lead negotiator. Do the players want him to sound like this? Because I often think about how I want people that represent me to sound.
Yeah.
I would fire this guy immediately. I would tell him to get the F out. You're not speaking for me. Unless that's the tone I told him to take.
I mean, you talk about coming in hot.
I've done that.
It seems like it's completely unnecessary. Right?
Yeah.
It's, you come in scalding hot like this. None of that is necessary. Okay, you could get across the same point simply by saying, well, we've exchanged proposals and we've let Major League Baseball know that we're not going to settle for any kind of salary cap. We look forward to negotiating a deal so that we can start baseball on time next season.
I've taken the same approach with Scott Boras and Scooble. These people are representing you, okay? And these quotes are like, I'm establishing my territory here. I'm putting on my show. You need to know who I am, and you're not walking all over me. And I'm not a big fan of the "it's not even close" line. If you have data that says, all right, here are the, and we did it with the blown saves thing, right? 14 and the average is 7 and the next closest is 9 or whatever, and that's starting to feel like, okay, you're an outlier. You're not really particularly close to the rest of the pack. But when you're talking about the Tigers and their blown saves, I feel like when you're giving your opinion on something and you throw it out there, it's done as a punctuation of I'm so emphatic about it, I'm going to throw this on the end.
This guy wants to make a name for himself.
I know, and I
because he's new on the scene. He wants everybody to know it's him, and he's shouting. He's barking really loud right now to get the attention of I assume his association, and also of baseball, saying, "Not up in here. We're not going to put up with this." And baseball is probably like, Commissioner of Baseball is probably, we know. We know that you're opposed to a salary cap. We got it. We're going to continue to try to push to get there. But in the meantime, let's focus on the stuff that we do agree on. Let's focus on the floor that we both kind of agree on, where the floor is, where teams should be spending. And let's okay, you're upset because you think that I saw some quote that said that we're going to lose signing bonuses for rookies, for drafted players. Baseball could easily say, no, that's not going to happen. We're still going to set aside a pool of money where you can sign players and give signing bonuses. That's not going to change, but just throwing it out there like he's done, I just think is a huge mistake.
It's a terrible tone to take into this thing when I think fans are like waiting for the worst because we've been told to prepare for the worst.
It's antagonistic and it doesn't need to be. It's
no, and let me be clear here too. Yeah. We know how negotiations work.
Yeah.
But in the court of public opinion, when you start talking like this, at least this member of the public, I'm like, screw you, dude. And again, if he represented me, this is not the tone I would want him to take. Now, hardline negotiators, people who probably make a living doing it, probably tell you there's a reason why you do this, why you take this hard line.
Well,
but I guess that maybe I wouldn't be a good negotiator.
I think I'd be a very good negotiator, and this bothers me.
Yeah, but you guys both hate Scott Boras, and Scott Boras is one of the best agents in sports.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I understand where I can
Whatever,
respect
Kang.
that I can respect that Boras gets the most for his clients, and that's his job to do it. I don't like what he does out in public because I think he can get the same job done without being a fool in public.
I made decisions in my life that weren't all about money. Plenty of them. Boras feels to me like that's a decision. Yeah, I'll align myself with this guy because it's all about money. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and then not everybody uses Scott Boras.
No,
reason,
right.
I mean? But the ones that do use
Bravo, those that don't.
well, the ones that do use them, though,
men of principle.
They know exactly what they're getting into. Like, this is not new. Like, oh, what did you do? A limerick earlier? Sweet. I didn't know that you. No, they knew that this guy was going to go out there and Dr. Seuss his way into a
nice prose.
Yeah, $500 million deal. And so this guy who's now representing took over. By the way, Tony Clark.
Right.
Have you heard an update on that recently? But he's still under investigation, I'm assuming. This guy they chose, I think they probably knew what kind of negotiator he was. You know what I mean? It's not like
I don't know. I mean,
I think it's a pretty important position. So I'm guessing they know. Sometimes you have non-negotiables. I think the players are like, we're not taking a cap. You can do whatever you want. We're not taking a cap. And that's
which has been the union
right?
stance from
exactly,
day one, that
yeah.
they don't want to take that. And the owners know that.
But they still propose it.
Well, sure, of course they do, because they know that you have to. I mean, that's the negotiating stance, right? You're both going to lock heads over here, which means that you're going to agree to stuff below it. So start agreeing to stuff below it. They'll figure it. I hope they figure it out. I just don't like this approach of coming out hot like this guy's coming out hot.
No, I completely agree. And I mean, would you want him representing you?
No, and he would not represent me.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And now the question is, do you and I, are we the suckers in negotiations to get less than we can? Are we? Is that what we represent? Is that our stance cost us money?
It's ironic, but maybe.
That's getting a little too personal.
I'm thinking you guys don't get enough. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know what's going on, but you guys are too nice. These things are not nice. You're not supposed to be friendly.
But are we happy?
Well, yeah, that's why not everybody uses Boras.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But the guys that do use Boras probably squeeze the most out of their lemon.
Oh, I would think that's true. Like, remember Drew Rosenhaus? Next question, that whole thing.
Yep.
With was it T.O. doing push-ups in the background?
I think it was. Yeah.
I mean, that felt like a circus where the client was fully on board with what the agent was saying.
Well, you have to be if you're going to sign. If you're going to, sidle up to that guy, of course.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in 9 minutes on 97.1. Bring in Kang here. I got a question for you. You know how every once in a while Gator will put something on a show sheet that he emails over in the morning, and we're more interested in why he asked the question than the actual question?
Oh, yeah, something triggered him.
Yeah.
He something jarred loose.
Yeah, he'll send these questions like, why is he asking this? That is what we're really interested in. So I'm going to ask you, we had one of those moments today. On your show sheet, you put, I don't know why, which do you prefer, Frank's Red Hot Cholula hot sauce or Tabasco? And I'm sitting there and I'm in the office and I'm like, is it National Hot Sauce Day? Is it what triggered this question?
Well, we're getting this summertime. We're looking for different topics, different times of the year, right?
Yeah.
And as I do my prep work at my dining room table, and I have left on my dining room table a bottle of Cholula. It's just out there because typically in the
That's
morning.
its permanent place.
No, it shouldn't be. It just has been lately because if I have I got these frozen breakfast burritos, and if I have a breakfast burrito, it's right there. And I of course I should put it away, but I'm not putting it away, so I have it. So I'm staring at this bottle last night, and I'm like, Cholula, what do you think? And because I've never been a fan of Tabasco ever. I've always thought Tabasco was bad. Like I never liked the flavor of it.
Really?
And yet, is it terribly dissimilar from Frank's Red Hot or Cholula? And I really think it is.
Yeah, I think they're different.
I think they're very different. So I don't know. It's just one of these kind of random questions.
Okay.
Almost like it's a big old tub of pretzels question of the day type thing. But
Tabasco has a Chipotle flavor that I'm a huge fan of. It has a green label, but Cholula.
You like the green Tabasco?
No, it's not green. It has a green label.
Okay, so they have a green
Chipotle.
Tabasco.
Yes, they do. The Chipotle Tabasco the Chipotle Tabasco sauce, my favorite, probably my favorite hot sauce, although I haven't seen it in a while. But Cholula is pretty damn good.
I really like
I can't remember the last time we had Frank's Red Hot in the house.
I like Frank's Red Hot. I mean, for me,
So you were just sitting, just to be clear here.
Yeah.
You were sitting at your kitchen table with a bottle of hot sauce that you've left out for weeks, months.
Nobody needs to know.
You're just staring at the
I mean,
the
I was sitting down last night.
No, there's a
and-
Mexican lady on there, right? In the hot sauce,
Sure.
Cholula.
Yeah, she's smiling.
Kind of.
Kinda.
No teeth. Just like a smirk, or
Well, it's just.
I think it's hysterical. We've been on the air for 2.5 hours. Kenny's out today, and Bobby's been sitting there, and all of a sudden, Bobby leans forward and wants to be involved in the conversation.
Gator, you are speaking my language. Not only the frozen burritos, but also leaving the hot sauce out for. It doesn't matter how long.
It's there. It's condiment. It's part. It's become part of the table.
I don't think it has to be refrigerated.
I bet it says refrigerate after opening.
No, it does not.
It doesn't.
I haven't
Are you
looked.
sure? Are you sure it's not in Spanish? You just can't read it?
Oh. Pretty sure.
It speaks to the authenticity of the hot sauce.
What do you put your hot sauce in the fridge?
Most of them say refrigerate after opening.
This one does not.
Sometimes I keep it in the pantry, but you treat your dining room table like a diner. Like, do you have napkins like in that little tin thing too? Like you just
There
show up the Gator's house.
Sure, there may not be some napkins on the dining room table right now.
All the condiments are sitting right there, so you just.
Look, my dining room table is different than yours. You guys have families. You got to keep it tidy, whatever. If I have people coming over, I will clean it up. But I don't. So it is what it is right now.
All right, well, there you go. So that's why you asked the question.
Yeah, that was why I asked it. Well, what? We always come up with some kind of rando questions when we get into the summer. It's June 2nd. I just, I'd already written in my sports topics, gotten them down, and then I, you know how the thing works. Other stuff or stuff is what I label the extra stuff is, and this was one of the extra stuff questions.
Okay, yeah. I wondered if there was a flashpoint moment that had you in a mental pretzel, like which am I going to choose here? Or?
Yesterday morning, I had a breakfast burrito, and I used the Cholula sauce on that. And then today, I did not. Today, I just had English muffins. So no Cholula, just butter on the English muffin. But yeah, so for me, it's Cholula, Frank's Red Hot, and a distant third is Tabasco. There's Louisiana hot sauce is in there too. I like that.
We're getting a lot of text.
Tapatio, yeah, that's up there. Yeah,
we got a lot of texts on what?
Just different hot sauces.
Oh, okay. Well,
and you ask why I bring up these questions. The people want to speak on this. People have opinions. Why are you trying to stifle the opinions?
I'm not at all.
Okay,
in any way. If I was trying to stifle the opinion, I'd do like many of your show topics. I would have just ignored it.
That's true. Thank you.
That's why I brought it up.
What about you? You got a ranking?
Based on those three?
Yeah.
Frank's Red Hot, Cholula, and then Tabasco.
That's amazing. That, like our because to me it's Tabasco, Chipotle Tabasco.
Okay, see, but it's not. I'm talking about just original Tabasco.
Yeah, then it would be Cholula Tabasco and Frank's Red Hot a distant third. You're a Frank's Red Hot guy.
I like Frank's Red Hot.
I'm going Cholula, Frank's, then Tabasco.
All right.
Have we settled anything?
I think we all like Cholula.
Well, Kang doesn't.
Yeah, I do.
It's not
Second.
the most. All right. It's a perfect segue into Are You Going to Eat That?
All right. Can I throw Cholula on any of these items, you think?
Yes.
Oh, now I'm really intrigued. All right, what we got, Hot Shot?
I'm going to tell you the perfect item for Cholula is the last one.
Okay.
Keep that in mind as we get to the last one. Gang, you know what these items are. Can you suspect what the last one is?
Yeah, I know exactly what the last one is.
All right, we'll start with this. McDonald's. The Big Mac sauce. Big Mac sauce cups are rumored to be available soon. In 2023, the Big Mac sauce could be added to any McDonald's offer for as part of a limited time promotion. But Snackolator has reported that McDonald's is considering a return of the sauce cups. The chain began testing the dipping sauce at a few Chicago locations. The chain will include individual cups of Big Mac sauce as part of its upcoming FIFA World Cup meal, which reportedly launches on June 9th. McDonald's Big Mac sauce cups. Are you going to eat that?
So, like, buy that in addition. Let's say I get the 2 cheeseburger meal deal and I get a side of the Big Mac sauce. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. I love the Big Mac sauce.
I think you can get it just all by itself. Like if you want to take it home, a Big Mac cup.
No, that sounds great. I would use that for just sandwiches because it's like a Russian dressing type thing, right? Or Thousand Island. And I love both of those.
Kang, you?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm a big fan of that sauce. I wonder how much like it would cost extra. You know how like some places like it's extra for extra sauce?
Yeah, it is definitely. This sounds like they're selling it.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by this. I start thinking about dressing up a turkey burger. I think this might work. So I think I might give that a shot.
Wow.
Wow, all three of us.
I know. That doesn't happen often. Wicked Cuts and Cinnabon team up for a series of savory bakery-inspired meat snacks. Wicked Cuts, which I guess which does jerky, has gotten together with Cinnabon, internationally known for their cinnamon buns. They're collaborating on authentic Cinnabon cinnamon bun flavored protein packed bacon jerky made with Cinnabon's original cinnamon for a genuine savory, meaty taste. So Cinnabon flavored bacon jerky. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I'm not a big jerky fan.
And you're not a big bacon fan, right?
I'm not a big. Bacon's fine, and bacon jerky sounds really strange.
But Cinnabon.
Yeah, I mean, I love cinnamon, and Cinnabons are great. Although I can't tell you the last time I had one. I'd probably. When I'd want a bite of it. I want to try it. I just don't think it'd be something I'd want to continue to have.
Carrying you.
This sounds delicious, man. Bacon, Cinnabon. It's like a maple bacon. You know what I mean?
And I do like a maple bacon.
Yeah, come on. Just a little crispier because it's jerky. That's all.
Or a lot crispier.
I think I'm going to pass on the bacon. Next up, Whole Foods. This is from the list of best new products at Whole Foods. The 365 brand has come out with a new pickled flavored dressing. It doubles as a dip for everything from chips to salad to chicken fingers. But it is a pickled flavored salad dressing. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I would try that. I envision this to be like a dill dipping sauce of some kind.
Yep.
So to dip vegetables in it or potato chips, yeah, I think so.
Gator's a yes. Can you?
I'm out. I don't like pickle stuff. Yeah, so.
I'm out too. It doesn't appeal to me. Another one here. Best new products from Whole Food. Barris is the company brand name. Pistachio and white chocolate covered raspberries. These are in the freezer aisle. It's a combination of a raspberry with white chocolate on the outside with a pistachio stuffed in the middle. One frequent shopper described them as the most incredible combo of bright, tart fruit and rich, nutty sweetness in every single bite. It looks like they come in little cups with 15 in them or whatever, but they're in the freezer aisle. The pistachio and white chocolate covered raspberries at Whole Foods. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I think I'd eat the hell out of that. That sounds delicious. if you had they're like the raspberry, I don't know if they're white chocolate or not, but they're raspberry cashews. They come in a small bag. They're really expensive, but I've gotten them a couple. They're amazing. They're so good.
I never had. 'em.
Yeah. So I would absolutely demolish this because pistachios are great. It's a really tasty nut. And you're going to add the raspberry and a little white chocolate to it. Yeah.
Okay, Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm trying. This sounds good. I'm surprised at how like pistachio can make a lot of desserts actually really good. Like that involve pistachio. So I'm in.
Well, let me tell you, this sounds amazing to me. I have a weakness for white chocolate. Plus,
big Jason Williams fan.
Pistachios are great. Put them inside of fruit. That's right up my alley. So yeah, I might eat that today.
Yeah, they're the ones I was talking about. They're a company called Sahale, Sahale. They're cashews with pomegranate, vanilla cashews. They have so good.
Sounds decent.
Yeah.
Finally, here's the last one. For $12.99, you can get a 3 100-count packages of the latest from Dude Wipes called Poopsicle. Ice Pop scented extra large flush wipes. Gator?
I'm sorry. What?
They have a picture. The Dude Wipes are popsicle scented. So Gator, the Dude Wipes, popsicle scented Dude Wipes. Are you going to use those?
Are you going to wipe those?
I mean,
are you?
I've used Dude Wipes.
And would you use
the Cool Mint Dude Wipe?
Oh, you're a Cool Mint guy.
Poopsicle is what they're called.
Yeah.
It says Poopsicle.
I mean,
it's like the bomb pop, right?
I don't think so necessarily. Like I said, Dude Wipes are fine, but I don't know if
After you drop some bombs, use a bomb pop. Wipe.
Kind of has that bomb pop look to it. The
Yeah.
red, white, and blue.
it
in
has
the
a
picture.
bomb pop look to it. I don't know. Sure, would I try it? Why not? I don't care.
I don't know.
If it cleans up your business, who cares?
I'm not sure what sound effect to use.
It's not an. Oh, I think you know what sound effect to use. Oh, no.
Just to remind people, the other sound effect is, yeah. Kag, you?
I'm good with just non-scented. Unscented is fine for me.
Me too, I'll pass. But let's go back to our original question. When you asked, could I put hot sauce on any of these, and I said only the last one.
No.
You might need these after the hot sauce.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, have them ready.
And that concludes another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That? Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so 100 days to the 2026 NFL season, and ESPN put together predictions, injuries, and more, 100 thoughts. The Lions are involved in several of these. And so we figured we'd recap ones that pertain to the Lions. One of the 10 off-season nuggets, that's what they called it.
All right.
Gator loves the word nuggets.
Funny word.
Lions veteran extensions written by Dan Graziano. They got Jack Campbell's deal done, but they have 3 other 2023 draft picks they want to extend ideally before the 2026 season. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs could be playing chicken with Atlanta's Bijan Robinson to see who sets the market, so that could take a while. But the Lions also want deals for tight end Sam Laporta and safety Brian Branch. And that's what they reported. I was thinking about this today. I envision a possibility that none of the 3 get a contract extension.
I don't. I think at least one will get. And I think it's likely all 3 do, because it's just how they've been operating. They know obviously way more than we do about the health of Brian Branch and Sam Laporta at this point. Are they going to participate in OTAs this week? And next week when they go back, I mean, this is weird. Like they have a couple of days of practice, take a couple of days off, go back for practice, couple of days off. I don't know if they're ever going to participate during these OTAs, but they know how far along they are. I saw a picture on social media of Brian Branch working out, and it's encouraging because I think if Brian Branch is able to play any point in the first half of the season, I'm going to be very pleasantly surprised.
This is interesting because I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting this, but you have said in the past that you wouldn't extend Branch or Laporta
Not
because
right
of the
now.
injuries.
No, I want to see how they perform. I want to see when they come back.
Okay, so to be clear here, when I say this offseason, I can see all 3 of them not getting extended. Are you talking? I'm talking about before next season starts.
Yeah, I think they're going to get Jahmyr Gibbs done.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that one because I feel like the diminishing value of running backs is something that, as much as we love Jahmyr, I do.
What I would do is different. I wouldn't extend any of them.
Wouldn't you?
No, I'd wait till the end of the season. And then if I want to bring Jahmyr Gibbs back, I'd probably bring him back on the 5th year. And let him play out the 5th year and see where we're at that point. Do I want to extend him or do I want to franchise him and go that route? But because he is a running back and because it is diminishing returns and, you hang 1,500 carries or, 2,000 touches on a running back and you start to look, okay, where are we going now? Probably downhill.
Kang, what do you make of this offseason and these extensions? You think they all get signed? None of them get signed? A couple of them?
So I'm just going to go on what I think Brad Holmes is thinking, right? That's what I like to do, right? Okay.
You're pretty good at it.
So it's not what necessarily I would do, but I think Brad Holmes really wants to sign Jahmyr Gibbs before Bijan. He likes to get these big extensions ahead of everybody else. So you set the market for like a second, before then, the next 2 guys are coming up or whatever, like Bijan's going to be the next guy if Gibbs gets his done first. It's interesting in the article that you read. Is it a game with Gibbs, though, where he's playing chicken, where he'll wait it out, so he's the guy after Bijan? So we'll see, but I think Holmes probably wants to get Gibbs done before, Bijan. With the other 2 players, I wonder if they're a little gun-shy after what happened with Kirby Joseph. You're right, Gator. They know way more medically than we do. And so they were pretty confident when they signed Kirby to his extension, and this, I don't know if this injury is related or not when, he was hurt earlier, but he did get hurt. I wonder how much of a role that plays into this one because you can, even a Lee McNeil, like you can only absorb so many contract extensions where the guys get hurt because then you're in cap hell and then you're going to just have to cut guys straight out and then make up for it in the back end somehow. So I'm curious about those 2 as far as how did Kirby Joseph and Lee McNeil affect those 2 contracts, but I think Gibbs is the one they want done for sure.
It feels like they have made such an effort to bring their guys, to keep guys around. And if I think about it in many ways, the ones that I am most concerned about are literally the 3 they haven't re-signed in Kirby. Right? The 3, one is Jahmyr because of position, 2 are hurt, and Kirby's hurt. Everybody else, I think it's going to be worth it in the end. I think they're going to be really good players for the Lions in the end. I'm talking about Jack Campbell, Nathan Hutchinson, and J-Mo, and Amon-Ra, Penny, and Goff, and boy, they've signed a lot of guys. But if the Lee McNeil, I guess, is there's a lot riding on him returning to full health and 100%, and playing the position where he belongs. But at the end of the day, the right ones feel like are left out right now. It's a tough decision. It's a tough decision on the injured players, and you just got to monitor them. And if you're not happy with their progress, I don't know how you can sign them.
Well, my guess is just the way that they've operated is they will sign them, and likely before the season. It's just how they've done it. They'll take their chances. They look okay. They know Sam Laporta's back is not going to be a problem. He's a big part of this offense. I'm sure Petzing has big plans for him. They'll give him a 3 or 4 year extension. Brian Branch, we love Brian Branch, right?
Dude.
Absolutely love Brian Branch as a player. Does he make some mistakes on the field? Does he lose his temper sometimes, do some dumb stuff? Yeah, it happens. Not enough where I'm saying I'm not bringing him back, but this is an Achilles injury.
An Achilles is scary.
And it's tough to come back from an Achilles, but he's still young and he's got plenty of time to come back from it. They don't have to rush him back. Like if the Achilles takes 10 to 12 months to recover from, they can afford to wait the 10 to 12 months. They don't have to push it along and say, hey, it's been 8. You ready to go? I mean, we'll see where he's at. But I get a little more nervous about that because it's an Achilles. But I don't know if you fix your Achilles, does it mean that your Achilles you're less likely to have another Achilles injury?
I don't know. All I know is that I went deep dive into reading all these medical reports on athletes and studies and Achilles when Mikel Lesure got hurt.
That's a long time ago now.
It is a long time ago, so there's probably fresher data, but there was a lot that supported that you lose half a step, and it just is. It's as hard an injury to come back from. It feels like in football. When it was done specifically with football players, it's harder injury to come back with in football than anything else. Also, from their 100 thoughts, 100 days out, 5 teams that improved the least on the list, the Chicago Bears. The Bears had a poor defense last season and check a lot of boxes. It suggests it will get even worse in 26. Much better on third down than first down or second down. Likely to get worse. Led the league in turnovers per drive. Likely to get worse. Lost talent in the offseason, including both starting safeties, one of whom was a first-team All-Pro. Likely to get worse. The offense should improve in the second season with Coach Ben Johnson, even despite the loss of center Drew Dahlman, wide receiver DJ Moore. However, it will need to be very strong to overcome the defense and go 12-5 or better.
Well, they had some injuries last year they dealt with, and those guys are getting healthier, so that should help. They did replace the safety with Dylan Thieneman, the rookie. I think a lot of Dylan Thieneman, so we'll see where that takes him.
Okay. They also predict a very underrated signing that we haven't talked about much. They're thinking this guy can really impact the Lions on the defensive side. We'll tell you who that is coming up today at 1:05. And one more prediction for the Lions as well. 100 thoughts, 100 days out. 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Some big injury news for the Tigers tonight ahead of their game with the Rays. A.J. Hinch said today that Gleyber Torres will be activated off the injured list and inserted into the lineup tonight for the Tigers. Torres hasn't played since May 2nd with an oblique injury, but he completed a rehab assignment in Toledo over the weekend, and Detroit could use his right-handed bat against the lefty Steven Matz for Tampa tonight. No other lineup or injury designations have been announced today. First pitch from the Trop is at 6:40 this evening. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 6:15. In the NHL, Michigan native and Columbus Blue Jackets defenseman Zach Werenski won the Norris Trophy, the league announced today. Red Wings defenseman Mo Seider finished 5th in the voting. That marks the first time Seider has ever finished on the voting list, according to Hockey Reference. On the ice tonight, the Hurricanes and Golden Knights will meet in North Carolina for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Hurricanes are favored in the series and tonight in Game 1. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. And the World Cup is just around the corner with the United States serving as a host. With that, Stella Artois has announced it is reallocating $100,000 of its World Cup marketing budget towards expensing New York fans' match day orders. Stella says it is giving fans permission to work from bar instead of work from home. Weekday matches falling during U.S. working hours. Fans who purchase a Stella at a New York bar can submit their receipt as an expense report for reimbursement on their website. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
I think you just said Stella's giving away free beer.
Yeah, basically.
So I'm sure I understand this promotion. If you work from the bar,
yes,
you can expense beer to Stella.
Yes,
a beer.
Up
in
to
New York.
Within the company up to 100,000. Yeah, I think if you live in New York and if you go to a bar during U.S. working hours while there's a match on, and you get a receipt, if you order a couple Stellas, you can mail it to them and they'll pay you back, I guess.
Interesting.
I haven't been to New York in years. Last I recall, it was extraordinarily expensive at the bar in New York.
Yeah.
Pretentious as hell. Stella also, I believe, is a bit of a pretentious beer. It's fine, but it even comes up that their ads are all about pretentiousness, right?
Okay.
Doesn't sound fine to you.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you.
Do you think they're really going to, I mean, it's got to be, what, $20 a beer in New York City?
Well, yeah, it says they're allocating $100,000 of their marketing budget. How many New York City beers is that?
Well, $20 a beer, $100,000. You do the quick math. Is that 10,000 beers?
I went to journalism school, not math school.
I could be way off here.
5,000 beers? It's 5,000 beers.
Is it 5,000?
Or is it?
I mean,
This is a rough look for us.
There's a lot going on right now that's rough.
Hey, Gator needs a Stella.
It's $5,000.
It's
I'll
50.
take it.
It's
Can I expense
50.
that?
It's 5,000 beers.
5,000 beers.
That's like what is that, a day in New York City? Is that 2 matches?
Yeah,
2
this is
working
last
hours.
Day.
Well,
It's
let's
like an
go back
hour.
this.
Is that?
Is it $20 a beer for Stella in
know.
New York
It's
City?
not
That seems a little steep, but
steep.
still, if it's 15, does that give us another what
Well, this is
200?
here's the
1,000
question.
beers?
Here, is it financially prudent to go to New York to watch a game? Because I'm about to mess up that many beers.
I mean, it doesn't say a limit per person. Could you bring? I think you could make it almost maybe make sense if you got a group of like 15 people.
Yep.
And
took the whole
and you were
office.
big soccer fan. Yeah, you
the whole
took
office.
everybody. And we're going to this bar at 12 noon on Tuesday, and every single person is ordering 5 Stellas.
So I just did a quick Google search. It says the AI overview says in New York City, $7 to $9 at a bar for a Stella.
Okay, that's like double what we were thinking.
Okay,
so that's
roughly
like
10,000 beers. Yeah. I mean, it's a terrible investment to fly out to New York just to get a few free beers. I made a similar awful investment, but I fell for it. And I was skiing in Whitefish, and there's a bar on the hill called the Hell Roaring Saloon. It's just a house that they turned into a bar, and they had hats for sale, $25. And if you're wearing the hat in there, you get a free beer. And I'm like, well, this makes sense. I buy the hat now, I get a free beer, and every time I'm back, so every time I spend about $2,500 to go skiing in Montana, I'll get a free beer.
There you go.
Boom.
Who's the winner now?
That's right.
How
Who's
many,
the big winner now?
can I ask how many free beers you have had at that bar since?
3.
Okay.
And I'm on
That's
my way
higher
to
than I
make it.
thought.
I'm on my way to making it worth it. When people ask why does Doug want to retire to Montana, now you know.
The free beer once a year.
Yeah.
At the Hell Roaring Whitefish.
Hell Roaring Saloon.
There it is.
On Big Mountain in Whitefish, Montana.
Hell Roaring?
Yep.
Well, I'm going to retire to New York City so I can get some free Stellas every 20 years when the World Cup comes around.
I will stay away from New York.
Thank you, Update Kid.
Yeah.
All right. So we're working our way through this list that ESPN put together, 100 days out, 100 thoughts on the coming NFL season and the ones that pertain to the Lions. The first one was about the Lions and the contracts and what may or may not get signed still with their guys that they might want to extend. Second one was that the Bears made the list of 5 teams that improved the least. I mentioned before the break, a player that we haven't talked about much. We brought him up, but they write of, let me just get to the note here. Here it is. Under 6 more things, the Lions logo popped up and it said, when we look back at the most important offseason moves that didn't get discussed at the time, we highlight cornerback Roger McCreary to the Lions. He was traded from a sleepy Titans team to the Rams midseason, but then failed to see major action after a hip injury a few weeks later. McCreary has inside-outside versatility on a Lions team that needs more reliable coverage players. So if you like what the Rams have done, and I know that we have some evidence that some of you do, this is a player the Rams traded for that the Lions now have. There you go. Roger McCreary might be an underrated signing.
He might be an underrated signing, and I'm excited about that. If nothing else, it adds depth. I alluded to it earlier that I think that the Lions have potential with a free agent guy and then a drafted guy. Well, McCreary's the free agent, and Keith Abney is the drafted player.
Right.
That both of these guys could help out. They also added Christian Izien in the offseason. That's 3 solid guys I think that they can have for depth. Now, we don't know about Abney because he's a college guy, but lots of people have very high expectations for Abney. He was very highly thought of when it came to the draft. It's surprising he went late because he was rated so high. But I think he's got a little chip on his shoulder of where he was drafted. And if you're healthy, your availability is massive in the secondary.
I think every team and every fan base and every media that covers every team around the league will cite somebody in rounds 4, 5, 6, or 7 that they think was a steal. And in Detroit, it feels like it's Abney. And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. There's no question that every year great players make it to the second half of the draft, period. I mean, it's an inexact science. Draft picks are kind of like lottery tickets. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. But in the case of the Lions, there's a lot of love for Abney coming in as a player that perhaps slipped deeper in the draft than was expected. So then one other thing from 100 days, 100 predictions or 100 thoughts, under 10 bold predictions. Defensive injuries have derailed Detroit in recent seasons, but this roster, when healthy, is terrific on both sides of the ball. And in one of the league's easiest schedules, the Lions are primed for a Super Bowl push. The prediction is the Lions will go from last to first in the NFC North in dominant fashion. What do you make of that?
I'm a little surprised by that. And then dominant fashion. This might be a little bit of a hot take there, but I do think the Lions will be contending for the division. And if the Bears aren't moving forward all that much, if they're just staying kind of where they're at, I think the Vikings, who knows what the Vikings are going to be with their quarterback situation. I mean, do you love Kyler Murray? Not really. And if he doesn't win the job, then it's J.J. McCarthy. I don't love J.J. McCarthy either. The Packers are okay. They've got some question marks right now with the offseason with what's going on with the running back. I think the Lions do have that opportunity. And yes, the schedule is, on paper, it's easier, but you don't know until you play the games. But I think the Lions have a really good chance of being the best team in the division winner in the North.
It's all right there. There's just one thing that scares me so much, and that's we think the schedule's navigatable. It feels like every time we do this, we get burned by it. They need health. And if there's truth to the schedule being what it is, then I don't doubt they're going to win the division. If they stay healthy and the schedule is as easy as it looks on paper, neither of those things we can count on, can we?
No.
Can't count on health. Can't count on the schedule being as easy as it looks. And so that's what makes it a bit of a crapshoot. All right, Gator, time for 10 texts for the people. We want your first 10 texts at 248-539-9797. And give us a reason why, and make sure you sign your text. What are you most looking forward to? The NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Finals, or the World Cup? 248-539-9797.
Oh, he's serious about it.
Text over which you are most looking forward to. NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, or World Cup. If you want to give us a reason why, but also please sign your text. Get them over now. We'll read a bunch next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
We've all seen it lately, right? Local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say that they treat you like family, well, they mean it, because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. Instead, they answer to you. And what I really like about them is their no-pressure promise. You're not going to get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you're going to get an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, and siding needs actually are. It's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof. So don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades, Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, whatever the winner is in this 10 text, we'll dedicate an entire show to that topic. 4 hours straight.
Yeah?
No. But here's the feedback as it comes in. We are interested in what you care more about. NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, or World Cup. Greg in Lake Orion says, looking forward to the Stanley Cup Finals. Kyle in Ann Arbor says, NBA Finals, watching New York teams get kicked in the groin on the big stage is one of life's little joys.
Facts. It's not such a little joy.
It's funny because I was listening to a national show earlier this morning on my drive in, and this guy, the NBA guy, was for Associated Press, and he was just selling how like it was a feel good story for New York, and I'm like, maybe only in New York,
Right.
Like everywhere else, no
Read
one
the
wants,
room, dude.
Yeah, no one wants this. Like for New York, that's it.
Oh, I really hope they win.
Do they ever get any attention in New York?
No, you're just not enough. They just can't
right.
catch a break.
And 49 other states burst out and left. That upstart team that has so much going against them from New York.
I mean, what's the feel-good story there? You want to root for Jalen Brunson?
Yeah, he was selling that.
Mitchell Robinson and his surgically repaired pinky? Let's go. LFG?
Yeah, Celebrity Row hasn't been to the finals, man. Ben Stiller.
I'm just rooting for Ben Stiller. That's who I really wanted.
Spike Lee.
Yeah, because I don't see Spike Lee enough.
Yeah, I mean, then they have to go home in their mansions after.
I hate shoot the messenger stuff, like attack the source rather than the argument. So I'm fascinated as to what the argument is, but I'm also really curious as to who the source was. You don't remember who it was?
He was. I'll look it up. He was an Associated Press NBA reporter.
Okay.
I think his name was.
It's irrelevant. I should just let it go because it doesn't even matter who said it. It is straight comedy. Yes, that feel good upstart little engine that could called New
Knicks.
York.
It was Tim Reynolds.
Oh, Tim.
All right. I've now lost the text. All right. I don't really care about any of them, but if I had to choose, it'd be the Stanley Cup Finals because there's more fighting. That's from Chris in the car. I am most looking forward to the World Cup. Happens far fewer times than the others. Doesn't have as many floppers, and everyone can get behind it. That's from Andrew in Monroe. Arguing that the World Cup has fewer floppers than the NBA and the NHL?
All right, stop it. Just go away. Just go away. Come on. Soccer invented flopping.
That doesn't
is
mean
it a problem with a couple of players in this series for the Knicks and the Spurs? Yeah, I think it pertains to a couple guys there. In the NHL, in the Stanley Cup Finals, I don't think you see
There's
a
not
ton
gonna-
of
there's not as
flopping
much in the NHL, no.
NHL.
I mean, it is a bold statement to state that there's less flopping in the World Cup than the other two, but
I think it's dumb.
well, I'll just say this. Given that I parachuted, how much soccer have you watched in the last 4 years?
Extensively?
Because you really don't know if the game has changed. You don't.
You're right. I don't. I
You
just
don't know
assume.
that.
I'm making a complete guess that regardless of how important the game is, there's going to be flopping. I don't think it changes. We'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong.
I don't know either because I parachuted on the World Cup. I wish I cared more about MLS. I probably would have got into it if we got a team here in Detroit. Alas, that didn't happen. But I don't, the World Cup I get excited for because it's one of the few places left where we can have a miracle on ice.
I think what I'm really looking forward to, Doug, because
Here comes deep sarcasm, people.
With the World Cup being played here in the United States, I can't wait for all the people in the crowd to whistle when they see something they disapprove of. That's so great.
Yes, that's a reason. That's a reason to hate
the
soccer.
whistling of everybody who takes the dive.
Meanwhile, thunder sticks.
I'd rather have thunder sticks than here to because some guy's waiting for, magic spray and sponge or whatever.
It's
What is it?
Magic sponge and can of
Magic
spray.
sponge and can of spray. Thank you.
NBA Finals. Wemby's is the most polarizing player in all of it. Soccer's lame. Hockey makes me sad. NBA Finals all the way. That's from Caleb in Whitmore Lake. Wemby is the most polarizing player in all of it?
He's polarizing?
What is polarizing about Wemby? What am I missing?
Should be a Piston.
Well,
maybe he meant popular.
You mean the guy who the entire world is watching? That guy?
I mean, a little. If we're missing something, if somebody could tell us what's polarizing about Wemby. I mean, Kang, is there anything polarizing about Wemby?
No, I mean he tries really hard. No, I
What a
don't
jerk.
think so. Yeah, I don't know. He's French. I don't know.
Maybe. Stanley Cup is the only answer. Soccer's for sissies. That's from Aaron in a car. NBA Finals for sure should be a Spurs championship, which hurts, but I hate New York more. That's from Perch in New Baltimore. What are you most looking forward to? Stanley Cup Finals by far a real test. That's from Dave and Troy. Definitely NBA Finals. Wemby's a legend. That's from Pat in Birmingham. And World Cup. Finally, everyone will care about the sport I like a lot. LOL. Sam in a work truck. Well, the one thing about the World Cup is typically international competition is something that all fan bases can share together. Right? USA.
Mm-hmm.
Typically.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. So there is that. Now, he says the world, finally everyone will care about. I don't know how much they'll care, but I'm going to watch Team USA play. Now, by the way, I looked it up. Couldn't you ask yesterday how good are we?
Mm-hmm.
We're ranked 16th in the FIFA standings. And I think 32 teams make the World Cup. So
Where's Lenardi had him?
Yeah.
Bracketology.
Yeah.
Machu Dinkum. Did they make it this year?
I don't think they did.
Anyway, so there you go. The final tallies: 4 votes for the Stanley Cup, 4 votes for the NBA, 2 votes for the World Cup. I want to know what's polarizing about Wemby.
How is it for you? We can rate to 3. Your interest level.
It's probably World Cup.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Well, don't apologize for it. It is what it is.
It's because I feel like at least I got a team in it.
Understandable.
Yep, and I don't have a team in the other 2.
So what about the other 2?
Probably NBA then NHL.
All right. Okay.
I will probably go NBA, World Cup, NHL.
You?
NHL and NBA.
That's it. He's ranking 2. He's just ranking 2.
That was funny. Let's ask Bobby, who's in for Kenny today. Bobby, which one are you most looking forward to?
NBA for sure. After that, it'd be World Cup, then NHL.
Okay. Gotcha.
He's younger, so I suspect he'd have more soccer in him.
Well, internationals when Dylan Larkin plays well. That's when he steps up, and it sucks for the Wings.
Yeah, well,
Sure.
International season just wound up here. So
Okay, well, there you go. Are you going to watch any of the World Cup, even for work?
I don't know. We'll see. When does the United States play?
I think it's a week from. It's either a week from Friday or a week from Saturday.
Weekend.
He's busy, man. Come on.
Not sure.
Washing his hair that day.
He's got laying around to do.
What time? What time do these games start?
I don't know.
He might move his Cholula bottle.
I got plans. Choose a league, FIFA World Cup.
Gator, if you happen, it's on somewhere, you walk in and it's just on and USA's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to feel any part of your body wanting to cheer for them at all? Are you
Sure. I mean, I'm an American citizen. I root for our teams. Sure. But am I going to outwardly? Am I going to go out and get a Team USA jersey or a flag or no? None of that's going to happen. I mean,
What if a listener got you one? Would you wear it?
No.
We play Paraguay on Friday at 9 p.m. at SoFi Stadium.
Yeah, that's tight.
Is it?
Is it which Friday?
A week from this Friday. Can't do it.
No.
Then we play Australia the following Friday.
Oh, what time?
In Seattle at 3 p.m. So get off the show and go
I
watch.
don't know. It's nap time.
Well, turn it on. You'll fall asleep right away.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Got a nap in a chair. Kick it out. Get the easy chair working.
Then we got a 10 p.m. game against Turkey.
What day is that?
Thursday, June 25th.
Hang on 1 second. Let me just check something here. Thursday. What was the date on that?
June 25th.
Okay, June 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of these day games during our show?
I can't. I mean, the Tigers going to play it at they're home against Houston, and
It's at 10 p.m.
Yeah, it's bedtime. It's either that or I'll probably be doom scrolling at that point. Thursday night, watching videos.
You'll be doing important doom scrolling.
Yeah, where people were saying things like, "I don't answer questions." What's your name? A badge number? I can't get enough of these videos. I can't stop it. I can't.
You really?
Yeah,
Stop.
I try.
Stop.
Dude, you got
that or World Cup?
No, go back to like dogs playing the guitar or something, whatever you.
I'll find those are there too. I love watching the dog videos.
Mm-hmm.
Spa day for a golden retriever. I can't get enough of those videos.
All right.
Watching, Pierre Laflamme try to score on a corner kick for Team France. I don't care.
So it was 18 years ago today. 16 years ago today. 16 years ago today?
16.
16 years ago today, this happened. We'll revisit it at 1:32 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. 16 years ago today, Armando Galarraga threw the imperfect game. God, that story was wild. Because, Gator, you remember where you were, right?
100%. Yeah, because I was watching it at home. I had the next couple of days off, because I was leaving for Pinehurst in the morning to go play golf with 4 of the buddies. There were 5 of us that made the trip. So that night, watching it, couldn't believe what happened. I was sitting in my living room watching that. And then, got to the airport, and one of my friends who drove in from, I think it was Grand Ledge area, came in, and he didn't know, because he went to bed early and got up really early, because we had like a 8 o'clock flight or something like that. So he had no idea. I'm like, you don't know what happened? He's like, no, and I'd explained it to him. He's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look at the TV, because every TV had this thing on constant, replay. So it was amazing. And I remember going out and golfing that once we first got there, and then looking at the watch to see what time it was, so I could call you and ask you, hey, how are things going, Doug? And I think it was like somewhere between noon and 1 where I called you, but made sure it was during a commercial break, because obviously I know when the break times are. And your response was something to the effect of, it's been kind of an easy show.
Translation, we had 10 lines packed the whole day.
The whole day.
Yep. So I was grilling. This is pre-pitch clock era.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked in, it was probably like a 7:10 start, which was typical of a start time. And it was like 8:15. And it was the 6th inning. And I'm like, how the hell does that happen? And then I went, oh. And I saw that this was a no-hitter going on. And then I realized it was not just a no-hitter, it was a perfect game. And I couldn't believe that Armando Galarraga took it that deep. He's a good pitcher, but he's not like Skubal or Verlander back in the day. And went down the way it went down. And again, one of the quickest games. I became aware of what was going on because it was happening so fast. But then the Jim Joyce aftermath, I learned a lot. I felt like even as an adult, you can still learn things. I learned a lot about grace and a lot about how you handle when you make a mistake. And I thought Jim Joyce did the best he could with it after screwing that up. And I thought Armando Galarraga did the best with it as, the victim of this terrible call. And, the game's still remembered. There's something to be said to be in the history books forever, because there's not a lot of perfect games thrown. But this one stands out. And, it gets remembered as the 28-out perfect game.
Yeah, the game after that, he pitched 5 innings in a win against the White Sox. He didn't get credit for the win. Gave up 7 hits and 2 earned runs, a couple of walks as well. I was just curious what he was going to do his next start. But the cool thing was that next night, after it, he gets to the home plate, the whole exchange with Jim Joyce, and Jim Joyce holding back tears and pats him on the back. And he knew he made a mistake. And it was a human moment where an umpire actually showed that they do have a heartbeat. And good for him, good for Jim Joyce. And we all kind of recovered from it. But I remember people were complaining about Bud Selig should overrule this and call it a perfect game, because perfect games just don't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You see no-hitters every year, but a perfect game, there aren't many pitchers that have thrown that. So it was unfortunate the way that things worked out. And, when I saw another replay of it today, or another video of it today, it's not even like a bang-bang play. I mean, he is out by a full stride. It's unbelievable he missed the call.
Yep. And and
his name isn't Angel Hernandez.
I guess there are times in life where you just screw something up.
Was it because the ball kind of came loose that he thought that, he didn't have control of it at the time? Because he kind of snow coned it a little bit,
right? A little bit, yeah. I mean, that might have messed with him.
Behind him a little bit, but he catches it and steps on that bag, and, I mean, it's a full stride.
I haven't gone back. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to reiterate that. Go ahead.
Well, and Miggy probably shouldn't have been the one going to get that ball, which made it, when Galarraga was going over to cover, but if Miggy just stays, that was That ball was hit pretty well, pretty much right to the second baseman.
Yeah, but everyone at that point was going to go all out for anything that they could get to, right?
Yep.
And that's why Miggy, in a normal circumstance, he wasn't going to go get that.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming Miggy.
I
They
will
got the
stop-
out.
hey, stop blaming Miggy.
Because they got the out.
Christ.
They got the out. So, and I felt like that play probably in retrospect had much to do with replay getting approved as anything. Because it was so clear. And costing Armando Galarraga his place in history, he still has this weird asterisk place in history. It's better than a World Series being decided that way with a totally blown call, right?
Yes. A regular season game in June is better than a blow that than, in October, for sure. Without question. And Galarraga goes down as a folk hero in Detroit.
Kind of.
He was a very average pitcher.
Well,
had a couple of fantastic starts, and that was as good as it gets in the history of the league.
I mean, you go back to early Carson Anderson days, we didn't know who he was. And he showed up as a starting pitcher. Do you remember this? I'm referring to him as some guy.
Right, right.
The Tigers throwing tonight, and I don't remember if it was you or me. I don't know, some guy. And he was a good middle of the rotation kind of guy, but wow.
He was traded to the Tigers. I'm sorry. Traded to the Tigers for Mike Hernandez. Who? Literally some guy.
Was Mike Hernandez a first baseman? Was he a prospect at one point, or am I confused?
He was a right fielder, designated hitter, and left fielder who
apparently not a first baseman.
Played every position but first base.
Never played in the majors.
Yeah,
not a once.
I'm sorry, Kang. Where were you when it happened? Were you working?
Where were you
here
when Mike Hernandez was traded?
I remember it like yesterday. He was not playing first base. I believe I was working at a restaurant at the time.
Were you?
Yeah, in the bar, and I guess they were doing everything they can to not, but people started talking at the restaurant like, we got a no-hitter here, or a perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
I had to look up every single time and like running around.
What was that like during big sporting events working at a restaurant?
So it's not a sports bar, right? So you got to so it's a little different than that. So where they don't let you just stand there and watch it.
Would you take the long way back to the kitchen to make sure you're kind of caught up on what was going on?
Doug, like in life, a lot of things are about angles. You just get in a certain angle, they can't see where you're at. There's pillars, there's tables, you know what I mean? Like,
sir, I haven't got my macadamia nut chicken. Relax. We're good soon enough.
It's not that good today, okay? Relax.
Maybe think of something else. I'll tell you what, I'll give you some more time to think.
I just looked down at Twitch. FBG25 just posted, Tigers could use some guy right now. Yes, they could.
Yeah.
Yes, they could. Well, they're getting Glaber back, and that's tonight after getting Kerry Carpenter back. So hopefully Glaber can make himself as tradable as possible. And those still hanging on to the miracle, here's the return of the second baseman, the guy who gets on base a whole lot. Anyway, it was 16 years ago today. If you have a where were you moment, and what you remember most about it that stood out, and any observations that we have not made, go for it. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you could stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 anywhere in the United States. And, of course, you can do it through our website as well, 971theticket.com. Stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. That way you can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat. Fine community of people there, so all different ways you could take in Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Blaine in Livonia on 97.1. Hello, Blaine.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
So I got a real good story where you were when Galarraga's infamous perfect imperfect game.
Yeah.
I was in 6th grade and I had just got suspended for the first time, like in my school life. I got suspended, and I went to my dad's house because I was obviously in a lot of trouble. And that game is the only thing that saved me from my dad beating my you-know-what for that night because we were both on the edge of our seats watching that game. And and I got to live another day, but the next day I obviously got what was coming for me.
So if you don't mind us asking, and you could say no, what did you do to get suspended?
Talking too much
Okay.
in class, just got written up, and nothing too bad, but it was my first time getting suspended, and Dad and Mom weren't too happy with me.
Okay, so you're sitting with Dad, and the game is on, and you guys realize what's going on before Dad can really bring the hammer down.
Yep, and we were so in awe of what actually happened. I survived the night, and then like I said, the next day. I got what was coming for me.
So you owe Armando Galarraga a solid.
I do. I got
little stay of execution there.
That's fantastic. Right. Well, glad you made it, Blaine. 248-539-9797. Jordan in Bloomfield is next. Hello, Jordan.
Hey guys, what's happening?
What's up?
Wouldn't you agree that Commissioner Rob Manfred, like any commissioner, could use a good fan moment, a little positive PR? And now that we have instant replay, what's stopping the commissioner from doing something where he says, it was so obviously that the play was out, we're going to officially reissue Galarraga's game as a perfect game.
I don't know.
Let him have it and let the fans have it in the history books.
Because there's like 1,000 other calls you could do that for. I mean, maybe not for perfect games, but I mean, there are plays that affected the outcome of a game that were called incorrectly.
It's interesting. Your point is, yes, it can be easily done. Gator's point is that it might open up Pandora's box, and you might have to address way more than you ever expected with people submitting, well, what about this? What about that? If this...
But they won the game, and the next batter was out, and it's not like Cleveland would be that upset about it. It was 16 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I also understand what Gator's saying is if you do this, what else are you exposing yourself to have to get overturned? Now, maybe not that much. I'd have to think that they would sit down and make sure that they're not putting themselves in a tough situation where next thing you know, somebody else won a World Series.
Well, yeah.
Because you know what?
We should redo Michigan State, 1 second left on the clock. But I just think this is a good low-stakes moment for him to do it.
Yeah, but with ABS, can you challenge, because you can challenge balls and strikes now, would you go back in time and say this punch out in a critical game that eliminated a team shouldn't have been a called strike?
No, not with consequence. It's more of like an honorary thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This does probably the least amount of harm one could have.
I think, look, it's a play it's an infamous play in history, and it's actually addressed, according to a quick check on Google, in Cooperstown, that they have a display dedicated to Armando Galarraga's historic near-perfect game. So it's recognized in Cooperstown as being near perfect. Everybody knows what happened.
Yep.
So I don't think you change it. I think the time would have been the day after. It was Bud Selig's opportunity to do it, and he didn't. Mm-hmm. And I understood why he didn't. It sucked because it's our guy. It's a Tiger that would have had that. It sucks for Galarraga, but he's gotten a lot out of it, a lot of mileage out of that.
Well, it's
that
more
game.
famous now than because of it.
Exactly.
Him, the situation, Jim Joyce, everything. But I understand what the caller's saying. I'm not saying I would change it, but this is where so you're scared about opening up Pandora's box, Doug?
Well, Gator brought it up, and I think it's valid.
This is one where probably all parties would agree to. The other ones, not all parties would agree to it. Do you know what I'm saying? If everyone's on board with it, then it's like, well, okay, this is not going to hurt anybody. But the other ones where the outcomes are changing, no one the losing team or the winning team, all of a sudden the losing team, they're not going to agree to that. I could see this being changed, like maybe like way down the line if he passes away, and then to honor him and bring his family out there. You know what? We're changing it to a perfect game. You know, I could see it all. It doesn't have to, like, there's no time limit on it, right? I think it could eventually get changed.
Who was the hitter?
I know. I looked it up. I was going to ask you guys if you guys remember who got the hit.
It was Jason Donald got the hit.
How does it affect his career batting average?
Did he get a bonus that year, Doug?
I mean, Jason Donald was a rookie that year. Hit 253. Played 2 years after that. Was a career 257 hitter.
Well, we know where he hit in the order.
Yeah, well, ninth. Yeah, there you go. But you know what? Nobody remembers him.
No. But if I were Jason Donald, I'd tell people, yeah, that was me.
I'd scream from rooftops, be like, yeah, whatever. That's cool.
Then whoever hit first for Cleveland in that game, be like, so does my bat not count where I got out? My batting average goes up, right? Because I don't have to count that out.
Right. Trevor Crowe, the only guy to have 4 plate appearances in the game for Cleveland.
Dude, what a crazy night. Do you got the box score in front of you?
I do.
What was the time on the game?
Well, let's say that.
Pre-pitch clock.
I think it was like an hour 44, Gator.
It was an hour and 44.
That's crazy pre-pitch clock. Absolutely crazy.
And that's a veteran crew, too. Jim Joyce, Jim Wolfe, Darryl Cousins were 3 of the 4 umpires.
I don't know if there'd be a worse feeling as an umpire than to go back, sit down in the locker room afterwards with your fellow umps, and the topic comes up. Yeah, dude, he was out, and you missed the call.
How about? Of course, that's awful.
I mean, that's an awful because he had to walk back with his colleagues into the club, the locker room for the umpires.
Yep.
And the realization setting in what the call, how bad the call was.
He knew he made a mistake, and it's awful. You can't take it back. That game, talk about a rarity. Roberto Hernandez, who pitched for Cleveland in that game, was a complete game for him. He went 8 innings, gave up 2 earned runs on 9 hits. No walks, struck out 3. No walks in the entire game for either team.
That is crazy. Well, look, the standout moment in sports history in Detroit. And certainly for me, the solo show the next day, Gator was laughing knowing that I'd have packed phone lines for 4 hours.
And you did.
And I did. 248-539-9797. All right, Gleyber Torres back tonight, and I imagine that probably most people are pretty cynical about this team, but it won't hurt. Meanwhile, Stanley Cup Finals. You got any thoughts on the actual series you want to get into before the show's now? Golden Knights and Hurricanes, 2 communities steeped in hockey tradition.
It's so wild, right? You got team in Raleigh, North Carolina, where this time of year it's going to be like 90, and then you got Vegas. Yep. And yet both of these teams have won Stanley Cups not all that long ago. Both teams are playing in the third finals. That's a little bothersome and irksome that's happened, given the state of affairs here with the Detroit Red Wings right now, currently.
Yep. It's not Vegas' fault Detroit sucks,
no,
but I'm going to take it out on them and root
all
against them.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it. I don't have a rooting interest in this. I mean, I could manufacture one, root for Rod Brindamore, always like Rod Brindamore as a player and as a coach. Yes, he went to Michigan State too, but that's kind of after the fact. But I like Mitch Marner. I love this sticking it to Toronto fans that Mitch Marner leaves and he's got a chance to win a Stanley Cup. So I'm just going to sit back and relax and enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I suspect that Carolina is going to win this one in like 5 games because they should. They are clearly the better team. But you never know. You don't want to let a team get hot. And Vegas is riding that hot streak all the way here to the finals.
Yeah, I was seeing stuff that the most expensive ticket right now is Knicks. The Knicks are like the most of all the finals, but
it's crazy getting in.
But I think San Antonio's tickets are behind the home venues at Carolina and Vegas.
Really?
Yeah. But the New York fans, the way they invaded Cleveland, they're not going to invade San Antonio.
Not likely.
That's not as quite the easy trip to make.
Well, but it's such a great story. I imagine all the people in the surrounding area, the greater San Antonio area, that have their heartstrings are being pulled on, that they're going to want to go and root on those Knicks, right?
Yeah.
Because Galveston, Houston, Dallas, Waxahachie,
just
all over
the
place.
heartwarming story that is the Knicks, according to the Associated
The little
Press
engine
writer
that
Ken.
could, you know.
Heard this morning, feel good story that is the Knicks. God, that makes me
What a great story.
Makes me want to barf. You kidding me with that? But hey, man, they are playing well. I actually respect the way they're playing because they've really stepped up.
Well, they're on fire, absolutely on fire.
Rico is sauntered in with about 10 seconds to go. You care to quickly sum up what you guys have coming up next?
Sports.
There
Great
you go.
talk. Good talk.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everybody. A reminder to stay safe and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Michigan and UConn basketball will play a rematch of the national title game as a part of the TNT Sports Hall of Fame Series Friday, November 6th. The date at TD Garden in Boston. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio that Gleyber Torres would return to the lineup today. It's been exactly a month since he last played a Major League game. On the year, he's played in 32 with a .716 OPS. Hinch also discussed top prospect Max Clark. Justin Verlander also set to throw his first minor league rehab tonight for AAA Toledo. After their win last night, the Tigers look to run it back against the Rays. Jack Flaherty starts for Detroit. He's 0-7 this year, but has figured out the walk troubles his last 3, only surrendering 1. Steven Matz counters for Tampa. He's got a .467 ERA and 9 starts this season. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Grosse Pointe native and current Columbus Blue Jacket Zach Werenski won the Norris Trophy. Red Wing Mo Sider finished 5th. The Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight as the Hurricanes host the Golden Knights at 8. The NBA Finals start tomorrow. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. We are here on a Tuesday, gorgeous afternoon. We've got a lot of ground to cover. But I wanted to start with something, and maybe like 6 people will care, or maybe this is actually going to be a good conversation. This is the ultimate risk it biscuit.
Okay.
Hear me out.
All right.
Because I've just endured a pre-show of you and David yelling about doomsday, and I thought you were talking about a biblical event of the world is going to end. And you guys were hyper fixated on if it doesn't happen by July, it's not going to happen. And I'm like, guys, am I missing the article like reports world ending? And then you're like, no. We're talking about Robert Downey Jr. and a comic book movie. And that's where I told both of you to do something to yourselves. And I walked away. So I want to recenter because for a solid 5 minutes, you two bickering. And I'm like, are these two MFs seriously talking about the world ending like they have a clue?
No, and we didn't include you because you don't watch the movie. So
well, and also,
and you're like, no, tell me. I'm like, Mike, seriously, you're just gonna make fun of this. So
no, now I understood. Because you guys were so passionate, I was like, oh my God, are they doing like a New Testament throwdown? Is this like SummerSlam of Nazareth? What is this?
Right. David, come get your Jesus whooping.
Well, then at the end of it, I talked to Evan for 2 seconds because we were in a meeting. And then all of a sudden I hear you talk about you don't identify as black anymore. And I'm going, what the hell just took place? What happened here? And obviously you were joking, I think. But I was just like, what?
Because
how?
Because I told David that I really didn't care for the Black Panther 2 movie.
You're not for the culture. He's not black.
So therefore, there's a lot of people like, I was like, this movie was garbage. And then I started pointing out things in the movie. I was like, that would never happen in the comic book world. And David's like, yeah, I know. I was like, but I've gotten into fights with people like, oh no, that movie was great. I'm like, that movie was awful. So that's where that came from.
Okay. Look, we're getting somewhere. Okay. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
This is positive.
Yeah. We were talking about just the different movies, and I was just like, I didn't really care for the Sherry character in the movie. And David was like, well, no, it was just written poorly. And I was like, well, yeah, but that's what they brought to the stage, and I didn't care for it. And so that's why
it's okay.
Yes.
I still believe
because I
it.
criticized it, a lot of people get angry.
You're still black in my eyes.
Because you're not allowed to criticize the Black Panther movies. The first one was okay.
All right.
And the second one was garbage.
So I'm going to try a topic.
Okay.
And I don't.
So Doomsday.
Dude, you just had me worried. I wouldn't even forget about Jury Duty or Saratoga. You were telling me it was all over regardless.
That's it, man.
Then I hear you're just talking about a movie.
Yes.
So I want to bring something up, and I think it marries real life with sports. Because as we often say, sports are not real. They're just not. But I heard something earlier, and again, there's no slander. I think there were some details left out. And I want to set the stage for this because I don't think I don't think it was approached in the right way. Okay? And what I mean is this. So the MLB, the owners put out their first proposal, salary cap. First time since 1994 that's been a thing. So late last night into today, the comments of Bruce Meyer, who is now the MLBPA head because Tony Clark was too busy allegedly getting his wick wet.
Yeah, you ain't kidding me.
And from the very beginning, and this was a part that was left out of the discussion today on the station, this has not been viewed as a good thing for peace, for getting a deal done, is that Bruce Meyer is a hardliner, that Bruce Meyer is an attorney. He has no emotions. This is not a former player. This is someone who is willing to go to war. So Meyer comes out, and the quotes are, they're brutal. They're absolutely brutal. But they're done with purpose. This was the disagreement I had with the conversation earlier. This isn't about, this guy flexing and trying to do a Blue Chew ad. No, you have to win the court of public opinion in labor war. Because whatever side the public hates more between billionaire owners and millionaire players is going to win the war. He basically said, quote, I thought they would try harder to make it look good, and they didn't even do that. They've effectively managed to cobble together the worst system for players in any of major sports, and it's not even close. So here's the thing, and there's more, but take that comment. There is a very real chance you don't have baseball in 27. It's a very real chance because the owners want a cap, and a salary cap has always been a red line for players. Mm-hmm. The owners are as serious about it as ever because you basically have 25 owners feeling one way and 5 feeling another, okay? From a player's standpoint, while the floor helps, the cap hurts. I'm only doing this not because, as Evan so eloquently put it, like 6 people care about labor discussion. The only time labor discussions were popular is when the world stopped and we were broadcasting from basements. What a time to be alive. But I want to relate it this way. With everything going on in the world today, as a normal human being, let's say you're out in Metro Detroit, you're married, you got a couple of kids. Look, the odds are life's not very easy right now. And why I bring this up is this. It's always been a folly for leagues to think that people who are struggling to figure out how they're going to pay their mortgage are going to have their hearts bleed for players or owners and money. It's not going to happen. That's why 1994 was so debilitating to baseball. They didn't have a World Series. People walked away. And it took steroids. And comic book, going to relate it to your pre-show discussion, comic book home run numbers to bring people back. Mm-hmm. Now, 30 years later, we're here. Baseball feels like it's on good footing. Okay? I'm not saying great. I'm not saying it'll ever be the 1950s again. But it's on good footing. A lot of young talent. A lot of visibility. You have the global approach to the game and what Ohtani has helped bring. Cool. Mm-hmm. Rico, here's my question. And it's a question to you guys in listener land. All right? If baseball locks out or goes on strike, if baseball is not around next year, do you even have the bandwidth to care? Because I'll say it again to you. And there are a ton of people out there in full struggle mode through no fault of their own. The same job that they work, the same paycheck that they made, it's not keeping up with the cost and where people are at and what's going on, right?
Right.
Do you really think that average guy who currently likely hates most of his life right now is going to give a flying F about millionaire baby players and billionaire baby owners? See, I want to, maybe the best way for me to put it is this. I've never felt like the average fan is more disconnected from the sports that they loved than now. You always joke about this with college sports. This isn't a Blame Rico thing. A lot of decisions can be about money. There's got to be a small space, a little dessert menu for love of the game, for rivalries, for emotion, for health of the game. If you're an average fan right now, what do you hear about sports that isn't involved with just money? Just money. College sports has been upended for one reason. Money. Baseball is probably not going to have a 2027. Why? Money. The NFL's ripping games away from Sundays. Why? Money. I can't talk about the NHL. They ain't got no money.
Yeah, they don't. They're Bobby Sport. No, here's the funny thing. You brought this to my attention a couple weeks ago. And it's sad because it's true. There is only one thing that I can think of right now in sports that really has nothing to do with money, just pure entertainment, and that's that whole little Savannah Banana tour of baseball.
Great point.
That they actually just care about the people, and they want you to come out there, and the people are flocking to it so much they have to have a lottery. They just can't just say everybody can come because it'll be sold out.
Is it like a 1.5 million person waiting list? Did I hear that
It's
right?
something ridiculous. So much so that if you actually want to go to Savannah to watch them play at home, you have to buy tickets years in advance. That's how popular it is.
So I know that this is not, a this or that topic. It's a little deeper than that. But I find it, I wanted to set the record straight on what's actually going on with the MLB fronts here. And Bruce Myers not just pimping, and the owners aren't faking. This is going to be pretty messy. And there's a real chance you have a deeply impacted or canceled season next year. As a fan, your relationship with sports, where the world is today, where your life is today, you probably feel more disconnected. Let's be fair. I don't know that sports has been more unreachable at any point in history for the average fan than right now. The average guy can't take his family of 4 to a Lions game. Can't do it. You're talking about a mortgage payment.
No. I mean, the only thing that you see is occasionally when a place will have like a menu and they'll be like, hey, you know what? We'll give out $1 hot dogs or we'll do this. And it's very small. But even when they come out and say, hey, we're going to have brand new jerseys. We're going to do this. Well, you got to go pay for that jersey. You got to go pay for that hat.
Sure, we talked about it like if a kid wanted a World Baseball Classic jersey, it was $400 and it didn't show up until the WBC was over. But I
think still, it technically still wouldn't be there.
If baseball goes away, are you going to be there when it returns? Or are you just at a point where you go, you know what? I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out that everything is money. Everything. No decisions are made for the good of any sport. No. It's just money.
You're right. I don't know like where you were when the baseball strike in 94 happened. Like it broke. Like I felt bad for Montreal because
you didn't feel bad for me. It was going to be Yankees Expos in the World Series. Thanks a lot.
Well, I mean, I didn't know how young Mikey was in baseball.
I was 13.
Okay.
I was in the prime of my life.
Okay. All right. So, yes. You didn't even like girls at that point. It was just baseball.
No, man.
But, yes, it was heartbreaking because I remember looking at that Expo team like, that team is loaded.
Larry Walker, Vlad,
Randy
Pedro, Randy. They had, wasn't it Marquise Grissom was on that team?
Yeah.
Moises Salou.
Yes.
Oh, baby, they were loaded.
That team was loaded, and it just fell apart because I remember Nike ran commercials when it first happened. It was like this loser at a empty ballpark, and he was like, I'm just going to stay at this park until baseball comes back. And every day he was doing something different. Around day 40, they pulled the plug on that ad because it wasn't coming back.
No,
and as you said, it took cheating and it took looking the other way. And all of a sudden, people started caring about baseball thanks to the Bonds and Sosa summer.
Right. But
McGuire and Sosa.
But it took baseball turning a blind eye to rampant cheating.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Now, think about where we are. The marketplace has never been more competitive for people's attention.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Jeff Bagwell's hitting 50-plus home runs?
Oh, boy. Ken Caminiti. 248-539-9797. Are you going to sit and wait for baseball? Or are you at a point where you go, you know what? I've had enough of these billionaires and millionaires quarreling in all sports. I've had enough getting used. I've had enough that I got to buy 8 million streaming platforms. I've had enough that the tickets to go to a game have never been more expensive. The apparel's never been lower quality and more expensive. Finding games, more expensive.
Yeah, the fact that you can't do a Super Bowl or NBA Finals because you can't buy Knicks tickets. Good luck with that.
No, you're dead. You got no shot. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right, you know what I can do? I can watch all of these sporting events downstairs in the man cave, built for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. You want to take some ownership? Just get a man cave built by Matrix. Let their award-winning design staff hook you up. I had a totally unfinished basement. It was just nothing but boxes and storage and old bikes and things like that. They came in there, they cleaned it out, and before I knew it, I was sitting there saying, wow. If you've been procrastinating, that's okay, because I did too. It's all right. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. In the paralysis, let's just get this thing done. If you start now, you could watch all the football you want in the fall, but you got to start now. Go to matrixbasements.com. Let that award-winning design staff show you that they are the best. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
And I know out of the shoe, this is a little bit more of a thought-provoking topic. It would be much easier to, not do this. But it's just the comments from owners back to then, the new MLBPA rep, where it's headed. And honestly, I just wonder if you as fans have kind of had enough. And it's not even baseball-centric. It's all sports. You've had enough. I mean, you think about headlines I never thought I'd read. College quarterback being paid $6.5 million, fighting the NCAA for an injunction because he gambled on college football. Money.
Because he said he had a problem.
Money.
Yeah.
baseball, money. We're talking about the NFL. We've done multiple topics. Ripping games away from Sunday. Why? It's not viewership. Money. Are you even going to be around? If baseball locks out, and it's happening, it's a mortal certainty. If there's a deeply impacted season, will you come back when it comes back? Or is this going to be the wake-up call for sports, which is, look, guys, you can make your money. All right, capitalistic society, I ain't got a problem with it. But there has to be a space for fans. And fans are getting trampled on. And now these teams are coming into your home and reaching in your pocket for money because now they're parceling out all the games and you've got to have 8, 10, 12 different services.
Right.
That's the question I'm asking. Not just, do you care about MLB labor war? You got to think a little bigger. Has sports started to really just piss you off? Because life is not easy right now for a vast majority of people. And you know what they don't want to hear about? Millionaires' problems, billionaires' problems. They don't want to hear it. David, Rico, go ahead.
No, Mike, because you could call this first world problems, but just watching this year's NBA playoffs really got me to thinking how much streaming goes on. Because game by game, I had no idea where to turn to watch the game.
That's right.
Okay, it's not on local. Okay, let me go to ESPN. Okay, it was Peacock?
NBC Prime.
Peacock. No, it's no. This game's on. When I literally have to go to an app to tell me no, it's here. Okay, you know what? If I really didn't care, I probably would have said I'm going to watch something else.
See, but you're making a point with that regarding the streaming for sports. They're streaming everywhere, which is why baseball can't lose momentum right now. In 1994. A series on HBO was unheard of. They didn't have it. They just played movies, right? Now you can watch things everywhere. Apple TV Plus, Prime, all this stuff that you can go to instead of baseball. So if you leave, why would I ever come back?
Let me give another example. I got a basketball one for you, okay? And it's not streaming. As we talk about a labor war and how the average person who's struggling to get groceries, the Jalen Duren saga now. You're already getting the reports. Well, there's a major rift between team and player. And it's like, I don't have the bandwidth. Like, I think about people that are out there who they don't know if they can pay their mortgage next month. Do you think they give a rat's ass about Jalen Duren wanting $45 million and the Pistons offering $30? STFU. Figure it out. That's the point. When you distill it down, that's what the baseball labor war is. It's a bloody contract negotiation. And I don't think American people right now give a damn.
No.
They got bigger problems.
Because, Mike, here's the thing. Because you look at it, we have a microcosm of that with the whole Tigers and Scooble. And are you guys going to figure this out? Can you get into a room and be adults and just make this happen? Are you going to drag this thing? Nope, we're going to drag this thing out. Okay, fine. And it gets to the point where you become... There's just you're apathetic to it, and you don't care. And now that's when you all of a sudden you're seeing people. Scooble wants to go, let him go. Tigers, I don't care what.
Look
you
at college football. Look what it did to me. I don't care.
Yeah,
I mean, I think the Sorsby thing is a mockery. We're going to get to it at 4.
I've watched the bludgeoning of you in college football. It was just one blow after another, and I still say you could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I still say the genesis started when they started moving your tailgates.
No.
That's when the water started to get those little tiny bubbles. When you're Mike, when you're getting ready to make a great Sunday dinner.
I mean, I love the story, but no.
And then all of a sudden the little bubbles pop up. That was I need you to pack up your stuff and go from this lot to that lot.
No, I'd say
I'll do it.
I'd say 2021, 22. When it started to get real with the portal and it started to get real with the money, the conference realignment, the destruction of the system, the expansion of the playoff.
But see, I'd say that was the final straw because now you can't even say, okay, I can go and enjoy the game with my people and I'll figure out, if they win, they lose, whatever. Now it's like, I don't even know who I'm rooting for.
Oh, yeah. Now, I mean, it's folly.
Like,
now,
wait, didn't this guy just play on our team last week? He transferred midweek on Wednesday, and now he's on the opposing team.
UCLA football player used the transfer portal, and you go, but the portal's closed. Yeah, for football it is. So he transferred as a track athlete who plays football. It's just, we've reached the bottom of the chili pot. Let's go to the people. And again, it's a wider ranging conversation, but if you want to drill down on the baseball part of it, we can. It's just, are you getting worn out by sports in the never-ending greed? And that's really what the baseball labor war is. It's never-ending greed. Let's go over to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Good, you?
Good. What's on your mind, pal?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a general perspective, I mean, I'm just done with the whole, all the sports stuff in general, the streaming platforms, the cost of a ticket. I saw something the other day where a front row seat to the NBA championship was going to, like courtside seats, was going to be like $100,000 plus.
Yeah.
And, I think that there's a lot of parts to it, but part of me blames the fans a little bit because I think people are so attached to their sports, they're not willing to put their foot down and say, I'm not paying that price. I'm not buying that streaming service. And so instead they take out another credit card and they go into debt to have some, this experience for people, watching people who frankly don't care about you. And so until enough people say enough is enough, they're just going to keep doing it. I mean, they're going to price the rest of us out until, people.
Well, and that's where I'm using the baseball labor war as a backdrop, that I wonder if that would be the end point. That if a sport really tested people and money became more important than the existence of the game and they miss next year, I wonder how much baseball would get hurt now. And I do hearken, we'll keep the streak going, back to 94. I mean, Sean, it took them the better part of a decade to kind of get back. I wonder if that's what would happen, because I think it's a very delicate thing right now.
And see, I would say, I don't think that they ever came 100% back, guys. I don't think that baseball.
I was just going to ask if they're really all the way back even.
No, I think they made it, Sean, about 80% back, where they lost some people who just said, I'm never coming back. Remember, in 94, baseball and the NBA were king. The NFL was coming in third. Think about that. But the baseball and the NBA were going back and forth of who was the best thing. Remember, the NBA was fantastic. They cared about the fans. That was part of their whole marketing campaign. Not anymore.
Spring, it's full swing. Time to make sure your home can handle the heat. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will ensure you stay cool. $79 AC tune-up and free on check when you tell them you heard it here. You're looking for a complete upgrade? Now's the time. You buy a new furnace or AC, you get half off the installation. And the experts at Mastercraft, they know that comfort can't wait, 24/7 availability, and same-day service. All work backed by a 5-year warranty, and they offer flexible financing options to fit your budget. So call the pros today at Mastercraft for plumbing, electrical, generator. Every power failure and seasonal shift, Mastercraft has you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
There you go.
All right, we're going to get to the people. We got to get to the text. And one of the themes coming through on the text, I want to try to be nice about this, but man, some of you are stupid. So let me help you. Because we're getting a barrage of, well, what are they supposed to do? Not fight for their money? No, you mopes. The idea is when one side wants to break the other, that's not a negotiation. Owners are making money through massive franchise valuation increases. Period. Amen. Players are making more money through spending. But the idea that you can't come to the table and go, guys, listen, you don't want a cap, we don't want a floor. But if we normalize this thing and, hey, cheap owners, you can either spend up to this floor or sell your team. Rich owners, love you to pieces, but we can't be handing out $700 million deals. That benefits one player. That doesn't benefit all players. That's a good faith negotiation. That's not what's happening here. Like, people really got to work on thinking for themselves. Like, I can't understand some of the texts that we get. And I pray that you're not a well-adjusted adult and you're rather just a child who stole daddy's phone. Otherwise, I hope you're sterile and you can't bring anything into this world because, man, you're dumb as bricks. For God's sakes, you can have a negotiation. It can work. There are win-wins out there. Having baseball maybe miss a season and you want to burp out a take, well, what are they supposed to do? Not fight. I can't help you.
It amazes me if you had to take a side, when people take the sides of the owners, like, oh, they are presenting us this great game.
Remarkable.
And these guys should go out there and play this game for the love. And, the owners are doing us all this big favor by bringing us this new stadium that we're all paying for with our taxes. And it's like, are you listening to what you're saying?
But it comes with a district, y'all. All right, David, the text, please.
A text here.
I was talking about the new stadium in Nashville. Everybody calm down. David, please.
Will there be Houston's in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay.
Cheesecake for all.
All
David,
right.
go ahead, buddy.
Over 30 years of progress since 1994. Please be smart. Baseball has never been more popular with superstars like Ohtani and Judge. Another one comes in and says there will be baseball on time next year. Both sides know what's at stake, and history shows them it's too much to lose for them to cancel or delay baseball.
I would agree with you, except there's a red line here. The introduction of the owners for the first time in 30 years of a salary cap. That paints this in a different way. And then losing Tony Clark, who I think could have easily been broken, and getting a hardline attorney who's a vampire in Bruce Meyer, that paints it different. And then look at his comments today. I don't think it's a show. He basically rolled up their proposal and cleaned himself with it.
Don in Phoenix says, I haven't felt more disconnected from sports because of money. With the holdouts in the preseason in the NFL and players in the MLB wanting to make more than some U.S. companies, I just can't do it anymore.
No, and that's the point, is it doesn't feel real anymore. Like we made the joke, but it's like very rare do you see a player truly busted up when they're losing. Like okay, yeah, SGA, I'm sure he's real beat up. He's going to make $76 million next year. What input are you going to give? None. I'm going to let Sam Presti do his job. He's already on a yacht. Look, there's making money, and then we've lost cabin pressure. We've lost cabin pressure. We're talking about Jalen Duren, who's basically just a guy. He's going to make $40 million. The average fan, they're going, how am I paying for my house?
And he's going to make $40 million, and we're questioning whether he should even be on the team. Like, what did you do to earn that money?
To that note, this text comes in from Hassan. He says, as a teacher, I have to buy school supplies for my kids because the education system is underfunded, and we have these sports entities complaining about millions and billions.
There you go. You have an NFL team taking your favorite team off a Sunday so they can sell the game for $150 million, and you're in Stuttgart. Look, it's the cumulative. That's where I don't understand how anyone takes anything with college football or basketball seriously. They want you to pay for the players. You get no return on that investment at all. Meanwhile, you can't even afford a ticket to a game. But you should buy the quarterback.
No.
Huh?
Because, Mike, if you want to see your favorite school win, you will chip in when we pass the hat around and throw in a few bucks so that we can keep your favorite player on campus. Because if he leaves, it's because you're not a good enough
There you
fan.
go. Right. You see what I'm saying? It's like, how could you possibly care? All right, David, one more and I'll get to the people. Go ahead, buddy.
I don't care if any of the sports crash. I love sports, but the older I get, the more I care less. I work full-time and a part-time job and still struggle to pay bills.
And that's the backdrop in 2026 in America and the economy and where things are for a lot of people. The idea that you're going to have this labor war and you think there will be sympathy, I'm not going to take sides for either. They can all burn in hell. I don't care. If you take baseball away, there are going to be a lot of people who won't be there when you come back. And there are there are a lot of other things to do. But this is setting up to be very nasty. Let's go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. How are you doing?
Good, Joe. What's the word?
Hey, so big picture. My kids are in their mid-20s. They've grown. They've left the house. For 15 years growing up, every question they ever had to ask me about sports, my answer was always the same. They would ask a question, why is this? And my answer would be money. That was it. I mean, that's the answer for everything. But specifically with the with what's going on in baseball, what I want to say is, here's the reason I think it didn't come back and why it broke in '94, and that's because the players won. They didn't get a salary cap. I think what's being missed here and what the players union is missing here is that exactly what you said. You got 5 owners on one side and 25 owners on the other side. Well, he's got 5 fan bases on one side and 25 fan bases on the other side. Yeah, we don't care about the millionaires and billionaires. We can't relate to them. But what we can relate to is the players. We see the players all the time. We root for the players. We don't understand why they need $200 million, $300 million, $400 million contracts. We can relate to Jack Campbell, who says, you know what? I got enough money. How much more do I need? But this Players Association says we need more. We will not accept any sort of limit whatsoever.
Right.
And so you've got a huge fan base out there now that wants their team to win. They want their team to compete. And they don't think their team can compete with the Dodgers, with the Mets, because they don't have the money to spend. So you've got 25 fan bases that are, quite honestly, on the side of the owners. We're on the side of the billionaires, which is crazy to say.
Yep.
But we don't see the salaries that the billionaires are making every day. We see the salaries that the players are making every day, and we say, that's enough. You don't need any more.
Well, and that's, it's funny because, I mean, Joey, we were just talking about it. Like, college football, it's not even about who your coach is or what scheme you run or player development. It's just who's the spender of the year. I mean, that takes away any real intrigue. It takes away a passion quotient. The cap would at least normalize things to where there's got to be a top line and a bottom line.
I think with a cap, and you say, would you come back? I think if they implemented a cap, you'd have a whole bunch of fans out there saying, my team can compete now.
Yes.
And I will come back.
And maybe you're right.
This is my sport, and I want to watch it, and I'll come back, and I'll do it. And I don't understand. I mean, I think that the owners actually have a decent strategy. You've got 10% or less than 10% at the top, whatever, I think it's the top 100 players' salaries in baseball are making 50% of the money. You got the bottom 50% who are all below what a salary floor would be.
Right.
So all of their salaries would get raised. And I think you got the average Joe on any team who's not making $400 million a year is going to look at this and say, why wouldn't I want my team to have a floor and have to spend $170
That's exactly
million
right.
rather than 80? And so all of these players, I would think, are going to be in favor of, you know what? When this proposal first came out, I looked at it and I was shocked. I was like, we are way closer to this being settled than I ever thought we would be. The floor that the owners proposed was way higher than what I thought it would be. And I thought, we're in a pretty decent spot. We got 80% of the players out there are going to be like, great, we're all going to be making more money.
Yeah, but Joey, the problem is then players will say, but I can't ever make that Shohei money if I sign this. Yes, I can make a great living, but I'm capping my wages if I do that.
And that's what people don't want to hear. People don't care. Because there are ways for players to get paid. Like, do I think there's unfair practice with arbitration rules, with guys not hitting free agency until they're 29? Hello, Tarek Skubal. Fix those things. Players can make a lot more money a lot sooner. I think the NBA actually does it right, is that you have a rookie scale deal, and then you can do what you want. Like the NFL, it's the same thing. Baseball has the worst labor system in that regard. But, man, this idea, the idea that any one player is going to make 70, and then you got guys on a team making $300,000 and they got 5 arbitration years. That's the issues that need to get addressed.
Correct.
You're right about, well, you want to make limitless, but I wonder about people and their perception of it. And I keep bringing the college football thing in because I think college football has killed people's passion. College football is a giant in this market now. There's nothing. Even during the season, there is a third of the conversation we used to have about Michigan or Michigan State or Ohio State or whatever it may be. A third.
Mike, I think it's not here. I think it's everywhere.
Okay.
No. And you're right, because you can't identify. College football was the one constant that no matter, your favorite player can go and become a free agent and go wherever he wanted to in the NFL. Didn't matter. He was always going to be a Buckeye. He was always going to be a Wolverine or a Spartan, or he was always going to be whatever. Now he can be all three and then also go on and become a Bruin if he wants to in 4 years.
Nonsense. All right. FanDuel, better payouts on SGPs, NBA playoffs long. If you're into the finals, I don't know, maybe you're going to watch Stanley Cup. That's your business. The fact that Carolina made it, that makes that unwatchable. But Knicks, Spurs, do whatever you like. FanDuel's got bonuses and all kinds of stuff, all NBA playoff long. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. We'll get back to business in a second. Let's touch table on some football. Big day in the NFL yesterday. A multitude of trades, rumors. David, please.
So we are less than 100 days.
Oh, God.
Until week 1.
Why you got to do that to me?
The NFL
Do
season.
not wish away summer.
I'm not wishing away summer. I'm just
dare
giving
you.
you the days, okay?
Mhm.
So I'm going to go through a series, and I'm going to start the series here with the 10 best bets of the NFL season. So I'm going to combine the first two because they include the same team. I'll start with the week 1 matchup here between the Cardinals at the Chargers, and it says the best bet would be the under 45.5.
I'm not doing
because
this.
the Cardinals don't have a quarterback.
I'm protesting.
And the Chargers were in the top 10 against the run last year. And
I'm not
then
doing
the other one is Cardinals under 4.5 wins for the season.
I'll comment on the second part. I am not doing week 1. No.
Come on, Mr.
They
Cash
have no
the ticket.
quarterback
No,
in
and
Arizona.
stop calling me that. That's not even a thing. No, I can't bet any team to win under 4 or 5 games. Like, you got to be unbelievably horrible. I can't do that.
As of right now, I could do that, David, because no quarterback. So that means you're going to be out there auditioning each and every week. And whoever has a good week, you move on to the next week. Oh, you had a bad week. We start all over again.
Jacoby Brissett is a leader of men. How dare you?
He may not be a leader of anything if he doesn't show up.
If I was his agent, dude, I know you want a ton of money. Just go out there, pull a Sam Darnold, lead this team, and we'll see what happens next year. But the first one, David, I guess I'll take the under.
I
guess.
protest. I will not comment on any week 1 games.
Next on the list, the Bengals will win the AFC North. Best bet plus 210 there.
Man, there's a lot of mojo with this. You're hearing, like, right now the Lions are like right next to the Bengals in Super Bowl odds, and I'm going, when did the Bengals get good? The O-line is still subpar. The defense has been a shipwreck for years.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow's health has to be called into question.
Yeah, but have you seen him at the Met Gala on the runway? I
All
think
right.
that's
If this is the answers I'm getting, I'm just not doing this segment.
Mike, I'm saying I think Joe Burrow has just become that popular it thing that some just are trying to will the success on him.
I'd love to see it. It's just that the franchise is toxic. You lose Trey Hendrickson. What'd they do? What did they have?
I'm gonna say no, David. I'm still gonna say Baltimore wins that division.
Yeah, I'm down for another Lamar playoff disappointment. That sounds right.
Next one here would be David Montgomery over 774.5 rushing yards. They think they improved their offensive line. They believe that C.J. Stroud will be better.
I'd go with it.
Yeah,
I'd go with it.
Yeah, I would take that as well because he could be that battering ram that they've been looking for and somebody to kind of take some pressure off of C.J. Stroud. He doesn't have to do everything and also run the ball. He can turn around and hand it off.
So you mentioned Lamar Jackson there a second ago. So let me go to this one here because they lost Isaiah Likely in Baltimore. So this one will be Mark Andrews over 474.5 receiving yards. Because, they lost Isaiah Likely. He signed a 3-year extension, Mark Andrews did. And so, he's going to need somebody to throw to.
Yeah, it won't be him. He's old and washed. I'll be the voice of dissent there. I'm out on Mark Andrews.
No, David, I'm gonna buy that because I think that he is going to try to show that he's not old and washed. I think it's almost going to be a spite thing. Give me the ball. I can do this. I can make this happen. Because I still think in the back of his mind, he still remembers he dropped that, what was it, the 2-point conversion in the game?
It was a touchdown, wasn't
it?
it?
Was it a touchdown or 2-point conversion? He dropped the ball in the end zone.
Bad throw.
Whatever.
This one should be to your liking,
Hit him
Michael.
in his hands. Bad throw.
He had to reach behind him.
Oh, he's an NFL player.
I don't care. David.
This one should be to your liking because you love this team. You believe that this team is going to do special things this coming year. So the Chargers over 10.5 wins.
I'm in. I just look, I think Jim Harbaugh is both a sociopathic dirtbag and he's also an elite NFL coach. He's a winner. The O-line injuries ripped him apart. I'm going to buy. This is it. This is the last stop at the inn for Justin Herbert. No, it has to be now.
This is his Scott Frost moment.
This is the year Justin Herbert
Okay.
gets it right.
Okay.
And then we're losing to UAB in week 3. I deeply believe in the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh and the structure of what they have and the running game year 2. I'm going with it. I'll say over.
Oh, so this next one is going to be just for you, Rico, because he doesn't want to do the week 1 thing. But they are over in Australia for this game. And so they are saying the under in the 49ers-Rams game, which is at 48.5 points, because they have to travel so far.
David, I'm going to take the under just because the under in pretty much all the European games hit. Like, you don't get this, 30 to 29 type of a shootout. It's like the first team to 17 points wins. I think the under is going to be what you want to do. I think both teams' defenses have stepped up and then you got to travel, 3 days? Like 16 hours or so to get there? Yeah, take the under.
So this
Mike, what do you think?
Don't care. Talk to me in 100 days.
So this last one here involves Matthew Stafford. We know the Rams are going to be really good, but it says Matthew Stafford under 30.5 passing touchdowns. Here's the reason why. He lost Devontae Adams, and Devontae Adams accounted for 30% of its touchdown passes last season. And with the no depth behind Puka Nacua, and we already know he gets hurt a lot, under 30.5 touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford.
Michael?
I'm gonna say over. He's still playing at an elite level, guys. And in Sean McVay's offense, the way he's able to scheme it up, the play action, the run game, they got a zillion tight ends. I mean, Parkinson's a stud. The kid they drafted last year, hell, Higbee was back again. What was it? Ferguson, kid I like out there.
Yes.
I'm going to say the opposite because of what you just said. I think they're going to lean on more of the running game, try to take the wear and tear off of Stafford, and wait for the playoffs. They don't want to burn him out. They know the end is near.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio that infielder Gleyber Torres will be activated off the injured list today. His oblique ailment kept him out for a month. Justin Verlander also set to pitch a rehab outing with AAA Toledo tonight. Derek Skubal seems to be ready for his rehab after a solid simulated game yesterday. Tonight, Jack Flaherty will be on the mound. He's coming off a 1 walk, 9 strikeout, and 3 earned run performance. He'll face Steven Matz, who's in his first season with Tampa. Hear the game right here at 6:40. Michigan basketball announced a rematch of the national championship with UConn. It's set for November 6th at TD Garden in Boston. Columbus Blue Jacket defenseman and Grosse Pointe product Zach Werenski has taken home the Norris Trophy. Mo Seider ranked 5th. The NHL Finals kick off tonight at 8 between Carolina and Vegas. The NBA Finals start tomorrow. ESPN announced that Jeremy Lin will join them as a studio analyst. Detroit King product and current Oregon QB Dante Moore is featured on the EA Sports College Football 2027 cover as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, we will get to the remainder of the phone calls from hour number 1. I'll reset it real quick, and then we are just going to add something to the mix. Look, hour 1, I only highlighted the baseball labor war because there were some major salvos thrown. But it was really a conversation about you as a consumer's patience watching billionaires and millionaires fight while many of you struggle to just exist. And I think baseball better be real careful, because I don't know how many people are going to be around waiting if they decide to continue to argue over money. And if you don't have baseball in 2027, you'll move on to other things. Life moves very fast. So we're having a conversation about it. And really just, look, the greed in sports right now is so over the top. It's alienating people. And I think a lot of it's subconscious for people. But you feel differently about sports. And a lot of sports, they don't feel real anymore. They don't feel emotional. You don't feel the hatred. You don't feel the rivalries because the money's taking it all away. If I got to see another jersey swap after a playoff game, I want to throw a piano out the window. I can't stand it.
No, you don't get the passion anymore, Mike. And yeah, we're even fans where you're like, oh my goodness, it just ruined my day that my team just lost. It's like, all right, you know what? We'll just go get that guy next year and bring him on our team, and then we'll win or we'll pay for it if it's college sports. There is no more passion. They're losing
we need to
that
get
thing.
to that today.
Like, here's the put it this way: if it was 2026, Michigan State, Notre Dame, and they lost the way they did, we wouldn't get that famous rant from you because you wouldn't care.
No, because
you'd
sports,
be like, "Oh, we lost.
Joke.
Huh, okay,
sports a joke." Look at today. We're going to get to it hopefully in the 4 o'clock. I genuinely want to have this discussion about Brendan Sorsby and this idea of the NCAA ruled, you gambled on college football. In fact, you bet on games your team was involved in. And then you called a wambulance to try to file an injunction against the NCAA. Son, the rules are, what do you want me to tell you? Like, we'll get into it, but like Rico, I can't even believe.
But I had a gambling problem. Once again, flowchart. This is why you're not. Why don't you go handle your own business, son, and get better?
Tell the cop you got a speeding problem. It's still a ticket. What do you want me to say, kid?
I got a heavy foot, officer.
Right, I'm Tom Dempsey. I got a club foot. It's all steel. Hey, what?
There's no nerve endings in it.
All right. So that's part 1. Part 2 we wanted to bring up because yesterday was a pretty impactful day in the NFL. You had the Super Bowl favorite, add Myles Garrett. You had the team that went to the Super Bowl in the AFC, add A.J. Brown. And naturally, it sparked a debate where, you know how Rico and I want to run things. And look, Rico's team runs that way. John Lynch is usually all in all the time. And they've been to 2 Super Bowls, had the lead in the 4th quarter. They lost an overtime game to Michael Jordan. I can't change that. I'm not going to act like that's a failure. You know, the Rams, Les Snead, F them picks. They've won a Super Bowl. They've been there. They're probably heading there again this year. You talk about Howie Roseman in the Eagles. You talk about John Schneider in the Seahawks. Well, it sparked a debate about aggression. And I want to kind of now zoom out and go, okay, between the 4 GMs in this town, Steve Yzerman, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, and Brad Holmes.
Okay.
Which GM annoys you the most with their conservative approach? It's another way of asking a question of who do you think is trying the most in this town and who do you think's trying the least? But when I ask you what GM and the way they run their team chaps your ass the most, I think it's an interesting conversation because I think people are unhappy at different levels with each of these GMs.
That's a really good question when I saw that on the sheet.
Take some time, but I want you to think through it. And we can go one by one.
No, I've thought through it. And for me, it's Yzerman. Because you're not making bold moves, but you're also not using the kids in your minor league system. You don't want to part with them, but you're not going to play them. So what exactly are you doing? What do we have to look forward to? Like the other GMs, like we eventually got McGonigal up here. And then look, Scott Harris spent money. It didn't work out, but he spent money. He went, got Framber Valdez. He did some things. Look, the Lions, as much as I would love to add an edge rusher, they drafted well. They are now a competitive team. The Pistons, a couple of years ago, you were at 14 wins. You've gotten better. Now you need to take that next step. Yzerman is stuck in neutral. He hasn't moved. He hasn't done anything. He won't lose his pieces. They're too precious for him, but they're also not ready to play for him. So what exactly do you have in Grand Rapids? What exactly is going to help this team out in a few years? When are you going to make a move that it's like, okay, that's seismic. That's going to change the game. That's going to put Detroit back on the map. Dare you say Hockey Town? But right now, I got nothing from him. You almost want to put a mirror under his nose and be like, Steve, are you alive?
Oh,
are you still
the
there?
Greg Monroe breathing test?
Yes. That's me.
It's interesting as you wonder if the Wings have reached such levels of irrelevance that if people will make that selection. Nothing you said is wrong. But they have the longest playoff drought in the sport. Once again, we lost out on the ability to trade for a superstar this year because of Steve's, rigid nature, didn't want to put Edvinson in a deal. And we're sitting here now this summer going, what's the move? No, you're not wrong. I don't know. I'm kind of workshopping the Trajan Langdon thing. I really hated his speech after the season. And now you're already seeing it and you know where it's coming from. You're already starting to see the little articles pop up from the usual suspects. Asur Thompson is irreplaceable. And it's like, oh, okay, we're going to do this again. So basically, I don't include Asur in any deal. I'm capping what deals I get to make. And now you're starting to see more of the articles. They're not on the Lowry Markkanens. They're not on the Trey Murphys. They're on the Kyrie Irvings and the Kawhi Leonards. And you're like, oh, okay, this is what we're going to do?
No, I saw the handwriting on the wall there. That's why you made fun of me. I'm like, Mike, Ayo Dosunmu or bust. That's the level that they're going. They're not trying to get that difference maker, but at least they do something. Like, I don't see anything with the Wings.
No. If I end up in a certain place, I know with the Wings not making the playoffs, and I know the Lions missed it, but I still view them as good. It's weird to say that the team who made it back-to-back years would be the guy that annoys me the most, but it would be Scott Harris, I think. If I was forced into it, he's been here longer than Trajan. He's made some comments that have just driven me up a wall. And the way he chooses to build a baseball team is just, it's not for me. And it's going to be fascinating, this deadline, because you know what's going to happen. They were losing at an unsustainable level. They were on pace for 59 wins. These jokers are going to win some games.
Go 12-15.
Oh, they'll do something silly.
Yeah.
But then it'll be twice as hilarious if they don't trade Skubal thinking they're going to go and win it all. Like, I want to know from you guys.
And for me, yeah, Holmes, It's just Brad, I think, is choking on his own arrogance. Like, Brad, you could be the leader in the clubhouse if you would just do a couple of things and nobody would have anything bad to say about you.
The argument would be, if we just take roster for roster, the Lions still have the best roster in town.
Exactly.
And if they're healthy, it's a huge if, I understand saying, hey, he did a good job, and I'm fine there. I'm with you, is that they're the closest to me to winning a championship in this town, yet they're the furthest away from ever being involved in a move like yesterday.
That one piece.
So I hear you there. I do. I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. David, do you have an initial or do you want to wait?
I do have an initial. It's Trajan Langdon. And I can hear people say, well, he hasn't been here that long. It doesn't take that long to flip things in the NBA.
Or to annoy David.
That's very true. You come off a Knicks series, and then you do nothing. You get Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert,
baby.
That's what you do after a Knicks series, knowing Halliburton was going to be down, Tatum was going to be down, so the East was wide open for you.
Empty trade deadline where you got a soulless ginger.
Well, that came later. That came after you're now winning games, and it's like, now we're there. Go make a move, and you don't.
Now, are you future casting a quiet offseason or an offseason that'll anger you for the Pistons? Because that's what it feels like you're future casting.
It just, I know what it will be. Yes.
What is it? Are you with Rico? You think it'll be an Ayo DeSomo type thing? Which I'm leaving if that's the move.
I don't even think it's going to be that. It might be a move worse than that.
Oh, my goodness.
Not even that name.
People, where are you with it? Cookies had a nice conversation on this morning. I think all four could be selected, but which GM, with their presence, with their public comments, with the way they run their team, has you highly annoyed, aggravated in this town? 248-539-9797. We'll get with some of the calls. And again, we've still got people from hour number one who want to rap about the baseball issue and money in sports. Happy to do it. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse is absolutely phenomenal. Everything's in stock all the time. Nobody can compete with selection, service, price. Nobody. And they got a full window program. So if you're a contractor and you're not doing business with them, you're missing out. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Straight to the people. Two topics kind of rotating. Let's see where everybody's at. We'll go to Dennis. He's out in Battle Creek, 97.1. Dennis, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. The greed thing is finally gotten to me. I swore off the Big Ten after they started adding like Oregon, USC, UCLA. I mean, come on, those people don't belong in the Big Ten. But it was all about money,
all greed,
and then
all the networks had nothing to do with the fans, the rivalries, or even the. And again, the institutions are at fault. It's all greed.
It's just dumb. And then with like baseball and even football. The streaming on different channels and like the one said trying to find the game on what service or what channel or whatever when it used to be, you go to Fox, NBC, or CBS to watch a football game. Now, who knows? And I actually told my wife the other day we just got a roof put on our house. She's like, hey, things are going to be a little tight. I'm like, no, they're not. We got YouTube TV, and I'm like, cancel it. We're done. I'm not going to go chase these guys. I'm the customer. I'm not... I'm the one who's supposed to get served, not them. So they want me to run into them. I'm out of the race.
Dennis, look at this is why look. It was on my mind. I wanted to see what people's response would be to it, and I'm saddened by your response, but I'm not surprised by it because this is reality, and this is what I can't stand is sports right now. They're operating in a private equity mindset. And they
don't have a clue.
No, and they have no clue what's down the line. Like Rico and I always talk about this. All right, you can get that $1 today, but you're going to cost yourself 10 down the line. And they're not doing anything for the longevity or the health of the sport. And I wonder what's going to be left.
I think with the streaming thing, if baseball strikes and stuff, baseball will not recover this time. And I think you'll actually see NFL ratings or whatever start to go down because I don't know how many people can, like someone on your show said, put another streaming service on their credit card again. And I told my wife, I'm just not going to do it. We're not going to spend that money. And as far as the whole GM thing, I love Steve Yzerman, but I got to say I'm disappointed. I had high hopes when he took the job after what he did in Tampa Bay, and it's been underwhelming.
Well, I think this summer for Langdon, Yzerman, and Scott Harris, because the trade deadline, Skubal, et cetera, this is setting up to be a pivotal fork-in-the-road summer for 3 of the 4 GMs. For Brad Holmes, it's going to be how this season plays out. If this is another disappointing season and they don't make the playoffs, then that's a different thing. Or let's say they make it but get aced out. They don't win a playoff game. For the other 3, I mean, if Yzerman has some stand-pat summer, you lose everybody. If Scott Harris doesn't dominate this Skubal trade deadline, or heaven forbid they don't trade him in some fallacy they're a World Series team, again, brutal.
Yeah.
And for Langdon, look, the Pistons have about 8 fans in town, but all 8 would be upset.
They would be upset, but I'm going to say this, Mike. I don't think that the fans are going to go anywhere. I think it's eroding the fan base away. But if you really think about this, how is this any different from the conversations we've had previous summers where you have to do this? You have to make this move.
Because it's the end of the line.
You have to go in. Right, but we keep getting to the end of the line and we tie a knot on that rope and we hang on.
Right, but hold on.
As fans, I think
Brad Holmes is coming off a year they didn't make the playoffs.
I understand.
So now, if your plan didn't work and they do that again, you really think people will be there defending him after 3 years without a playoff win and 2 years missing the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I don't.
I do because they're going to be like, well, we talked about this yesterday. That's when you're going to be, well, you remember what it was like under Quinn Tricia and all of this.
Okay, but what percentage of people? I won't work in absolutes.
Okay.
Meet me in the middle here.
Percentage of people, Mike, I think you'd probably get about 50% of the people.
Then I quit.
Who will still say, but it still beats what we used to be.
Okay, then I'm done.
Now, 50% I think will say, guys, we've been there, done that. We got to do better. But there are others that say, I grew up and I saw when this team was 0-16 and I don't want to go back down that road.
All right, then you're a loser. That's fine. Be a loser. Go through life as a loser then. Do it. No, I'm sorry. I have no respect for that if that's what happens. After 3 years and no playoff victories and missing the playoffs back-to-back years, 50% of people are going to come out and talk about Joey Harrington playing a piano? Then this is Loserville. That's insane. If you're right, I'll leave. I can't operate in that space. If 50% of the calls, first of all, I don't think they're going to miss playoffs. I think they're going to make the playoffs. Right. The point I'm saying is, for the others, like for Yzerman, I agree with you that we've done the Groundhog's Day thing. We're all Bill Murray waking up to Sonny and Cher on the alarm clock. But this truly is it.
Right. But for Holmes, we've been saying, you got to make that one move. He didn't.
Not going to do it.
You got to make that move.
He's not going to do it.
Hey, can you get him here? Well, he at least went out and got you Derek Moore.
But the Scooble thing, there's finality. The Steve Yzerman thing, there's finality. With the Sabres making it, they own the longest playoff drought in the sport. This is it. For Langdon, I'll agree with you maybe 50-50. Because first of all, there are no basketball fans in this town. And even the ones that are fans, they don't know their elbow from their bleep hole. So fine, 50% of people would defend him if he does nothing and talk about growth.
I think for Langdon to be higher than 50%. I'm talking about for the Lions. For the Lions, you're juxtaposing the lifelong Lions fans who saw the absolute worst when you were a joke to now it's this. And you have enough players that you feel like it'll be because of injuries. Well, this guy got hurt or this happened. And that's why you'll make the excuses of why it didn't happen.
Hey, look, it's your guy AI. We're convinced on this show Shams Charania is not a real person. He's actually an AI-generated Prince hologram.
Is he talking to Mina Kimes?
I don't know what he's doing. I don't care. I just know that he and Noah Eagle shop at the same wig store. David?
Wait, you don't think that's real hair?
Absolutely not.
That's just
look at it. Look at that hairline. Not real.
Bro,
that is duct tape.
Sam,
that is not real.
You do realize you make that much money, you could afford a personal barber.
That's
who lives
fine.
With you.
I'm telling you, it's Noah Eagle's hair. They have it in a glass case. They're roommates together.
That hairline is not perfect. Noah Eagles is perfect.
Okay, just if Noah Eagles is perfect, absolutely has got a sky piece.
He's got the Mona Lisa barbers.
Fine. Shams is just a naturally beautiful human. David, the text, please. Telling you.
I also need these sunglasses to be taken off from everybody on the set, but whatever.
It's ridiculous.
The lights shine bright in Texas.
Right.
That is the toughest.
Look. David's right. They all look like they're wearing 3D glasses.
Like, what are we doing?
All right, just move
on. Chris at Lake Orion says, that is the toughest question asked from 2 to 6 ever. They are all clowns, but it has to be Scott Harris because he drives me nuts with his decisions or no decisions.
And again, I think this summer, how he handles Scooble, what he gets as a return, he had a disastrous trade deadline. And he's already got the Erod thing on his resume. We know he's terrible at free agency. This Scooble thing becomes a major story. Like, I think Holmes is in a separate category. You can be annoyed with him, but we know they have the best roster.
See, and this is why he's in a different category, because Ted from Novi sends this in. Love the show, listen every day. For me, it's Brad Holmes because the Lions were the closest to the promised land, and one aggressive swing could put them in the Super Bowl.
Okay. But you're not going to get it.
No.
His next opportunity will be week 6 of the season. They can make a trade.
See, and that's sad within itself. Because you can still make a move right now, but we know that's not going to happen.
Fair. No. Let me step back. Fair. I was talking about something a little more sizable.
No, I know what you're saying, but I don't think what I'm saying is going to happen either. So you're right. Week 6.
No.
Mine is Yzerman. The rest made the playoffs and made somewhat of a stride. He has done nothing in going on now 8 years. That is from Richard.
No, and Kenny with the day off today, so we won't go crazy on hockey, but I also think they're so irrelevant. They're so off the beaten path. I don't know that anyone will even vote for him. I mean, think about it. Rico made the point. We keep going, well, he's got to do something now. We're heading into year 8.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that even when the season was over, you're figuring, okay, well, let's bring up some Kosa. Let's get some new blood in here and see what you got. No.
No and no.
No and no. Oh, then what are we doing, Steve? I got a plan. What's the plan?
We're going to bring back Patrick Kane.
My plan is to have a plan.
Got it. How dare you?
Another text says, hands down, it has to be Scott Harris for wasting a 2-time Cy Young winner in Scooble and not going for it when you've come off of back-to-back playoff series.
Well, and
wins.
I think some of it is the words he has said. The team is the same, but it'll be different. I lie awake thinking about how a top 5 offense became bottom 5. Well, optionality. Well, Charlie Morton and Numbnuts weren't even supposed to be here for the playoffs. It's just like, then why did you acquire them? There's a lot of that. There's also the imagery of a team collapsing and blowing a 15-game lead, and he's in ski goggles like he's in Aspen. That's a terrible look. You can't be popping bottles for that. That's a terrible look.
That's a horrible look.
So I understand if people are going to say that. I do. Yet they did make it.
I don't think that there's any wrong answer, but for me,
that's why the question's great.
It's the one who you haven't even shown up to the party. Like the other ones have at least been there and disappointed you. You've disappointed me by not even showing up. You're not there. Now, ironically enough, you're the last one to win something. And then you just kind of said, we're done. We're good.
You know Noah Eagle's wearing a sky piece. You know it. You know I'm right.
Noah Eagle got that Eagle money, man.
That's a sky piece. He's shopping at Maury's.
He's got
like
that,
in Goodfellas. He's at the wig store. No way.
He's got that trust fund baby money.
No,
man.
Sky piece. That's fine. It's an elaborate sky piece.
Yeah, you know what you can buy with that money. A
And
nice
that's-
sky piece.
and that-
David,
to me,
his mama had good hair.
That
That's all
doesn't
is.
even look like he went on Turkish Airways either. I'm not talking that kind of deal. I'm talking that thing. Remember Brian Wilson for the San Francisco Giants? That is a shoe polish hairline. That is AI generated. That's sky piece. You know it. If you came in here looking like Arsenio Hall, you don't think we'd say sky piece? You can't roll in here with a jet black box fade.
That would be hurtful. You know what? I'm growing it out now.
and you look like Frederick Douglass. Get the hell out of here. That thing would be white as the snow.
No, man, I dyed white.
But if that hairline were that crispy, we'd say the same thing about you.
Oh man,
it's over the top.
It means my cousin is a great barber. That's what that means.
Sky piece. All right, we'll get more to people next. I'm not giving up on this Shams thing. I'm not ready to concede.
If I ever run into Eagle, I'm going to I got to get a photo. I got to do something.
Wait, it's going to be like Austin Powers. And he starts, it's a wig.
Right.
It's a wig.
Take a picture. See, Mike? It didn't rip off. It's his hair.
Rico's got Noah Eagle in a headlock at Breslin. Come on, I know this is fake.
Mike, I'm going to FaceTime you. See, it's all right. You know what?
Look, it's real. He's holding Noah Eagle over a
David,
building
cut his
like
mic
Suge
off.
Knight.
What if you stop it? What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at a price that did not change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future now through June 15th. Get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included, no strings and no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. So lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet requires. Speeds vary. Use of coaxial fiber cable.
Straight to the people. Couple of topics rolling. We'll get into Brendan Sorsby's situation in the 4 o'clock because it's a bigger issue. It's just about, are there any rules anymore anywhere? Or am I living on planet Nebular? We'll talk about it, and Rico's going to be the arbiter of justice. I still can't get over the visual of you holding Noah Eagle by the hair over a balcony. Here's
what we're going to find out. If he falls,
oh
you
my
were
God,
right.
no.
If he doesn't, I was right. It's his real hair.
You will sign to death row. Rico Beard as Suge Knight. All right.
Be like, Noah, my office hours are from 9 to 5.
I know this is a Sky piece. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Oh, it's Go Blue, David. All right. Now we got royalty in the house. Okay.
Well, you brought up one of my favorite subjects, so I had to call in. Been too long.
Holding somebody over a balcony?
Yeah. Well, you about made me wreck on that one, so it was that.
David? Uh-oh. Maybe David did wreck.
Was talking about,
there he is.
Do what?
Go ahead.
Say what?
No, we lost you for a second, so go ahead.
All right. Joey called in and was talking about the baseball side of it, and it brought everything together for me being down here close to Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm more on the owner side of it, but I'm upset at owners too because I have a basically generational talent down here with Ellie De La Cruz, and we're going to lose him to whoever takes him because the Reds won't spend enough money to go get him and to keep him down here in Cincinnati. So I'm in the middle of where I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yes, I don't want the players to keep operating with this no cap aspect of it, but I'm tired of the Reds and other organizations to remain nameless that just don't want to go spend money. Where the projected salary cap at 171, the Reds are $38 million below that. So it just makes me puke and makes me sick. Just sitting here because I'm sitting down here and you guys are up there talking about Detroit fans. I feel like we're living in basically a level universe here because down here in Cincinnati, it's the same thing down here for the sports teams down here. Well, look at what we did in 2021 and going to the Super Bowl and blah, blah, blah. It ain't that bad. Don't even get me started. And then you got the Reds still talking about the big red machine like it happened 10 years ago. And in 1990, like it was just last year. You want to talk about the Detroit Tigers. The Reds haven't done nothing since 1995.
But that's the whole point, though, is you have dozens of markets like this where they start every year knowing they have no chance. So exactly. I understand why you're saying you would support a salary cap. The whole premise in this is both sides need to give and the sport needs to evolve. If you want to get a cap, you also got to have a floor. If you want to have a cap, you got to take away the unfair labor practices where players are under team control. Hell, look at Scooble. He's finally going to be a free agent at age 29. That's outrageous. Things like that.
I can bring it all the way back home to your other topic where you were talking about how football really gets even any talk anymore up there in Detroit. I haven't been to Ann Arbor since 2018 to watch a football game. Think about what happened between now and 2018. I haven't been up there. The 3 times I saw that run, and yes, all the jokes aside, but the 3 times I saw that 3-year run, I saw them in Indianapolis because the price was cheaper. Think about that one for a minute.
No, you're right. No, and David,
it was cheaper to go to Indianapolis for a Big Ten championship than it was to drive up to Ann Arbor to see them in my own home stadium because the tickets are ridiculous. Now I got the Braves coming to Cincinnati last weekend. Couldn't go to a ball game because the cheapest price inside of GABP, that crap hole, is $50 to sit up in the upper deck. I'm not doing it. You had the last caller talking in about how he got rid of YouTube. Yes, people like me and him and probably millions upon millions others across this country with gas prices where they are, with the economy to where it is, yeah, those decisions are what's being made. I'm not going to be sitting here paying $50 to go sit in a stadium that not 10 years ago I was paying $20 to go watch my Braves play right there, basically front row behind the third base dugout. And now you want me to go pay $180 for the same ticket? You're out your mind.
No, and David, I'm glad you're bringing it up because that was the whole genesis of the topic is talking about the baseball labor strife is only a piece of this. It's about sports no longer understands their consumer. And that's my big issue. Like, when we talk about these things, and like Costa will be like, oh, well, you're old. And it's like, no, Jim, just step back. We're taking games away from Sunday. That's the NFL's greatest advantage. Why? Yeah. Well, buddy, that's turning people away.
It's the arrogance of thinking your fan base will never leave you, Mike. And it's an individual sport, but it was the erosion of boxing.
Oh, my. Okay, you are.
No.
Now you're old.
No. But, Mike, here's the thing. It used to be everything. Like you knew who the heavyweight champ was. It meant something. You had fight parties, and then it got splintered, and people got greedy, and now, okay.
I didn't do it. I don't even have that button. I didn't do it.
Kenny's not here to do it, so I'm going to do it.
I'm just trying to add to the conversation because I've seen a sport that thought, you know what? Nothing can happen. This is fool. We can do whatever we want, and the people will never leave us. Well, the people left them. You saw it in baseball where they didn't regain everybody back from 1984 and that strike. If they do this again, at least baseball, I think it's going to be very detrimental, especially if there is entirely no season, because what's going to happen is people are going to realize, wait, I can do other things during the summer, and that's okay. And when it comes back, hey, we're back. Unless you're going to have another, somebody hitting 80 home runs in a year, nobody's going to care.
Well, that was my point. Is I think all sports are treading a fine line. Like, we've talked about a sports bubble, and they can cite whatever data they want, and you know how I treat it. It's like those economic studies done. Hey, give me all this money for this stadium. It'll generate blobbity-blue billions. No, it won't. It'll generate temporary construction jobs. Cut it out. Like, it'll have an $18 billion effect on the city. Like hell. We'd be building ballparks in every corner if they had that kind of effect. The whole bottom line is these leagues can cite whatever data they want. They are so egregiously going after every penny. I really believe there's going to be a fallout, and that's why we brought up the baseball thing, is to your point. If this strike, look, the lockout's happening. They're going to get locked out. And if the owner's red line is a cap and the player's red line is a cap, if you don't have baseball next year, I'm totally with you. Fans will do something else because fans are tired of getting punched in the balls by every sport all the time. And now teams want to reach, they want to show up at your house and reach in your pocket in your home in a way that's never happened before.
Right. Wait, you guys aren't showing up to the stadium? All right, we're just going to charge you for the streaming services. How about that? We're going to get our money one way or another.
And then they're going to splinter games to where if you want to watch it all, remember we did this last year? If you wanted to watch every NFL football game, it was going to cost you like $1,200 a year. Yeah. Now, the average American, that's not accessible.
No, you're right. Bro, I remember when NFL Sunday Ticket first came out, compared to that price to where it is now.
It was like $100.
It's less than that, man.
Okay, well, I know.
It's like $75. And now, that's 1 week.
No, and the point is this isn't a you or me thing, and we also have a very particular job where you're going to do it. I'm saying on average, I'm not sure who it's for anymore. Like when we start to look at these things, who's it for? Who's winning here? Like you're getting the short money. Long term, I think you're losing people. Hey, hell, kids right now would rather be esports people than baseball players.
Well, and I think the real slap in the face is when you see how many billions are being made, and you're like, well, where's the money going?
That's the biggest grift is college. Well, Michigan State got $91 million. Right, and they're still on the corner shaking their ass for coins. Get the hell out of here. If all the money's coming in, why do my players suck?
Right. Between that, I need to build what's happening in Chicago. Well, we're going to move if you don't give us what we want.
The Hammond, Indiana Bears. How absurd. The Chicago Bears are going to play in Indiana.
Right. This is Chicago Bears with a loyal fan base, and now they got to sit there and beg, please don't leave us. Stay here.
I'd tell them to go to hell. Go ahead. Go play in Gary, Indiana. That hellhole. Hey, FanDuel. Better payouts and same-game parlays. You're going to watch the finals, Knicks, Spurs. It will be compelling. Just Rico and I disagree on who's winning the damn thing. But look.
Bing bong.
Okay, that'll be a hellscape if they win. FanDuel's got better payouts, more ways to play it. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. David, text, and then we'll get to jam-packed phone lines. 2 topics. One is just sports, greed, and are you getting burned out as an average American? Well, right now, a lot of people are hurting. The other one is simple. 4 GMs in this town, varying degrees of frustration which GM annoys you the most in this town? And it's all over the board. David, text first, then we'll get to the people.
Mike and Rico, we need more callers like David. Outstanding call, even for Buckeye.
No, David's not a Buckeye.
Point.
David lives in Ohio. He's a Wolverine.
He is.
And he's a great caller. We love David.
Someone else texts in and says, I'm going to be 27 years old in a few weeks. The last time a Detroit team lifted a trophy was the Red Wings when I was 8 years old. I love for the general managers to try out a new prescription called Grow a Set. Make a move.
I mean,
that's actually pretty fun.
But it's accurate. I feel like.
What are the side effects?
Championships,
trophies,
and putting your job in danger. Side effects may include. I mean, you ever watch these ads with some of the side effects at the end? Oh, mud on.
Well,
being fired in 3 years is a sound effect.
Right. No. Some of the ads are even funnier. It's like, wait, so if you have this disease, you can climb mountains and, go on yachts and.
But your heart will blow up.
Right. Side effect. You'll bleed out of every orifice, killing your whole family with an axe, jumping off a bridge. You're like, yeah, I think I'll keep smoking. I mean, like, some of these ads are crazy. They're insane. Because you're right. The whole thing is like the Rockettes Christmas special. Right. You've never seen people happier to have diabetes. And then they get to the end part. And, side effects may include your penis just fell off. Oh, God. Like, what the hell? Then how did this drug get cleared?
Only in small samples.
I mean, dude, but the list is so long.
Right.
Of, like, the side effects. It's longer than the ad.
Right. So imagine if they took Grow Up here. Side effects, trophies, parades, but you may lose your job.
What kind of pill can we sell, Detroit GMs?
That's the title of it.
Aggression, GLP.
Right. It's actually pronounced gray pear.
Okay. Yes, it's a Belgian company that developed it. David, go ahead.
Scott Harris frustrates. Scott Harris frustrates me the most. He gets cash flow to make the team better. Apparently, BC, the core, is here and blows the money like my wife shopping on Amazon.
Look, it's a flawed approach. I don't like the San Francisco Giants way of doing things. I don't like optionality. I don't like Moneyball. It's just not for me. So I understand if you say Scott Harris. I do, because the trade deadline was so egregious last year. And the offseason the year prior, and then even this offseason, they waited till the 11th hour, and you're like, all right, well, at least they spent, but where are the bats? And then it's a good question because all four could draw your ire. That's why it works. Go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, it's a beautiful day up here in Saratoga. We got the Belmont this week. I mean, it's a good time to live in upstate New York.
You're damn right. It's a hidden gem, Jay. Spread the gospel.
Who are you telling? Listen, I haven't lost my patience with sports. I'm not mad at sports. I actually resent sports at this point. And I sort of draw a line here. When I was a kid, my dad got me to a Sonics game. He got me to a White Sox game. He got me to a Lions game. And I make triple what my dad made when I was a kid. Now, I'm not screaming poverty, but I got to make big boy decisions here because I got twin boys. I got to put food on the table. That's $300, $400 a week. I got a wife who wants date night. I got things to do here. And I'll give you an example of how you get a dollar today and then you'll lose it tomorrow. My kids don't have time for sports. They're 12 now. And that's when I was becoming a fan. I learned how to be humble and quiet success from Barry Sanders and, watching Sean Kemp dunk on Patrick Ewing. And, I was at the game where Bo Jackson came back from the hip displacement and hit a home run against the Yankees. Like core memories that I wish I could have got to do with my sons. But I got one son who's into mountain biking. I got another son who's into photography. I don't think they're going to catch the sports bug. So they're not going to capture that money that my sons could be as fans. And they've damn near lost every penny from me. So it's the money, it's the greed, and that's the domino effect that's going to happen. These kids have things that are more accessible to them now that cost less money, that are more interesting than watching millionaires and billionaires squabble over dollars. They're trying to do other stuff with their time. And they may catch the sports bug, but I don't think they're gonna. And they're gonna, and that's where the leagues are gonna miss out on the money, is in the future.
No, Jay, you're right, because when you were a kid, I mean, we all, whether you're at the playground or at a basketball court and you're trying to emulate your favorite player, or you're batting, standing the same way he bats, or you're shooting the ball, yelling out Kobe or whatever, they're not going to be doing that. So, yeah, you're right, Jay.
No, he is. And I mean, look, I don't want to turn it into a soliloquy, but like Jay up in Saratoga, it's the same thing. I mean, horse racing, look, I'm blessed. I can do a lot of the stuff I want. I make choices on things that aren't worth my time. Like, I'm not doing the Derby. I haven't done it in years because it's egregious. But even Saratoga, like, when I was a kid, you got in for $2 and you could wheel in your cooler and do whatever you want. Now, even this week, there was such an outcry from previous Belmont Stakes up there where they banned coolers. Oh, now you can bring them in, but the ice has to be all still sealed in a bag so we can search everything. It's like, how about this? How about no?
What are you sneaking in?
I mean, you know, people want to sneak in a little booze or something, but who cares? Beer was always legal. You couldn't bring in fits and stuff like that. But the whole point is, they even upcharged the general admission for this week at the Belmont. It's like, dude, the picnic area is for the people. Now, you want to throw somebody over a bridge to sit in the fancy seats? I'll respect it. But don't mess with the people. The people are that's what kills me. We're taking it away from the average guy. Drives me nuts on behalf of people.
Leave Big G's seat alone.
He's fine. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Of course, Tigers middle infielder Gleyber Torres has officially, thank you, Brendan, that's just great. Tigers middle infielder Gleyber Torres has officially been activated off the injured list. It's been exactly a month since he's played a major league game. He's leading off today on the year. He's played in 32 with a 716 OPS. Ricky Hao-Yu-Lee is the corresponding move. He's also played 32 games in his first taste of the big leagues, hitting a pair of homers with a 205 average. A.J. Hinch discussed fellow top prospect Max Clark with MLB Network Radio. Justin Verlander also set to throw his first minor league rehab tonight for AAA Toledo. The Tigers have Game 2 against the Rays. Jack Flaherty faces Steven Matz on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 on 97.1. Well, you will. The Padres have officially called up former MSU football commit Jace Bowen for his MLB debut. Michigan and UConn basketball will play a rematch of the national title as a part of the TNT Sports Hall of Fame series. Friday, November 6th is the date at TD Garden in Boston as well. This update brought to you by Builders First Source at the Corewell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. I'm done.
I want to apologize to Jeremy Otto. That was unprofessional of me, and he is the true professional. Okay. We'll take a timeout. We have business to attend to. David, music can be the guide. What do you have? Oh, great. What are you going to do? Ask me about Week 15 matchups?
Yeah, let's go through every Week 2 matchup.
All right, Week 2. No.
Oh, I hate you. What do you want?
No. I just got some bold predictions. That's all.
Okay, what, 100 days out? And okay, so now here's the rules. These cannot be used as receipts.
No, they're not.
These are bold predictions that you got to be bold. You can't be a Detroit GM. Rico Beard.
Right. It's just kind of a yes or no. Do you agree with this? So you guys all ready? Bold prediction. The Texans will make it to the Super Bowl.
I'm going to say no. I don't have the confidence in C.J. Stroud. I mean, it's one thing to make the playoffs. You can sell me that this is potentially a 2000 Ravens or 85 Bears modern version defense. But C.J. Stroud, man, I know that playoff game. I know Nico got hurt. I know Tank Dell was in a wheelchair. But I've got to see him elevate his play. And until that offensive line and him, they look different, I'm going to say no to this.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm disgusted by this one because C.J. Stroud is not at the level. I cannot say this. No, and no.
Okay, Stevie.
Damn.
All right. Wow.
Jeez.
Even with Tank Dell back?
I don't even know if that's going to happen, so no.
Kyler Murray will win Comeback Player of the Year.
In the name of boldness, yes. Kevin O'Connell is the whisperer. And if he can fix Sam Darnold, you can fix anybody. And I think it's really more of an indictment on JJ. Clearly, when you don't have the other team's plays, you can't flourish. So Kyler has pedigree. He's got athleticism. He has had moments in this league. Maybe the change of scenery. Maybe he's humbled. He has the complementary pieces. And you have a monster calling plays. In the name of boldness, I'll say yes.
Yeah, I'll just name just a couple things. Sam Darnold and 14 wins. If he can get 14 wins in that offense, then anyone
If they got to 10 or 11, I think he wins the award.
I'm not saying they get 14. I'm just saying because Sam Darnold got 14, then anyone can do whatever they want in that offense. If you're good. Not JJ. He can't do it.
Speaking of wins, the next two deal with regular season wins.
Okay.
NFL bold predictions. The Detroit Lions will lead the NFL in regular season wins.
No, I think the Lions are good. I could see 10 or 11, but I don't buy the schedule thing the way a lot of people do. I don't believe in easy schedules. And then you're forecasting no injuries. You're forecasting Brian Branch off an Achilles. You're forecasting Kirby Joseph with whatever's wrong with his knee. I can't do it, man. I think the division's too tough, and I don't think the schedule's easy. So I'm going to say no. I think they'll be good, but I'm not going to do the Jim Costa whiz-bang pow stuff.
See, I don't believe it will happen, but I can see where someone predicts that it happens because of that schedule. It won't happen, no, but I understand why some think yes.
NFL Bowl prediction, the Patriots will win fewer than 10 games this year.
Oh, I kind of like this one. This is the Super Bowl fall off. I'm not convinced Vrabel's even there. They just got rid of some capital to get A.J. Brown. I'll go with it.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't know that Vrabel's back. That Love Boat thing. You know Diana's going to talk the night before to camp, and it's going to be chaos.
Okay, so I'll do this. And I do know it's the NFL, so it's tough to predict this. But you're in a division with the Jets and the Dolphins. That's 4 wins. So I'm going to say that does not happen under 10. No.
That's just 4, though, Dave.
I understand. And it probably still won't be 4 because I know it's the NFL and something will happen. But, I don't think it. No.
No, I was just laughing at your Rossini joke.
It's not a joke.
No, I'm just saying no. But, if they award her with a certain jersey of a wide receiver that plays for.
Well, she did break the story. It's just seemingly the means.
And not an A.J.
took.
Brown jersey.
Oh, boy.
You figure it out.
Carry on.
Next one, please.
Greg Olsen will leave the booth to go work for the Panthers.
I sure hope not, because he's really good. In a sea of garbage broadcasters, Olsen is a treasure. I'm going to say no to this. Please, no. Please stay on the broadcast. We just got to get rid of Brady full time and give this man his job back.
Yeah, Brady ain't going nowhere.
How dare you? Greg Olsen's excellent.
Oh,
you talk about your industry plants. That's Tom Brady.
I'm going to say no as well. I know the average person doesn't care, but he just won an Emmy over Tom Brady. The number 2 guy won over the number 1 guy. So I'm going to say he sees that and he wants to stick it to Brady again. He will not leave.
Okay. NFL Bowl predictions, NFC North style. The Vikings will win over 8.5 games.
I'll buy it. I think all 4 teams in this division have a right to believe they can get to 10 wins. That's why I think it suppresses the high point win total. These are going to be wars in this division. And I think Minnesota has every right to believe that if they got any quarterback play last year, even an average quarterback play, they would have won 11 or 12 last year. Their quarterback play was so low rent. It was so horrendous. And then you ended up with Phil Brosmer.
Max. But
I don't care. I'm going to say yes.
See, if I'm
don't let the facts get in the way.
I don't care. He's a bum.
See, if I'm going to believe in a small regression for the Bears, then the wins have to come from somewhere else in the division. So, yes, the Vikings can then do that. A more than 8.5, yes.
The Lions will win the North.
I could go with it. I just don't think it'll be with this crazy win total. But I'm not going to say no to that. I would need to see, do the Packers complete the deal for Josh Sweat? When does Micah Parsons come back? And is Josh Jacobs in or out of jail? Those things are too murky to answer it that way now. I'll go Lions, yes.
Well, Jacobs is out of, he's at the OTAs right now.
You know what I meant.
I know, yes.
Yeah, because of what you said, you're exactly right. I just don't know when Parsons returns. Could it be before Halloween? I don't know. So I'm going to go with yes on the Lions right now. It's June.
Aaron Rodgers will not make the playoffs.
Sorry, correct. David. I buy this.
Why are you apologizing to me?
Because he plays for your team.
I say
ergo flowchart.
No, I
Steelers
say
won't make playoffs.
I say they make the playoffs.
Okay.
Last year, he's going forward. He's going to do everything in his will to put it in the playoffs.
Okay.
NFL Bowl predictions. The Bosa brothers will unite in San Francisco.
Yeah, because you always get what you want in football. So, yes. Privileged.
This feels like
Myles Garrett if that was the case.
Oh, God, jeez.
This feels like a case of Joey knows exactly where he's going to go, and he doesn't want to do the OTA, so he's just waiting. But, yes, he will sign in San Francisco.
NFL Bowl predictions, Giants related. The Giants, Mike, will win one of their games between the Rams, the Niners, the Lions, or the Seahawks. They will win one of those games.
I'll always say yes because it's the NFL. I mean, last year, the Giants should have beat the Lions here, period. The Giants blew out the Philadelphia Eagles last year. Figure that out. You're giving me 4 bites at the apple. They just got to hit the mark one time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say yes.
I'll also say they'll win 2 of those, but
Okay,
I'll
now-
go with the one because, yeah, with that group, yes, they'll win one at least.
The Seattle Seahawks will win the West.
No. Seattle will miss the playoffs. Both Super Bowl teams are missing the playoffs.
I was going to say they win in a tiebreaker with the Rams.
See, and that's why I predicted possibly 2 for the Giants because the Giants have them in December, Seattle. Seattle won't be good this year. They will not make the playoffs this year.
There's no way Sam Darnold
By
does
December,
this again.
we'll know that.
Damn it.
I think I know where David's going to go with this one, but NFL Bowl prediction, Caleb Williams wins the MVP.
Go ahead, David.
No, not this year. I don't see it this year because I think they have a small regression, which means I don't think he can get the MVP that way. So, no.
I could buy it. I'm just a Ben Johnson truther. Year 2 with Loveland. Year 2 with Luther Burden. Year 2 in the offense. He's got that Mahomes streak in him outside of the pocket. Not that he's Pat Mahomes, but if you're talking off-platform, out-of-the-pocket throws, name another guy better than him right now.
Josh
for
Allen.
fun, I could see it. I'll roll with it. I'll go, okay, yeah, sure.
Mike, this one's for you.
Oh, great.
Omarion Hampton will lead the NFL in rushing yards.
F it, bolt up, yes. Chargers, everything. Harbaugh revenge tour. He was hurt last year and the O-line sucked. Why not? They used draft capital, high capital to get him. The O-line with Joe Alt can be elite, and you know Harbaugh can scheme up a run game and pound. Yeah, yes. Yes. San Diego Superchargers. Bring it back. Play the air base.
NFL Bowl.
That's right.
NFL Bowl predictions. Max Crosby will be dealt at the trade deadline.
No, I think the Raiders will be better. They won't have the need, and he won't want to leave anymore.
Kind of with David. They signed a bunch of good players, including Quay Walker. I feel like they can't trade him now. Like it's almost they just can't go down that road again. I'll agree with David, even though that weirdo's their quarterback.
Bowl predictions. Malik Willis will be a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
No, stop it. Stop.
That's why it's called bowl.
No, I know, but it's Miami. They have like 80 undrafted free agents. I don't even know who his teammates are.
I don't even know who the number 1 receiver is right now.
He's got A-Chain.
Great. I'll take Bo Nix on one leg. I'll say no to this.
David, we got time for one more.
Of course we do.
All right. NFL Bowl predictions. The Ravens will be the last undefeated team of the season.
I have no concept of the schedule, and I don't value
Their schedule is not. They play a pretty much non-playoff teams from last year until November.
Lamar stinks. No, not buying it.
Yeah, Colts, Saints, Cowboys, Titans.
They'll lose the
Falcons,
Colts game.
Browns, Bengals. They will lose the Colts game.
Week one.
Okay.
We put that one to bed right
bowl
away.
predictions. Okay, the
I can't
Ravens
do
will
it.
lose week 1.
Hope they go
What's the
0-6.
over-under? What's the...
Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you.
All right. That's your NFL Bowl predictions, 97-1. Basketball fans, get ready for this. Fanatic Sportsbooks has just dropped a huge one for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We're talking about a $100,000 fan cash jackpot in squad bets. So if you don't know what squad bet is yet, trust me, you're going to want in. Basically, instead of sweating out one player to carry your parlay, you'll combine players' stats into one collective target. So if one guy has an off night, don't worry about it. The rest of the squad can still get you there. Points, rebounds, assists, threes combined. Build your squad however you want. And tonight for Game 1, Your squad bet, if your squad bet wins, you'll get a share of the $100,000 in fan cash jackpot. That's right. One winning squad bet could put you in line for a piece of $100,000 in fan cash. Go build your squad now, only on Fanatic Sportsbook. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
All right, I want to mix something else in. I've been waiting all day to do this, and I'm not trying to sound like Boomer Deluxe here or like this is the right way. Sometimes things are so crystal clear. I feel like I'm living in a simulation, but I want to lean on you, Rico.
Oh boy,
no, because it's a college football thing that I view as simple.
Yes, I've ruined the sport, Mike.
No.
This horse is dead.
No, this is different.
Okay.
Whether I don't care what these issues are. It could be a social issue, it could be politics, it could be just a sports debate. Sometimes there's just things, and you look at it and you go, well, this is easy. This is just common sense.
Right.
And then there's this section of people that will want to argue it into oblivion, and I'm going, am I living in a simulation? So Brendan Sorsby was the number one transfer portal quarterback. He left Cincinnati to go to Texas Tech. He's been paid reportedly north of $6 million to be the starting quarterback at Texas Tech. So naturally this spring, it came out that Brendan Sorsby had placed thousands of bets in his time at Indiana, at Cincinnati, and at Texas Tech, including at Indiana, betting on Indiana, betting college football. It is as clear as day a violation of your eligibility, and the NCAA, they just straight up told him, you're done. They deemed him permanently ineligible earlier this spring. Well, even though it's a complete and total violation of NCAA rules, now he's filed an injunction citing a gambling addiction. So this was on Monday. His legal team argued to a judge named Ken Curry, brought in from Tarrant County to ensure impartiality, that the NCAA should treat Sorsby's addiction as a medical condition, which he has since treated with a 35-day inpatient rehab stint. Okay, no one's questioning the gambling addiction and is it real or not. I mean, that'd be like debating crack addiction. The difference is it shouldn't override a rule. That's like saying a player should avoid jail time because they're addicted to crack. It's not how it works. Crack's illegal. Right. You can't do this. But yet here we are. They had a hearing yesterday. 2 hours. The judge has not ruled. How have we arrived at a point where something that is clearly in the NCAA bylaws, you cannot gamble, and now we're in restraining order injunction phase? Am I out to lunch on this?
No, because I was told that it could take up to a week in order to get a decision back from the judge. But when I heard that excuse, I thought that is the worst excuse that you could give. Not that, look, you have a gambling problem. Okay, go deal with that, son. Maybe football shouldn't be the highest priority for you right now. Deal with your gambling addiction. Mike, it's like somebody getting pulled over for drinking and driving saying, but officer, I have a drinking problem. Then you shouldn't be driving.
It's still illegal.
Right.
Period. This is illegal, albeit not met with jail time, but there's legal and illegal. This is a violation. I'm saying you're right. It's a violation of the bylaws.
It, as a matter of fact, Mike, it is the most capital punishment you can have in sports. You can do heinous things and the leagues will forgive you. You can do whatever you want. How many times domestic violence happens? Guy comes back and plays. A guy gets pulled over. My goodness, Georgia basically has the Autobahn in that state, and they still come back and do things. You can't gamble and play. Every league has a hard and fast rule. That's it. You're not going to destroy the integrity of our league, because here's the thing. Let's just say Sorsby is allowed by this judge to play. The first time he throws a pick with less than 30 seconds to go into the game, everything gets questioned. Now, if we never knew this, we would simply say, man, he missed his receiver. But now we're saying,
correct.
Oh, you threw the game.
And here's just more. His attorneys are arguing that in his over 36 bets on Indiana, it never occurred in a game he played in. They were always on Indiana. However, there were bets made on Indiana's under. And what else here? It was, and didn't disclose any non-public information. But why does that distinction matter? This is not an intellectual argument. This is ridiculous. You have a right to say these are the rules and you're banned. Because here's where we arrive at. Oh, you want to play for 10 years and cite your mental health? We're going to do that now? Oh, you had a late hit. Now you're suspended next week. You can cite anything you want.
I have anger issues.
Oh, yeah, the Vontaze Burfict.
Yeah.
But people hear me when I say this. I know it's easy for me to just say how much I hate college football now, but I mean it. Stories like this, if there's any hope of me finding a way to enjoy this sport anymore, Brendan Sorsby has to be gone.
Okay, but here's the thing. Mike, you can sue anybody for anything. That's fine. I'm more appalled at this Lubbock judge. What do you need to hear? Okay, let's just say you want to be fair. Son, I'm going to take this into account. I'm going to go into my chambers. I'll have something for you at 9 o'clock in the morning. I will sleep on this and actually think about this.
We're over 24 hours later.
When I'm hearing, we may not find out for the week. Are you serious? Like, is there only one judge in Lubbock that...
Well, they brought in someone not from Lubbock, as if they don't know who Brendan Sorsby is, or they don't know Texas Tech runs West Texas. Look, the addiction is real, so are the rules. I just... Where do you guys stand on this?
You can't bring this man back because of the credibility, Mike. He can't make a mistake, and that's too much pressure to put on that kid. Let's just say he cleans his act up. Let's say he goes through rehab, and let's say he comes out this perfect person. He fumbles the ball, you questioning it. He throws an incomplete pass, you're questioning it. He throws a pick, you question it.
Or is it the other side? The other side, if people are into this, maybe you just think there shouldn't be any rules. I mean, I do agree with people who would call in and go, what did you think was going to happen handing a kid millions of dollars and he's 18, 19, 20 years old? They're going to do stupid stuff. And who cares about the gambling? If the school can be in bed with the sports book, we've already lost the sanctity of the game. How many gambling investigations have there been? How many players have been popped? College basketball, under 24 schools under investigation. Yeah. We've already had NBA players with Jonte Porter. Look, I can have a conversation to both sides. The bottom line is I view a law like this like a speed limit, meaning are there other players gambling that haven't been found out? Yes. Are players out there probably diming out public information to make a quick buck because they're not making the money their teammates are? Yes. I'd be naive at Doug levels if I didn't believe that. The point I'm making is you did get caught. There's 100 cars speeding down 75 right now. Only one's going to get a ticket.
Yeah.
The law is still there. You got caught. It is what it is. If the NCAA gets overruled on this, then why does the NCAA exist at all? Look, for all of their stupidity, where are the adults in the room that if this goes to a hearing, the judge goes, Brendan, Booby, baby, here's the deal. Appreciate what you're trying to do here. Mm-hmm. But mental health, don't apologize for the fact you knew the rules, you still did it.
Yeah.
I can't help you.
Right. Because Brendan, you can't win. So we're just going to get you some help, and you're going to leave this football thing alone because it's over for you.
See,
there's no coming back from
this. It's the NCAA that's the problem. You just said it, Mike. They are so afraid. We used to talk about them and how weak they are. No, they're worse than that now. They have no backbone now because they are so afraid of lawsuits because they lost and had an NIL situation.
But why is there a lawsuit, David? They ruled. Here's the rule. You broke it.
Because they're the Washington Generals when it comes to the courtroom.
There it is.
But that's my point. Why are they losing in court? How could a judge rule for Sorsby here? That is the flimsiest, most ridiculous alibi of all.
I'm with you. I've often said, for all of these institutions in the NCAA and all the law schools, you guys find the worst lawyers ever to represent you because you never win. Ever.
I want to throw the number up. I just want to know from you guys, what is the right decision here? And again, I don't care about Texas Tech. Well, what if it was Michigan's quarterback? What if it was State's quarterback? Whatever. Put it in whatever shoebox you need to find a morsel of care. What is the right move? Right. Should this kid be banned for life? That's what the bylaws say. Or do you like that we've reached this phase of, well, what about my side of the story? There is no side. You can't gamble. You gambled.
It is you could do a lot of things in sports.
Just can't do this.
You cannot gamble and ever come back.
248-539-9797. And by the way, he wasn't betting on the NHL. He bet on college football, on games his team was involved in, including taking the under. Right. Now, come on.
So before you call up with the whole JMO thing.
No, this is different, man.
I understand. No, I'm just saying, like, well, what? No. He bet on his own team. Even though he bet on his own team.
It's immaterial to me. He had inside information.
Dude, you can't bet.
Distracted driving's become an epidemic. You look around, we've seen it. Cars swerving all over the place because people are playing on their damn phones because they're dopes. Get with Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but it's affordable. That's what makes Mike and National Benefit Plans different from the rest. And for starters, he's going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He's going to guarantee you the best possible rate. You don't have to deal with some phone jockey 6 states over. 30 years in the game and a guaranteed low price. Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Let's get to the people. A couple of topics in the mix, but this Brendan Sorsby thing, I'm pretty heated about. At a certain point, there's got to be rules, and maybe I'm projecting because I'm just worn out. I'm worn out by the portal. I'm worn out by the NIL. I'm worn out by coaches being hoes. I'm worn out with no rules, no accountability. And here comes the number one player in the portal who got $6 million, which is a complete absurdity. And by the way, I do agree with the coaches that are speaking out now, including Curt Cignetti yesterday. If we don't get control of this, the universities cannot sustain this. This sport can't sustain this. It's an absurdity for Brendan Sorsby, who's meh, to get $6 million. This is not Dante Moore. So the bottom line is he gambled. Yeah. He gambled on college football. If you told me the kid was playing blackjack, what am I going to say? I actually could find a pathway to forgiving. You told me he was betting on the NBA. What the hell am I going to do? You bet on the very sport you play, and you bet on the team you play for, including the under. His answer, I don't remember doing that. Cool. The other angle is, as you put it, anybody can make up an excuse and $200 and go sue. How's my mental health? Dude, the rule is there. I'm sorry this happened, and I feel bad for your addiction, but you can't play because I'm with you. The first time he goes out as a Red Raider, throws a couple of picks, do you know what the credibility looks like?
Right. And
that's ridiculous.
You want to talk about your mental health then? Now you're going to get a whole bunch of just, you know what, death threats and, oh, you're a horrible person, and you don't want that. Because imagine, once again, you're Texas Tech, you're driving down, and he throws a pick in the end zone with 10 seconds to go. Well, how much money did you just make off of that,
So what's
Brendan?
the right move? Should the NCAA's ruling be upheld? I say yes.
Yeah.
But yet, now we got guys who are in the NBA going back to college, suing the NCAA for a restraining order so they can play at age 35. This is Planet Nebula.
The only thing that I could hope for is that the NCAA is maybe working with this judge. Let's put some language in here that makes it crystal clear.
What's the language? Rico, it is crystal clear.
I understand, but apparently it's not.
No. It's that we are now empowering idiots to get away with whatever they want.
Fair.
That's not even a real legal defense. Well, I had a gambling problem. Huh?
All right, so
you want me to let you play because you have a problem?
That you could at any moment gamble again and just say, I had a relapse. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go tell a probation officer, well, hey, listen, I violated probation. Well, you're going to jail. No, I'm not. I'm an alcoholic. It doesn't work that way.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to go work at a bar.
Right. Rico,
how about no?
I say it again. I don't know how anybody, and people are free to do whatever they want to do. All right. That's the beautiful part of America. Do whatever you want. I don't know how anybody takes college football seriously. This is such a nonsense sport.
It's
Ethan.
It is losing people.
97.1. Ethan, how you doing?
Good, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm okay. What's on your mind, pal?
Hey, first time, long time, Mike Rico. I appreciate you having me on. For what it's worth, as far as the whole Sorsby thing goes, our society has a suicidal level of empathy for people who break the law. And, it's not his fault because this, that, and the other. No, it is your fault. You had a choice in the matter. The hammer's got to come down at some point, at some time. I'm over it. But look, what I called about is the whole thing about sports getting out of hand in general and the whole money and the greed and everything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So as a segue from college football to college football, I was known in grade school as the Michigan State football fan. I haven't cared about MSU in years. The money about it has completely removed all passion from me.
Yep.
I will say I do still care about the Wings, but only because there's not enough money in hockey for it to really have been.
Isn't it? It's amazing you just said that. As you're right. You do see some of what's going on in college football, and it does make the NHL look poverty. That's terrible. That's terrible.
But hey, my point, an earlier caller said that he blames the fans for feeding the machine, kind of. And, I do too. But my point, my thesis here is that sports are the last bastion of true meritocracy. Every other form of entertainment is infested with nepotism or politics. And, nepotism might have infested the manager class in sports, but the field, the ice, the court, it's all still 100% meritocratic. And that's why the machines will always be fed, because people love to see people who are truly great at what they do.
And again, and Ethan, I admit it, I didn't have a problem players wanted to get paid. I have a problem with everything after. How this has gone and what it's done to the passion quotient. Yeah. We have a kid who got paid $6 million who's able to hire a high-powered legal team to try to get his ass out of hot water for gambling on college football. I can't get down with that.
No. And the thing is, they've ruined what the NIL was supposed to be. If you told me that Sorsby went out there and he got $6 million because he was endorsing BMWs, okay, he's earning his keep. Mike, they're not doing anything. They're just showing up on campus. So, yes, when I see the Boozer brothers in annoying commercials during the NCAA tournament, at least they are doing something to earn the money.
But here's the best part. It's not the businesses that are even paying. The schools are still begging fans for dollars. It's hilarious.
And that's where it got lost, where, you know what? If this person can make money selling shoes, let them go sell some shoes. Or they want to sell some type of, soda. Fine, go do that. That's what an NIL was supposed to be. Name, image, and likeness. You can sell your own image and your name. Now it's just, hey, get the fans together. Let's come up with a pool to keep this quarterback here.
David, I got time for one more. I tell you, if we're up against it, we can go to 5 o'clock with these. We're good? All right, I want to go to Howard, 97.1. Howard, how you doing, buddy?
I am fantastic, and I'm thrilled that you are talking about this, because ever since my Michigan Wolverines paid $12.5 million for Bryce Underwood, I am disgusted, I'm sick, and I have threatened, and I'm 95% sure I am going to terminate my 40-yard line, beautiful, great tickets that I've had for 20 years, because I'm disgusted by the NIL. I'm disgusted that we bought our complete basketball team to win the NCAA championship, and I am done.
Well, look, Howard, I'm not going to be the one to either validate or invalidate your choice. You're grown. You make whatever decision makes you happy, buddy. We don't have as much time on this planet as we think we have. But do I feel the way you feel? Yes, I do. Would I ever, under any circumstance, have season tickets in college football or basketball right now? No. It's nonsense. The whole thing's nonsense. I don't even like watching it on TV anymore. The idea of driving up there, God bless Rico Beard. That's all I'd like to say. I can't do it.
I agree. I agree 1,000%.
And it's also, Howard, the bottom line in all of it is those used to be your guys. You got to know those players. You got to see the development. They were there because they wanted to be there. Those were your guys. They were wearing the winged helmet, and they went to war on behalf of the university that you loved, whether you went there or not. Now, this is just Amsterdam. You're putting football players in the red light district behind glass, and the coaches walk around buying what hoe they want. That's all this is. It's nonsense.
No.
All of it.
They used to play with pride. Now they're no different than the pros, and I don't watch the pros.
There you go.
End of story.
Howard,
actually, Howard, they're worse than the worse than the pros.
Yes,
because the pros, you sign a deal. You know.
Yes.
That.
God bless Rico Beard.
No,
yes.
Jack Campbell's not going to say next year. You know what? Hey, Brad, we need to renegotiate. I now need this, or I'm going to Green Bay.
Now the first thing that goes wrong. These guys, goofball agents, are already farming them to the next team. How could I possibly care? We're not teaching them any life lessons.
Hey, you know what? Why don't you go ahead and say you pulled your hamstring and just sit out this season? We'll get it back.
Oh, you're about to burn my red shirt? No, you're not. Why? Up my mental health. Huh? You were fine last week when you caught 7 balls for 118 yards.
Mental health. Can't fight that.
248-539-9797. All right, warm weather. Everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers. If you get in an accident, you got a couple of problems, and one of them is the insurance company's ahead of you already. Call David Feminenio, the accident response team, to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. We'll get back to business in a second. Let's touch table on some football. Big day in the NFL yesterday. A multitude of trades, rumors. David, please.
So we are less than 100 days.
Oh, God.
Until week 1.
Why you got to do that to me?
The NFL
Do
season.
not wish away summer.
I'm not wishing away summer. I'm just
dare
giving
you.
you the days, okay?
Mhm.
So I'm going to go through a series, and I'm going to start the series here with the 10 best bets of the NFL season. So I'm going to combine the first two because they include the same team. I'll start with the week 1 matchup here between the Cardinals at the Chargers, and it says the best bet would be the under 45.5.
I'm not doing
because
this.
the Cardinals don't have a quarterback.
I'm protesting.
And the Chargers were in the top 10 against the run last year. And
I'm
then
not doing it.
The other one is Cardinals under 4.5 wins for the season.
I'll comment on the second part. I am not doing week 1. No.
Come on, Mr.
They
Cash.
have no quarterback
No,
in
and
Arizona.
stop calling me that. That's not even a thing. No, I can't bet any team to win under 4 or 5 games. Like, you got to be unbelievably horrible. I can't do that.
As of right now, I could do that, David, because no quarterback. So that means you're going to be out there auditioning each and every week. And whoever has a good week, you move on to the next week. Oh, you had a bad week. We start all over again.
Jacoby Brissett is a leader of men. How dare you?
He may not be a leader of anything if he doesn't show up.
If I was his agent, dude, I know you want a ton of money. Just go out there, pull a Sam Darnold, lead this team, and we'll see what happens next year. But the first one, David, I guess I'll take the under.
I protest. I will not comment on any week 1 games.
Next on the list, the Bengals will win the AFC North. Best bet plus 210 there.
Man, there's a lot of mojo with this. You're hearing, like, right now the Lions are like right next to the Bengals in Super Bowl odds, and I'm going, when did the Bengals get good? The O-line is still subpar. The defense has been a shipwreck for years.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow's health has to be called into question.
Yeah, but have you seen him at the Met Gala on the runway? I think that's
if this is the answers I'm getting, I'm just not doing this segment.
Mike, I'm saying I think Joe Burrow has just become that popular it thing that some just are trying to will the success on him.
I'd love to see it. It's just that the franchise is toxic. You lose Trey Hendrickson. What'd they do? What did they have?
I'm gonna say no, David. I'm still gonna say Baltimore wins that division.
Yeah, I'm down for another Lamar playoff disappointment. That sounds right.
Next one here would be David Montgomery over 774.5 rushing yards. They think they improved their offensive line. They believe that C.J. Stroud will be better.
I'd go with it.
Yeah,
I'd go with it.
Yeah, I would take that as well because he could be that battering ram that they've been looking for and somebody to kind of take some pressure off of C.J. Stroud. He doesn't have to do everything and also run the ball. He can turn around and hand it off.
So you mentioned Lamar Jackson there a second ago. So let me go to this one here because they lost Isaiah Likely in Baltimore. So this one will be Mark Andrews over 474.5 receiving yards. Because, they lost Isaiah Likely. He signed a 3-year extension, Mark Andrews did. And so, he's going to need somebody to throw to.
Yeah, it won't be him. He's old and washed. I'll be the voice of dissent there. I'm out on Mark Andrews.
No, David, I'm gonna buy that because I think that he is going to try to show that he's not old and washed. I think it's almost going to be a spite thing. Give me the ball. I can do this. I can make this happen. Because I still think in the back of his mind, he still remembers he dropped that, what was it, the 2-point conversion in the game?
It was a touchdown, wasn't it?
Was it a touchdown or 2-point conversion? He dropped the ball in the end zone.
Bad throw.
Whatever.
This one should be to your liking,
Hit him
Michael.
in his hands. Bad throw.
He had to reach behind him.
Oh, he's an NFL player.
I don't care. David.
This one should be to your liking because you love this team. You believe that this team is going to do special things this coming year. So the Chargers over 10.5 wins.
I'm in. I just look, I think Jim Harbaugh is both a sociopathic dirtbag and he's also an elite NFL coach. He's a winner. The O-line injuries ripped him apart. I'm going to buy. This is it. This is the last stop at the inn for Justin Herbert. No, it has to be now.
This is his Scott Frost moment.
This is the year Justin Herbert gets it right.
Okay.
And then we're losing to UAB in week 3. I deeply believe in the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh and the structure of what they have and the running game year 2. I'm going with it. I'll say over.
Oh, so this next one is going to be just for you, Rico, because he doesn't want to do the week 1 thing. But they are over in Australia for this game. And so they are saying the under in the 49ers-Rams game, which is at 48.5 points, because they have to travel so far.
David, I'm going to take the under just because the under in pretty much all the European games hit. Like, you don't get this 30 to 29 type of a shootout. It's like the first team to 17 points wins. I think the under is going to be what you want to do. I think both teams' defenses have stepped up and then you got to travel 3 days? Like 16 hours or so to get there? Yeah, take the under.
So this
Mike, what do you think?
Don't care. Talk to me in 100 days.
So this last one here involves Matthew Stafford. We know the Rams are going to be really good, but it says Matthew Stafford under 30.5 passing touchdowns. Here's the reason why. He lost Devontae Adams, and Devontae Adams accounted for 30% of its touchdown passes last season, and with the no depth behind Puka Nacua, and we already know he gets hurt a lot, under 30.5 touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford.
Michael?
I'm gonna say over. He's still playing at an elite level, guys. And in Sean McVay's offense, the way he's able to scheme it up, the play action, the run game, they got a zillion tight ends. I mean, Parkinson's a stud. The kid they drafted last year, hell, Higbee was back again. What was it? Ferguson, kid I like
Ferguson,
out there.
Yes.
I just
I'm going to say the opposite because of what you just said. I think they're going to lean on more of the running game, try to take the wear and tear off of Stafford, and wait for the playoffs. They don't want to burn him out. They know the end is near.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
We'll get back to business in a second. Let's touch.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers have officially activated Gleyber Torres from the 10-day injured list. He ended up missing a month. Hao-Yu Lee is being sent down after 32 big league games. A.J. Hinch says that Javi Baez saw an ankle specialist that shut him down. His high ankle sprain is not responding to treatment. Justin Verlander set to pitch a rehab outing with AAA Toledo tonight.
You missed the headline.
What? What is it?
Zach Short is still here
on the roster, yeah. Jackson Jobe threw a bullpen today in front of Tigers coaches. Jack Flaherty will be on the mound for the big league team tonight. He's coming off a 1 walk, 9 strikeout, and 3 earned run performance. He'll face Steven Matz, who's in his first season with Tampa. Here's the rest of the lineup. Gleyber Torres leads off and plays second. Matt Vierling follows in center. Dylan Dingler will hit third and catch after those 2 homers yesterday. Green, Jones, Torkelson in the middle. Perez, McKinstry, and Short rounding it out. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Michigan basketball announced a rematch of the national championship with UConn. It's set for November 6th at TD Garden in Boston. Columbus Blue Jackets defenseman and Grosse Pointe product Zach Rowensky is taking home the Norris Trophy. Mo Seider ranked 5th. The NHL Finals kick off tonight at 8 between Carolina and Vegas. The NBA starts their finals tomorrow. Detroit King product and current Oregon QB Dante Moore is featured on the EA Sports College Football 2027 cover as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We've had a myriad of things in the hopper, and we'll kind of bring one back because it got a little sidetracked. And it was this question, and Cookies had a good conversation about it too, but it was just, there's an angst with every GM in this town. Whether, and it's fair or unfair, let's just get that out of the way. Whether it's Brad Holmes, Yzerman, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon. There's an angst. Some of it is in preparation to be let down. Some of it is for past letdowns. It is a question of which GM are you most annoyed with? And I think you could make a credible case for all 4. And it really is interesting. Like, for instance, yesterday when Myles Garrett got traded, naturally, a lot of people, damn it, we'll never make this move. This is just, Brad Holmes will never do it. And that upsets a lot of people. It upsets me to a point. It wasn't about Myles Garrett. It's about making a big swing outside of your comfort zone of drafting and signing your own people. And it's just not something Brad has done. And with every passing off season, I lose confidence we'll ever do. The other side is the Lions have the best roster, and they are the closest to a championship. The Tigers have Scott Harris. We have talked a lot about it. He's not very good at free agency or trades. He's not. He's good at drafting and developing, but people are very annoyed. They're very annoyed at the product they see. They're very annoyed, the whole optionality thing. The players are the same, but the team will look different. Things of that nature. Yzerman, I don't need to say anything. They have the longest drought in the NHL, and he doesn't seem fazed or urgent or willing to do much about it. And Trajan Langdon, this one is more anticipatory. He hasn't been here that long. But he has all the energy of a wet fart when he talks. And then you get to margins, and people didn't like the offseason. They didn't like the deadline. And now they're anticipating, and this might not be fair, anticipating an overpay for Duren. Mm-hmm. And you're already seeing it start to leak a little bit. Well, a Sewer's irreplaceable. All right, if you're not willing to get rid of a Sewer, you're not going to be able to get the best player out there for Cade. And it's kind of this idea of, oh my God, are we seriously going to do the margins thing again? So I'm asking you guys, which GM are you the most annoyed with right now?
Mike, why don't you like my personality? I give my press
I'll tell you why. Because outside of sarcasm, when you are running a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and that is what franchises are, it is unacceptable to present yourself that way publicly, period. No CEO would ever be allowed to do it, or you wouldn't be CEO. And I don't want to hear about, well, he can't be anyone other than he is. Look, have a C4, have a Red Bull, sprout some wings, and fake it till you make it. You can't be DiCaprio and Jonah Hill on the couch waiting for the lemons to kick in. You gotta go. You're a public speaker.
Either that or, you know what? Let your assistant do it. Here's what you got to say. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to be the face of the Pistons. I'm going to actually do the work.
Something.
But you're going to meet with the media. You're going to answer all the questions. But yeah, you're right. He just, Trajan, you just won the title. Yeah, I know.
Right. Ultimately, the competency is what we grade on. But it can grate on people when they don't like the messaging. That's not personal. It's real. Just like people don't like messaging that Brad Holmes or Steve or Scott Harris has offered. It's all a part of the job. So 248-539-9797. That's the first one. Which GM do you have the most angst for in this town? And you got to provide the reason why. The other topics we've done today, one of which is we're still awaiting the ruling from this West Texas judge on Brendan Sorsby. Sorsby, number one QB in the portal, $6 million paycheck. He gambled on college football. Thousands of bets at Indiana, Cincinnati, and Tech. Some on the very team he was on. Mm-hmm. That's a clear-cut, permanent ban. You're done. By the NCAA bylaws, you're done. Well, now he's got a high-powered team of lawyers. They've gotten their case heard. He's citing gambling addiction, medical condition, and that somehow means he should stay employed. That is one of the, I know defense attorneys have a job to do. That is weak by every stretch. The problem? I'm not going to speak for the man to my left. I actually worry he's going to win because there's no rules in college football. He should be banned. I can't help you, man. I'm sorry you have an addiction, but you got popped. It's in the bylaws. It doesn't say gambling's illegal unless you're addicted to said gambling.
Which makes zero sense, because if you're addicted to gambling, why am I going to bring you back for you to relapse?
He did 30 days of rehab, okay?
Okay.
Mind you, gambling addiction or alcoholism or drug addiction is a lifetime battle. It's a disease. So paying him $6 million and going back and playing? What lesson did he learn?
Exactly. You just hurt your own credibility, son. I can't help you. I think the NCAA has already said what they want to do, Mike. This comes down to the judge to just...
And that's what I don't get. Why does a judge get to play a role? If the NCAA says this is our bylaw, you're done.
Unless the judge is good friends with somebody who's a booster for Texas Tech, and we really need his quarterback to play.
And this brings us full circle of, I'm already done with college football, but this is just another folly if this kid's allowed to play. It's ridiculous. It's already ridiculous. We have guys playing at 3-4 schools. It's already ridiculous. We have guys playing at age 23, 24. Hell, there was a kid from Miami last year who played tight end. He was 28 years old. He was in the 9th year of college football. Yaxel had 3 years at JUCO before going to UAB, before going to Michigan. I mean, look at what we're doing. Will Wade at LSU is taking guys who puff heaters and drive mail trucks in the Ukraine and are 30, Coach, and he's got them playing at LSU.
Coach, I can't be there. I got to drop my son off at high school, and then I'll get to the practice.
Yeah, did you hear of the latest?
No.
Former MLB player Jordan Adams has enrolled at SMU and plans to play football. The 26-year-old was a first-round MLB draft pick in 2018.
I quit. If you follow this sport and actually care, seek help.
I think that's why
you need help.
No, Mike, I think that's I think that's why the ruling's going to come down from the NCAA, and they're just going to simplify this thing. It won't be 100 pages. It's real simple. Here are your 5 rules, okay? You got 5 years to play, 5 years of eligibility.
But they already didn't they already just rule? You get 5 years after age 19?
No, that's the absolute latest that it can start.
It's ridiculous. All of it's ridiculous.
It's a start, because I guess they're saying if you go to a prep school or something like that, so long, but no pros. So what this gentleman's trying to do,
Prop 48? You couldn't read, you can't play. There's an idea. Prep schools, all this nonsense. If you're in JUCO for 3 years, it means you can't. Can you read?
I don't know.
2 + 2 is 4. 3 years of JUCO? You only need a 2.0 to get into college.
Oh, no. JUCO ain't prep school. Prep school is like the fake schools that you just want to. Basically, I'm going to start a school to make sure my kid plays and we can travel across the country. It's high school, quotes, but it ain't really high school.
248-539-9797. David, text or your opinion? You pick, and then we'll get to the people. Both topics are in play. Which GM really chaps your ass the most, but also this Brendan Sorsby thing. And I don't care what you have to do to care. Pretend he played for U of M or State. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Ohio State. This guy gambled on college football. Thousands of bets. Almost 50 bets on Indiana alone, including he bet the under a couple of times. Huh? Oh, but he didn't participate in those games. Then what? Where is the bottom? Like, where is the accountability? You can't gamble. I can't change that, kid.
See, and when he got to Texas Tech, he also, because it's illegal to bet in Texas, was sending money to family elsewhere for them to place bets for him.
So here's an idea.
If you have an addiction, then you need to handle that, and you don't need to play college football.
You're not eligible.
Period.
And go get right. But the idea that he gets to play, gets to collect his money, at what point are there any rules for anyone doing anything? And if you want to bring up coaches, I'll tell you about Lane Kiffin and what he did at Ole Miss and all that nonsense and threatening to poach the staff the week of a playoff game and all his BS. Dude, there's no one clean in college football. They're all dirt. And I want no part of it. Because without accountability, how can I take any of it serious?
No, Mike, because for years the NCAA was just a handshake deal. It was unwritten rules, and kids figured that out. Coaches figured that out. Wait, we've been doing this, and there's no real rules saying I can't do this? Well, not really. Okay, well, you know what? Until you tell me
I'm glad
can't.
the NCAA is here to punish U of D hoops. They can't do this, but they can bear it. They can kick them in a hole.
Right.
What a joke. What, David? It's the truth.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree
We're
with you.
punishing them for Mike Davis's years, yet when it came to punish U of M, they said they didn't want to punish the current kids, and they destroyed a lot of evidence. Do you know who doesn't destroy evidence? Innocent people. You can't take these people serious. Now you got a kid who gambled. It's in the bylaws. They say you can't play no more. He hires super lawyers, and he might get away with it. And the people who are donating to these NIL collectives, I wish we could do an ESPN 30 for 30 called You're Effed in the Head.
Okay.
I need to learn.
Senator from New York, I need you to stand down, okay? If you're going to make sense in here.
My bad.
We don't make sense on Tuesday.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'll return on Thursday. 248-539-9797. We'll get with your phone calls. We'll get the texts as well. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before summer, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Moran makes car buying simple with great prices on inventory that are truly available. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado, $179 a month. Perfect for hauling gear up north, road trips, whatever it is. The 26 Trax LT, $229 a month. Bolt deals, $19.99 due at signing. And if you need service, you know what to do. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Let's go right to the phones, David. We'll go text at 5:30. We'll go to Mitch, 97.1. Mitch, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, man.
Good. Just a few things. I did just want to say I listen to you guys all the time. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
All of you guys, David, Mike, Rico, Ken, you guys are great to listen to. But as far as the GMs in the town, it's Scott Harris, because I follow the Tigers the most, and it just watching Bierling, McKinstry, DeJesus, Anderson, Perez, Jahmai Jones drives me insane. So I think it's that. And then my second point, and I think, Mike, I agree with you on a lot of things. One thing I would just kind of question maybe a little bit is just I'd be afraid to see what the team would have if they didn't have Gleyber Torres. You know, we don't know exactly what they would do, but he's like one I feel like the only real bats in the lineup.
No, he's an important piece. There's no question about it. It's one of these things when you look in the aggregate of Scott Harris's free agency signings, it's dreadful. Like, I mean, you can just cumulatively go move by move. It's dreadful. Glaber's fine. Didn't really want him back at the price they got him. Would have preferred something else, but I'm never going to argue that he doesn't impact the lineup. He's one of their only MLB caliber right-handed bats.
No, I agree. And again, I'm just afraid of what they would do if, like, would they spend, you know, that $20 million they spent on him on another real bat?
I don't know, because they
You
sure
know,
as hell
no one knows the answer.
They
but-
sure as hell haven't shown an interest in doing so. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Also,
and
by
again,
the way,
it's like-
how about Glaber being back today and they option Lee and Zach Short is still here?
Yeah, that's
Makes no
so frustrating. 'Cause
That's
Lee,
quite
I'd rather
something.
see Lee. I'd rather see Lee than Zach Short. Zach Short, that's malpractice.
I'm with you. Well, so is the fact that Riley's hitting like fifth again tonight. Mitch, look, it is what it is. They can get to within a few games of 500. You'll get my attention again. I can't do this. I mean, even last night, you think they're on easy street because Griffin Jacks was out there serving warm cookies. And they got to hang on to win 10-9. Escaping the 8th, escaping the 9th. You walk the whole damn ballpark. I mean, it's just, I can't do that.
And I think every Tigers fan just thought in the 8th, well, there's going to be a 3-run shot, and now you're down.
Yeah, the Little League defense again. Again.
Maybe that's why he went down.
You want to sell me? They can get to it in a few games of 500. I'll really invest again. But they have dug a grave so deep, I can't do that. I just can't. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Michael, thank you for having me on, sir. So my answer is going to be a little bit different. I know this morning they talked about it, and I'm going to go with Brad Holmes because, one, the Lions have never won the Super Bowl. On 23, I just saw them win the playoff games for the first time ever 3 years ago. And I want a Super Bowl desperately. And I don't think that this front office is doing whatever it takes to win. I mean, look at what the Rams just did. I mean, the Rams have gone all in. And as Costa pointed out, since they made that trade for Stafford and quote unquote destroying the future, they've actually won more playoff games.
Correct.
The last 2 years than the Lions. So spare me with that. I'm obviously annoyed with Yzerman. He's done absolutely nothing, but I've just accepted the fact he's never going to get fired. So continuing to yell and scream about it, it's not worth it. Scott Harris, although I don't agree with how he spent the money, yeah, at least got to admit, they tried this offseason. Was it on the wrong stuff? Sure. They got Valdez. They shored up the pitching. So they at least tried. Langdon, it all depends on this offseason. Yeah. I just think that it is time to get K to star. And this whole, the Pistons won again. We won 60 games. Like I said last week, it was not a true 60-win team. Let your eyes do the talking. The Pistons were never the best team in the Eastern Conference. There's a reason Las Vegas had us fourth in odds to go to the finals. But as far as the Holmes thing, I just don't think he wants it bad enough. He's not a guy like a Roseman or a Snead that is going to do whatever it takes to win. And as long as other teams are willing to be bold, there will always be someone more desperate than us. And could we win it this way? Absolutely we could. But you're just making it harder. And I got to ask you, Mike, if you had to make a guess, one GM has to make a move. Who do you think is the first GM to make a move? If you had to pick right now.
Look, you could give Holmes credit for the Stafford thing, but when your QB says he wants out, I don't know how much credit I can give you. It's the same thing with Harris. Skubal has to get traded, yet I have a pit in my stomach. They're going to trick around, win some games, and then try to hold on to him. I will say Langdon. Yzerman,
Really?
Look, you're first of all, it's a brutally difficult question, Joe, because look, none of these guys have shown the chops to do it. But I'll explain. All right, the Langdon piece, they're in the moment right now. They know their need. It's right in front of their face. It's a well-defined need. And you set a move. Now, is Yzerman, is Harris, is Holmes. Well, Holmes has no moves to make, and Harris is going to be a seller, and I'm concerned they won't sell because, I don't know, they don't make any sense. I'll say Langdon if you force me to. Yzerman, I just have no faith in. I just have nothing left.
No.
This is the summer.
Well, that's what
I'm done with that.
Yeah, this summer, what we're saying about the Red Wings is the same as last summer, the summer before that, and the summer before that. And we just kept saying, okay, but we'll give him some time.
I know. He's turned into Scott Frost. This is the year he gets it right.
It ain't even Scott Frost, Mike. This is just, okay, is this thing working? Nope.
Okay, we'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hi, Mike. I wanted to comment on the injunction hearing and maybe lower your blood pressure a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Matt.
On what I think might be going on. I've been a lawyer for about 40 years, and I've handled, I don't know, probably more than 50, less than 100 injunction hearings. And the fact that the lawsuit was filed at all shouldn't be surprising to anyone, just given the amount of money is involved. And what I think the judge may be doing is one of two things. One is very innocent. One is a little bit more troubling. The more innocent explanation is that the likelihood is that whatever the judge rules, it's going to be appealed. So the judge is very likely writing an opinion to cover all the bases to protect the ruling on appeal. That very often happens. In an injunction hearing, there's typically 4 elements you have to show, but 2 are the most important. One is you're going to suffer irreparable harm without the injunction, which is a difficult standard. But the more problematic one for this player is that you have to show there's a substantial likelihood you're going to win at trial. And given the language in the NCAA rules and bylaws, that may be insurmountable. The more troubling aspect of what the judge might be doing is that this is, if I think I'm correct, this is in state court. So this judge is likely going to have to be reelected in an area where, this player is, there's a vested interest in the player playing. And it may be right out of the judge from Miracle on 34th Street where they got to declare that there is no Santa Claus. And suddenly they're a very unpopular judge. So this judge may be struggling with how to come out with the right ruling and not look like the bad guy.
Well, and it's interesting, Matt. They selected this judge to get, impartiality. And I started laughing because I'm going, in West Texas, there's one school. You'd have to find a judge from like Alaska, fly him on a hot air balloon to rule. Because, Matt, you're right. That's the politics of it. I mean, I appreciate the knowledge you've brought forth, which is writing an opinion, kind of covering your ass, making sure it holds up. You just understand, I've reached a point of being completely exasperated. Is there are rules and then none of it matters. And I'm like, oh my God, are we doing this again? Like, Matt, you know what I know. It's right in the bylaw. You can't gamble. This kid rifled thousands of bets, including on the very sport he plays. Like, why can't that just be good enough? I don't understand the lawsuit because, and Matt, I'm not asking you to say where you practice
Mike,
or what side you're on. It drives me crazy.
No, the reality is anybody with a few $100 can file a lawsuit to try to prove the sky is green and the grass is blue. And judges' role, there's a reason that the scales of justice have a blindfold on them. They're not supposed to, they're just supposed to call balls and strikes. So even the craziest cases, and I could share with you some pretty crazy cases I've had to deal with. Even the craziest cases get a day in court. And that may be all this player is going to get.
Yeah. He
may get broomed. And, when all is said and done, the case lands the way I suspect it should. This is a fairly serious allegation. I mean, Pete Rose is still knocking on the door for doing the very same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we're going to let this player play because he says, yeah, I did it, but, I couldn't help myself, I guess.
It's the most insane, and we know it. And Matt, again, defense lawyers have a job to do. They have to rep their client no matter how reprehensible they are, and you got to come up with the best angle you got. I'm just saying, Matt, if we're all sitting in a room and we're having a beer, There is no world you look at the reasoning they came up with and go, oh, yeah, that'll fly. I mean, I'm like, wait, what?
No more. Wait, are you serious? You're really about to do this? This is your okay. Good luck.
I'll let Matt rule on that.
Yeah, welcome to my world. I mean,
yeah.
this is what lawyers do.
Well, Matt, I appreciate you taking time out of your day to help lower my blood pressure and assure me that this is probably headed in the right direction. It's just, Matt, it's been a lot with that sport, and I appreciate it. I feel better after talking to Matt.
Yeah, it makes sense. No, it makes sense because he knows I'm about to set a precedent here and got to make sure, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Because Lord knows you don't need much to have somebody sue the NCAA.
Here's Rika.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at a price that did not change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that'll keep you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile for free. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We'll get to the texts. I don't know. Sometimes people like the business side of sports. You see Steph Curry, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
So didn't sign, no more Under Armour. Didn't go to Nike. He went with Li Ning,
yeah,
Chinese company who's offered him a $1.19 billion deal in a 10-year contract.
I guess Li Ning is kind of, he's the, like Phil Knight started Nike because he was a runner and he was running shoes. So he's a former athlete and he's got the money. And not only that, he's allowed to sign people under his brand too.
And never sell a pair of shoes in America again. Congrats. What are you selling here? No, I mean, I understand global marketplace, the whole thing, but it's like, you live here. You're an NBA star.
Maybe he's
you
hoping
take $300-400 mil from Nike and you keep it moving. You do this, you kind of take yourself off the grid. Can you even buy these shoes in America?
I don't know. I mean, Mike, I'm sure you will be able to buy them.
Ask Evan. He's a sneakerhead.
I think you'll be able to buy them, and he's going to try to. If New Balance can now go out and sign people like Cooper Flag, then yeah,
whatever. I mean, I don't care.
But no, I saw that like $1.3 billion.
Whatever.
Good for Steph.
The NBA money is so stupid at this point. David Tex, what do you got, buddy?
Sorsby placed thousands of sports bets. He has to be banned, or this will mark the death of college sports. That is Adam in Wixom.
I stand with caller Matt. He calmed me down.
He calmed you down.
That's it.
Kid deserves the Pete Rose treatment. Life means just that. Actions do have consequences. Someone's texting you, Mike, regarding Zach Short. Is it possible that Toledo said, please don't send Zach Short here, that it's John in a truck?
Nah, and like I said, I can't, after the Chicago series, there's not much I can't even muster emotion. You want me to be emotional about it? They'd have to put a month of really good baseball together to just, I don't know. I just can't do it. Even last night, talking to Rico about it, because he was all involved with the game, you're just like, my God. Hey, they had to escape. They scored more runs than they score in a week, and they still needed to escape.
How many times did they have to? Okay, we just need some insurance runs here. Some more insurance. Even the announcers knew 6-0. That's not safe. To most teams, that's ball game. You ain't coming back from that.
This series is also a nightmare because I hate the way both teams play. I hate Tampa Bay. Oh, look, we traded for Griffin Jacks. We're going to turn him into a starter. Oh, now tonight they're throwing Steven Matz's dead body out there. Like, how the hell is this team 20 games over? It's fake. They're never going to win a thing. It's fake.
The Tigers pretty much have nobody to throw. Let's hope it does. You don't get to the bullpen tonight. Let's put it like that.
Whatever. This series is baseball hell in the afterlife when these two teams get together.
But Tampa, man.
Yeah.
East.
You like Comic-Con? This is Optionality Con. I hate all of it. David, one more, and I'm going to the people.
Regarding the GM, someone says, Holmes irks me the most because football is king. I laugh at Iserman and my hockey friends. I don't watch the NBA since the Hack-a-Shack came into existence. Holmes can't do it for me.
Well, they're actually doing that now with Mitchell Robinson. So as soon as he touches the ball, now his pinky's broken.
I was going to say he's got an oven mitt on one hand.
It may help, Mike.
Truth. We'll go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
So Scott Harris is the one I'm most annoyed with. He saw last year exactly what they needed, and he did nothing over the off season to address it. And he knows he has a short window to take advantage of the good pitching, and did nothing to help that out. And just one more comment. I think all the teams besides the Pistons have the same flaw of thinking they're going to win a championship, but with just draft and develop. Last time the Tigers were actually in contention, they had great pitching, but they weren't real contenders until they went and got Pudge.
Well, look, and you're right, Paul. It's tough because the Lions. I understand when people say Holmes, but yet they have the best roster. And I think it cuts both ways. That's why people get frustrated. With the Tigers, no, you're right. They had a need. They refused to address it. With the Wings, I don't know what the Red Wings are. I don't even understand if they're a real team anymore. But with Holmes, they can win it. It's never been about what you can or can't do. Like when I say the Tigers cannot win a World Series playing this way, I stand on that. I've given you facts, data. Teams that play that style of ball, they don't win it. No, the Lions could win a Super Bowl. I think they could do more to effort that. So I understand why people have called in Holmes heavy.
I don't know. When was the last team that did it the Lions way that won a Super Bowl?
I mean, you could say the Chiefs? Question mark? But again, the Chiefs have Michael Jordan at quarterback. So it's a little different. You'd have to do a deep dive. I only focused when I did the topic yesterday with you. I said, look, here's the last decade in the NFC. It's John Lynch, Howie Roseman, it's John Schneider, and it's Les Snead. This is how it's done. So I can only go on what it is. I mean, but can you do it? You can do it. But it generally isn't that way.
Right.
So now the difference maker as well is you don't have, as good as Goff can be, we all agree, he's not Pat Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not one of these monolith QBs, even though Allen hasn't gotten it done because of their roster construction. The point is, if you would have taken one more bold swing, could it have changed things? Their bold swing is we're going to get healthy and we're good enough.
Right. Because to me, I don't know. It's like somebody trying to win the NBA Finals, but you don't shoot 3-pointers. Can you win? Yes.
Drives me nuts.
Chances of you doing that? Not great.
Yeah, not ideal. Let's go to David, rather. Excuse me, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Good to speak with you, Mike. Second-time caller, first time while you're in the office.
Okay.
I love the show. I've been driving home from work from Clawson to Westland for 3.5 years, and it's great to hear you guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to be 50 in July. So Detroit, born and raised. I bleed Honolulu blue and silver. I got season tickets 4 years ago. I love it. But Lions are an easy answer. I remember the Dead Wings. Anybody under 35, look up Tim Shovelday for crying out loud, because we were awful until 97 when we finally ended our drought, and then we went on our run. And the fact that Steve Yzerman was part of that run that was historic, and now, like you said, I mean, does he forget what the heck he's doing or how a successful team is? Because you were on one and you were part of a legacy that is tremendous. My father's entire basement of his condo is all Red Wings, and he's got a plaque from every championship from 97 to 08 in his Red Wings bathroom. And it's terrible that he's 80 years old and he might not see another cup. So, yeah, I could see why it's Holmes, but for me, it's going to be the Red Wings because, I mean, it has to be. And, Mike, the other thing, I talked to Rico when you were in the office because I told him stop hassling the going to work Pistons because that's the last time I the NBA because they played defense. And kind of like 2 callers ago, I stopped following the NBA when they legalized traveling. And
then the NBA is not for you, David. Listen, the Yzerman thing. Here's the one thing I could offer, and I appreciate the call, David. This is what I felt about it. I can't prove this. This isn't some Stephen A. hot take either. I'm telling you how I feel. I feel like Yzerman thought this would be easier. He would come home, he'd have carte blanche, he'd unwind the Holland stuff, do what he does best, draft, develop. That this would work. That. He's Steve Yzerman. And it hit a point starting 2 years ago where the way he would do his public appearances and talk, the no and like all that stuff. And then you've gotten to a point now, I don't know if he even knows what to do because it wasn't supposed to be this way. Mm-hmm. And now you're sitting there and you are headed to year 8. You have the longest playoff drought in the league. I don't know what their outs are. That's just how I feel. It's not like this is some news report.
No, like for me, I said Yzerman just because show me some young kids or make some moves, but you've done neither.
Well, I mean, they've brought players up. They're just whatever.
But I don't want to trade them, but I don't want to bring them up either. It's
right. Well, you're talking about the Kosa stuff or whatever. The other problem is from a system standpoint, when anything you do with any serious hockey scouting site or people who cover the league, there's no 40-goal scorers down there. No. There are a lot of two-way forwards who aren't overly talented offensively. David's also telling me I'm number one. Hey, warm weather shows up and everybody's on the road, distracted drivers. It's insanity. You get in an accident, you got a couple of main problems, one of which is the insurance company's way ahead of you. Call David Feminitio and the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.